Peter Milan, that's why you won't recognise him. He's one of the new ones for you at Middlesex. He had a little stint with Warwickshire last year, the South African. Handful of tests at the start of the year, got a 50 against England. Very, very good signing. 48 is average in first class, just fractionally lower than that.
Yeah, the reason I was confused, because I've got him on the score sheet as being number 31, when he's number 13. It's Murtagh. That stooping approach to the wicket is in and bowls to Allsop. Allsop is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Number 34, Murtagh. They'd be close to his age now if they turned it around the other way, wouldn't they?
I guess
just gone 40, Tim Murtagh.
I guess we ought to say that in terms of the toss, Middlesex winning the toss and deciding to bowl, an unsurprising, Kevin, because there's low cloud here at home. The floodlights are on it, and it feels humid and sticky and good for bowling.
I was just going to tee it up in terms of the team use for Middlesex. It really was quite a. I mean, Yadav out of the squad with an injury. You really thought Mercer's in for this one, in for his first game. So hasn't bowled in a bit. Not easy to come straight into a white ball game.
Here comes Murtagh and bowls, and clipped away onto the onside by Allsop, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs. Is Tom Allsop as the ball runs through the onside, and there is no run. I'm getting a message in from a couple of people saying there's no sound on the live stream. I don't know whether the boys are working on that over on the Sussex lads. It was all fine when it was tested earlier on, so hopefully, no, it seems to be on now, which is good news. So they can hear on the live stream. That's great. 2 more to Tom Allsop, Sussex to 6 without loss. Sorry.
Slip comes out to mid-wicket as well for Mercer here. Go on, you take this ball and I'll finish off the team news. Is it last ball of the over? It is. I'll do it in between overs.
Murtagh runs away from us up the hill here at Hove from the C end of the ground. Bows to Tom Allsop. He's forward defensively to a ball of good length. Murtagh fields off his own bowling. So the end of the opening over, the Sussex Sharks are 6 without loss. Allsop with all 6 runs. Alior yet to face a ball.
Yes, so Murtagh, I'm a little surprised they haven't used him in the One-Day Cup this year, I've got to be honest. He's one of those that's sat out the competition. Middlesex have had quite a team sitting on the side of the One-Day Cup, which is why, for me, they've got to be one of the favourites. They've had Murtagh, Tilan Walaluita, Josh de Carey's the son of Michael Atherton, who's a very impressive young batsman. Robbie White, Staple Park, the championship side now. Jack Davies, an England under-19 international. Ishan Kushal was the man who just missed out on selection today because the other man that went down injured ahead of this one, Toby Greatwood, injured in the fields as well on Sunday in the defeat to Gloucestershire. So out drop Greatwood and Yadav is the team news, and in comes Murtagh. No real surprise there. And likewise, Tilan Walaluita, I fancied they'd have liked to have got him in today, fancying a used surface, 4th time. Is it the 4th time this pitch or the 5th? Has it been used 4 times? This is the 4th time it's been used. Here's Martin Anderson from the Cromwell Road end. He runs down the hill at Hove and bowls just full of a length, just outside the off stump, and watchfully Alior pushes away to mid-off, and there's no run. So that team for Middlesex with those 2 changes reads Eskenazi, Stoneman, Robson, Milan, Holden at 5, Holman at 6, Cracknell the keeper at 7, Anderson at 8, Max Harris, Tilan Walaluita and Tim Murtagh. So on the injury front, they're still missing Ethan Bamber as well. They'd have loved to have had him back for this. He and Yadav were a tremendous opening pair for Middlesex in this competition at the start. Here's Anderson, he's in, bowls, it's just outside the off stump and it's pushed away into the offside. A dot ball again. So yeah, 3 seamers injured, well 4 if you include Blake Cullen. But should Blake Cullen have been fit and available, he'd have been in the 100, and then Toby Rowland-Jones would have been here, but Toby Rowland-Jones called up to the 100 to replace Cullen. Helm, Morgan, Souter and Simpson, the others away at the 100 for Middlesex. So it's mainly a depleted bowling lineup for Middlesex through injury and through the 100. As here comes Anderson, he bowls, and this ball short and edge, and over slip it goes. Waving at it with both hands was Stephen Eskenazi. That slip, Robson at 2nd, no chance for him. It was straight over the head of Eskenazi, but high and fast from the flashing blade of Orr, who's off the mark.
Well, he played a wonderful innings down at Taunton on Friday, Alior. He made 206. It's the highest score by a Sussex player in one-day cricket. But he got off the mark with a big 6 down at Taunton, but that was a less convincing shot.
Very fine 3rd in place, as here is a short one outside off again and a wide signal. He went after that one, Orr, and going a long way to gather it was Cracknell. I wondered whether there was going to be an appeal, but nothing doing. A wide it is. Well, so he's just edged over the head of the man who's leading this competition's run scoring this year, Stephen Eskenazi, who went with those 3 consecutive list day centuries, made it 4 in 5 the other day as well. He's been in quite simply sublime form Sensational stuff from him as here comes Anderson. Better line and length on that one, and it's eased to backward point where Holden fields. Holden was the record list A scorer for Middlesex with 166 down at Canterbury with Ross Taylor in 2018 as Middlesex racked up their highest score in list A, which was 380. That was taken from him by Stephen Eskenazi when he hit 182 against Surrey at Radlett this year. So, yeah, records have tumbled for Middlesex as well. Form batters, definitely part of the story as Anderson hits the crease now. He bowls, and this one's short and punched away in front of Holden at points. 4 more. And the Sussex Sharks move to 15 without loss, and that set up nicely for all. Beautiful shot.
Nice shot, wasn't it? Punched away off of the back foot. Decent crowd here. You can probably tell by the applause in our effects microphone, and I think more will come in during the day. The weather looks to me like it's beginning to clear. It's a little lighter. The minute the floodlights are on.
It is. I'd still prefer being in the field right now, though. So Middlesex have it in their favour at this point. You'd imagine it's got to be the best time today to bowl right now. As here's Anderson. He bowls or leaves alone a ball just outside the off stump. 3 goes to the keeper. 15 without loss. That point on the top, the batting. Middlesex is top 4. Eskenazi, Stoneman, Robson and Milan. So you've got 3 test batters in the top 4 there. And Eskenazi, in the form of his life, are now an England's Lions player as well, where he hit a couple of 50s for the Lions against the South Africans, where he'd been on a run of form of not dropping below 50 for something like 7 consecutive white ball innings going back to the end of the blast as well. That run's still pretty impressive now. He's only dropped twice below 50 in something like 10 white ball innings. So it's very impressive. So he's the competition's leading run scorer as well, Eskenazi. Second on the list in the leading run scorer in the competition.
Pujara.
Indeed. Third on the list. Sam Robson. 4th on the list.
Alior.
Indeed. So the top 4 of the competition's leading run scorers playing today.
In comes Tim Murtagh and bowls to Tom Alsop, who plays defensively to mid-off. And there is no run. Now we're going to do a little shout out around the ground to see whether they can hear the commentary going out. There we are, the top of the Spenkarma Pavilion. They're waving their hats away. So the great news is the commentary is going out around the ground. So whatever little technical glitch there was, my apologies to Julian and co, who are sitting up there on the top deck of the Spenkarma Pavilion, but they've got their hats on. Not their hats are needed at the minute because it's overcast and a little grey here at Hove. There's Tim Murtagh bowling the 3rd over. Comes running into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop, and Alsop forces that to mid-off, fielded there by Anderson, and there is no run. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex, and 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand on commentary. Just to bring you up to date with the other games going on, because there's all sorts of permutations around the country. In this group, Durham are batting at Leicestershire and are currently 1 without loss. Surrey are batting at Welbeck Colliery against Nottinghamshire. They're 2 without loss in the 3rd over. And the final game in this group as Murtagh runs away from us. Up the hill, comes in and bowls, and also clips this through square leg and picks up a fingal to this fielder. A deep square leg. 1 more to Tom Alsop. He goes to 7, and the Sussex Sharks to 16 without loss in the 3rd over. The other game in this group is at Edgbaston, where Somerset are 4 without loss against Warwickshire. So I won't go into all the permutations in the group because there are many. The loser here today could still remain in the competition. They could be out of the competition. What we do know is that the winner of this game will almost certainly qualify for a home semi-final. Now in the other group, the important games there, Hampshire batting at Scarborough against Yorkshire. They're 1 without loss in the 2nd, as in comes Murtagh, bowls, faded to the offside by Orr, and there is no run. At Canterbury, Lancashire are batting against Kent. And at the moment, Lancashire are... The score voted. Lancashire are batting, and they are 2 without loss. So we'll keep right across the other games throughout the day here on 5 Sports Extra. Commentary from here and also the game at Scarborough. And I have to say, it's easy to say when your side has had a good competition, but I think the 50 over has been a terrific competition this year. I really do. Good crowds as well, as Murtagh is in and bowls to Orr, who clips this one from off the leg stump straight to mid-wicket, fielded there by Sam Robson. And there is no run. And I don't know about you, Kevin, I mean, certainly down at Taunton on Friday, I think it was helped by the fact there was a beer and cider festival, but nonetheless, Somerset are out of the competition, and there was a really good crowd down there. And it was just wonderful. You know, you get what do you get? 600 balls of cricket, and it was just fabulous. And I think the crowds have been good around the country for this competition.
I've got a great story about Taunton down there this year. It was lovely being down on the sidelines doing the commentary for this competition.
In comes Murtagh over the wicket, bowls, and all solidly in defence, plays to the offside. There is no run.
It was, you're right in amongst it all, aren't you? It's it's Indian over. Sorry, Harmsy. 16 without loss after 3. Yeah, we're virtually at a deep backward square leg at Taunton at the moment, aren't we? With the commentary position in a gazebo, really, or Anthony Gibson's funhouse, as I think it's been dubbed as well, where there's a little porter cabin to commentate from. If it's cold, you can go in there. But outside we were, lovely sunny day. It was packed. It wasn't a full house. The far side of the ground had a few empty seats. But the Andy Caddick Pavilion, no, not the Andy Caddick. What's the one immediately to our left? It is the Andy Caddick Pavilion, isn't it?
The one to the left is the Marcus Trescothick.
The Marcus Trescothick,
yes.
Was packed. And it honestly felt like it was a full house. It almost felt like it was an international at Taunton. The noise. And it was really, really good-spirited, good-humoured. Here's Anderson. Midway through his run-up, he bowls to the left-handed Allsop, who stands up and drives through the covers, gets it past Stoneman. It could go all the way. He got something on it, but 4 it is. And it's 20 without loss. Lovely shot, powerfully driven away by Allsop.
Just wonder whether that hit the edge of the mat and slightly deceived Mark Stone. Les has been in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and says, can you just run through the two sides? Perhaps you could do Middlesex, Kevin, again, for a couple of listeners who are just tuning a little later, and I'll talk about the Sussex side at the end of the over.
Yep, certainly will. One of those chaps from that story I'm about to sell, Greatwood.
Sorry.
He, no. Greatwood is out, so there's a link to it. Don't worry, Adrian. Here's Anderson. He's in. Bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. There's no run. So Greatwood, which segues into it, is out. But he had a lovely moment down there. So, yes, Greatwood's out, and so is Umesh Yadav, Income Murtagh, and Walla Lawita for this one for Middlesex. I'll run through the side and full, but Greatwood, he had a moment down there, which was lovely. He dropped a catch, and it was horrible. It was up in the air. It was swirling. You know what Taunton's like. It's a great atmosphere, lovely cauldron atmosphere down at Taunton. Brilliant place to watch cricket. As Anderson bowls outside the off stump, wide signals, 20 without loss. I'd imagine most cricket fans around the country have watched cricket at Taunton at some stage, but it has to actually be a bucket list. Everybody talks about Lords and everywhere, don't they? Lords, the Oval, Old Trafford, Headingley, places, Trent Bridge. You just have to go and watch cricket. But Taunton is one of those grounds that you really have to experience Taunton, really. What a hub it is of the community and how much it feels it there on any given day for cricket. Anderson comes in, he bowls, and this ball's driven away. Lovely shot in between point and cover. It's 4 runs and 25 without loss. Middlesex just leaking a few here. A few too many 4 balls, a little bit of width, and it's going to be punished. Short boundaries, relatively short either side. And this hybrid pitch, although used, has good pace and some good trust in it from the batters as well. But he put down a swirling catch by Rue, who went on to a century. 3 times he was dropped. And whether it was the first or second that Greatwood put him down, it was a horrible moment for the youngsters. Up there, it was swirling for a bit. He put it down, and he had 4 stabs at it as well, which actually makes even more for the entertainment, doesn't it? As Anderson bowls, this is driven. Cover gets the fingertip to it and pushes it to mid-off to have a single. 26 without loss, and Allsop's on to 16. So he has his first grab at it, it bounces out of his hand. He has his second grab at it, it bounces out of his hand. He has his third grab at it, bounces out one more time. And it looked at the last, the 4th grab, he pulled it back to his chest. He's got him! And actually, you couldn't see it at the time because he was running away from us. When we watched it on the replay, what happened was he pulled it back to his chest, it then bounced off his chest and out of his hand for the final time. And of course, at that point, the Pat Pavilion to our left, they were absolutely in hysterics at this, as here comes Anderson. Bowls, and this is punched away to point, and there's no run. So then the cheer goes up, and then all sorts of stick is thrown at the fielder, isn't it? And you just thought, oh no, poor lad, he's going to have a long afternoon. This is relatively early in the day, and he's going to be long leg third man the whole day, a young bowler. But as he came across, whether there was something that we didn't quite see in between Anthony Gibson and on commentary with me, whether something happened in between him going from, let's say, long leg to third man, having dropped the catch, as he came across the front, they all gave him the most rapturous applause, the young man, and it was lovely. Now, whether he'd done something that just carried a bit of favour with them, won them back over or something, or made them chuckle, but whatever it was, it went from, Anderson in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track and there's no run. That moment in sport when the opposition are just getting all over you and they're right on top, and in most other sports it stays that way. You're not going to get back in their good books, are you? They're going to keep on top of you. You just thought, long day for Greatwood. But as he came across the front of the centre, he got the most wonderful applause from the Somerset home fans, in a nice way, not in a mocking way that he just dropped the catch. He kind of doffed his cap to them, and it was just a lovely moment. That was my cricketing moment of the season. It just really summed up, and Taunton as well, which can be a really, really tough place to go for fielders and for young players. And I just think this competition, all the young players that are playing in it, I think opposition fans are recognising that as well. That it has got that festival of cricket feel this month. And, well, what a finale, as we said, we've got here for this one here at Hove.
Where Middlesex won the toss there bowling. It's got a little more gloomy, actually. I'm not so sure there's not a bit of drizzle around. 26 without loss are the Sussex Sharks. There's a conversation going on between Tim Murtagh, Steve Eskenazi joining in as well.
Oh, there's a bit of sea threat as well, is there?
Yes, I think there is. I just think there's a little bit of mist just drifting in around Hove. It's Tim Murtagh begins the 5th over of the innings, running away from us, coming into bowl to Tom Alsop, and Alsop drives on the bounce back to Murtagh, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So just to give you the Sussex line-up in full, Les, who got in touch, is Ali Orr, Tom Alsop, Tom Clark, Checheshwar Pujara, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Delray Rawlings, Ollie Carter, who will keep wicket, James Coles, Ari Cavelos, who's the leading wicket taker in the competition, Henry Crocombe and Brad Curry. So the one change from the win down at Taunton on Friday is Tom Alsop coming back into the side as a replacement for Daniel Ibrahim. Alsop, who had a back spasm down in Taunton and couldn't keep. In comes Murtagh bowls. Alsop clips this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It really has got quite gloomy. The floodlights are on. I can't see any umbrellas up around the ground, so maybe it is a little bit of sea mist that's just drifting in from the channel just behind us. If you'd like to get in touch, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. John Malone has done that. He says, hello, Adrian and Kevin. Coming through on the stream okay. Hopefully the rain will stay away. And John says, come on, Sussex, let's take it to the next round. Have a good day, says John. John, thanks for listening as Tim Murtagh is on his way. No slips in place now. Murtagh in up the hill over the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who plays this firmly to mid-on, fielded by Milan, but not before Alsop goes through for a single. He goes to 17, and the Sussex Sharks 27 without loss. Not a whole 5th over of the morning.
Not a whole heap of movement out there just yet, Adrian, which is what was expected, really, with the overheads, with Murtagh. A used pitch. Hybrid, though, so nothing really off the seam, it seemed so far. Nothing through the air at all, either. That'll disappoint Middlesex. It felt like a really good toss to win this one.
Murtagh runs in, bowls to Orr, and Orr is forward and plays this to backward point. Thought about a single, but it wasn't there. And there is no run. Just keeping across scores elsewhere. At Canterbury, Lancashire have lost a wicket. It's the former Sussex man Luke Wells who's out for a duck. So Lancashire 7 for 1 in the other group. Elsewhere, Somerset have also lost a wicket at Edgbaston. They are 8 for 1 in the 5th over. Andrew Mead, who made a good half-century at Taunton on Friday, is the man out bowled by Liam Norwell for just 3. Durham have also lost a wicket. More of that in a moment. In comes Murtagh, bowls to Orr, who punches back to mid-on, fielded by Milan, and there is no run. Durham are 10 for 1 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Graham Clark, who made runs against Sussex last week, out for a duck. So Durham 11 for 1 in the 4th. So at the minute, all the sides who are in contention are having a decent day so far. Just to reiterate, the winners of this game almost certain to go through for a home semi-final. The losers could go out the competition. It's that tense and that tight as Murtagh runs up the hill, in and bowls, and all forward, plays down the track. Murtagh fields of his own bowling. Bit of football juggling skills. End of the over from Tim Murtagh, and the Sussex Sharks are 27 without loss. Economic over from Tim Murtagh, just conceding the 1 run.
Should we do it off the long run up on the permutations on this particular group? Because this is, both groups are fascinating. This one is tight though, isn't it? It's 1 point separating the top 5, 2 points separating the top 6. So Sussex top with 10, Middlesex second with 10, Gloucestershire played out with 10, but Gloucestershire and below them Leicestershire, who were also on 10, as you just mentioned, Leicestershire playing Durham today. Leicestershire's run rate is minus 0.025, so they would it would be incredibly difficult to imagine that the winner today doesn't get the home semi-final. As here's Anderson past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-off, 27 without loss. I know Middlesex was straight away billing it as winner takes all, which I think it is. I can't see a scenario where winning today, especially Sussex, I mean, Sussex's run rate is 1.7, whereas Leicestershire's is minus .025. So for them to win and topple Sussex for top spot, I can't see it. I can't see them having that big a victory. And did you say Durham are batting first as well?
Yes.
Here's Anderson bowls. He's clipped away out to deep mid-wicket. Lovely looking shot by Allsop. Long chase here for Max Harris, and he slides and flicks it back in. They'll take 2, 29 without loss. This is a tremendous start here for Sussex in the opening 6 overs. Not hugely prolific, but it's a substantial footing that Allsop and Orr are forming for the hosts. So yeah, Middlesex, if they win likewise, it's very difficult to see their .8, their plus .8, their positive .8 run rate being overturned by a Leicestershire win today. As here's Anderson bowls outside off. It's punched to cover. Peter Milan fields. And there's no run. So Gloucestershire are on an absolute wing and a prayer in third spot, aren't they? Played out on 10 points. They need Leicestershire, Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire to all lose today so that Gloucestershire could hold third. So they're as good as out. Now the permutation for Middlesex and Sussex in defeat today. As here's Anderson bowls, and this one goes past the edge of Allsop's bat, just looking to run it, guide it. There is no third, actually, so it's not a bad shot, actually. It's an interesting ploy, Middlesex. They've gone with a deep point, but brought short third up inside the circle, which is quite interesting. I'll come back to that in a moment, but finishing this point, if 2 of Leicestershire, Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire win today, then the loser of this match goes out. Anderson's in, bowls, and this is driven uppishly, but placed well in between mid-wicket, which is Sam Robson, and the mid-on, Tilan Wallaluisa. They'll get back for 2. That uppish drive, it was checked slightly, but the placement was good. That was the key to it. Allsop's on to 21, 31 without loss, Middlesex. So yes, if 2 of Leicestershire, Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire win today, then the loser of this match goes out, which is incredible to think, really, looking at the 2 of them top of the pile coming into this one. But Middlesex will be kicking themselves. That opening defeat to Leicestershire, it was a game they really feel they should have won. This man, Martin Anderson, conceded 33, I think it was, off his over the 48th of the innings. Allsop drives a single off him, just wide of mid-on, and he moves to 22, 32 without loss. And the Gloucestershire defeat, well, they had Yadav off the field for a fair bit of the chase, and again they were beating themselves up. A rare poor performance with the bat in the Gloucestershire game.
Well, one of the sides, as Kevin was alluding to there, Nottinghamshire, will be hoping to win today. They've reduced Surrey to 14 for 3 in the 6th over. So Nottinghamshire is not in their own hands. However, if they were to win, and others were to lose, as Kevin was saying, it all gets very complicated, but not just have to win and hope results go their way. So Surrey 14 for 3 at Welbeck Colliery. In comes Tin Merter under the floodlights here at home, running up the hill to bowl to the left-handed Tom Allsop, who pulls a short delivery straight to the man at mid-wicket. Well, I think barely saw that. It was pulled very hard by... I don't think he picked it up.
You mentioned those tracks as well. I think he was worried about the track. There's the brown matting on the track to his left, if he were to look to those block of flats at the Cromwell Road ends, and there's the green matting on the one to his right. And I'd imagine he was probably a little nervous about that as well, because you mentioned it on the Stoneman one in the covers as well.
Yeah. So the 2 fielders were in power play 1, which I'll explain in a moment, as Merter runs away from us, number 34 on the back of his shirt, in and bowls to Allsop, who plays a forcing shot into the covers, fielded by Stoneman, and there is no run. So only 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle in power play 1, which lasts for the first 10 overs, and those fielders that are a deep backward point underneath the clock tower scoreboard and a deep mid-wicket. The good news, actually, as well, in terms of the weather, I'm looking at the flag, at the Sussex flag, which is flying on a mast above the clock tower scoreboard. It's billowing away, so there is a bit of breeze, which will hopefully blow away
the threat of rain's minimal as well, isn't it, today? It's very, very slight.
This low cloud as Merter is in and bowled, and also pulls this one. He makes no mistake with that. The last one, he picked out Robson at mid-wicket. This time he made no mistake at all, and he slams the ball away through mid-wicket and picks up a boundary. Does Tom Allsop, lovely shot. He goes to 26, and the Sharks to 36 without loss.
Stephen Eskenazi, the on-field captain's coming across to have a chat with the club captain, Tim Merter. In fact, a message across Merter to Robson at mid-wicket. I don't know if he's asking him to come a little straighter, or there's a brains trust there. Look, Milan's getting involved as well now for a mid-on. Look at that experience. Well, there's 4 test players. Oh no, Eskenazi's not yet. He's a line. Stoneman's at cover. From mid-wicket around to cover, there's a fair old bit of experience. Robson, Milan, Merter, Eskenazi and Stoneman.
I just wonder whether keeper Cracknell's going to stand up to the stumps here. I think he is.
He is, yeah.
We got a slight delay just when running off the field. He's got the helmet on, so Cracknell is going to stand up to Tim Murtagh. No slips in place. I'll give you the rest of the field in a moment as Murtagh is in and bowls, and also drives firmly into the covers, fielding by Holden, and there is no run.
That's where he's got to leave it, Mercer. He's got to be a metronome right there, hasn't he?
So he's got 4 men saving one on the offside. He's got a backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off, supplemented by that fielder on the boundary at deep backward square. And on the onside, he's got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a short fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket as well. As Murtagh, literally just down in front of us. You run up the hill from the sea end of the ground, coming into bowl to Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop is back on his stumps and forces this onto the leg side. And there is no run.
That's good again, isn't it? One ball to come of the over. Mercer could do with getting out of it.
Yeah, we're in the 7th over of the morning. Just to reiterate, Middlesex winning the toss here and electing to bowl first. Floodlights on.
He's only gone for 3.4, hasn't he, Mercer? Does that include the boundary in this over? It does, yeah.
Yes.
He's only gone for 12 so far. Anderson's gone for 24 off his 3 at 8s.
Pattern in again, bowls, and Alsop drives, and Murtagh fields up his own bowling. It is the end of the over, and the Sussex Sharks are 36 without loss. Tom Alsop on 26, Ali Orr is on 8. I have to say that Alsop has faced the lion's share of the bowling. He's faced 28 deliveries. And Ali Orr has faced just 14, but the Sharks will be delighted not to have lost a wicket. And the two umpires just having a little natter as well. I'm not quite sure what they're having a chat about, but...
Oh, Tillan, well, Luis is involved. What's he doing? I think he just runs to get the spare ball. Because the one ball goes in the pocket of the other umpire, doesn't it? It's a different ball at either end, so that was all he was getting involved for. Don't forget to give us the balls. So he's thrown it up to Anderson, so it is Anderson's continue. What's Sussex's strength? I mean, I think I know the answer, looking at it, but Middlesex clearly with the bat. Eskenazi, Stoneman, Robson, Milan, Holden, Holman, Cracknell, Anderson. I mean, that's an incredible top 8, to be fair. Anderson bowls. This ball's dabs into the onside, no run, 36 without loss.
Well, you were talking about Cheteshwar Pujara, who's averaging 96 in the competition. He's made 482 runs, a couple of hundreds, big 100 here against Surrey, 100 in a losing cause at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. So he will be key for Sussex today. But the young bats have batted around him. Tom Clark, Ali Orr, Tom Alsop. But you feel Pujara is often the glue and the experience in the middle.
It looks a powerful lower middle order with Rawlins and Carter.
Yeah, James Coles, yeah.
Anderson bowls, full, driven down the ground, lovely shot. Right up there from Anderson on this occasion, and slots, well, kind of. It was trapping the bat powerfully down it, high back lift, down hard onto the ball, and straight and mid-on. Away it goes for 4. Lovely, lovely shot by Ali Orr. He's on to 12 into double figures, 16th ball, 40 without loss in the 8th.
And the other two players who you'd have seen in the county championship game at Lords were Ari Carvelos and Brad Curry, who were both at that stage in for a month's trial with Sussex.
Don't mention Curry.
And that's been extended now until the end of the season.
Anderson in, bowls, short, outside off. This one's punched away out to deep point, 41 without loss. He went through Middlesex, what was it, the second day?
Yes. Yeah, took 5 wickets, but they were young bowlers who came in. Sussex have had such a crisis with bowlers. Obviously, no Ollie Robinson, no Jofra Archer. George Garton, although he's playing in the 100, has been suffering with long COVID. Finn Hudson-Prentice has had a stress fracture in his back, so they were really struggling for quick bowlers. And Carvelos and Curry came into the side and have done really well. In fact, Ari Carvelos is the leading wicket taker in the competition, where he was at the start of play today with 18. And has bowled really well throughout.
Anderson's in, bowls, block hole delivery, bumped to the extra cover. Stoneman and ooh and ah from the crowd, but it's bumped into the ground.
Yeah.
First up. Yeah, leading wicket taker, Carvelas. Second on that list, Adrian? Umesh Yadav.
Right,
Who's
yes.
not here. So over to old man Mercer to try and play the Yadav role, which is a key one with Bamba missing as well. And in turn, Roland Jones missing. He's missing because Blake Cullen's injured, so Roland Jones called up to replace him for London Spirits. As Anderson's in, bowls, whipped away through mid-wicket. Just hasn't quite got the length here at the moment. He's already been driven down the ground once, trapping that back down beautifully. On this one, he was able to just whip it a little bit more in between the mid-wicket and the mid-on for 4 more, and Anderson's expensive at one end at the moment. But this is the thing, with no Yadav, no Bamba. They've got a different opening pair to how they started the competition in Anderson and Murtagh. Anderson, on his day, can be quite brilliant. He's a genuine all-rounder, I'd say, at the moment. Some days with a bat, outstanding. Some days with the ball. Never quite sure which one you're going to get out of him, though. Middlesex really need it with him from the ball today, just to be that little bit more of a senior man. He's a Berkshire boy. Toby Greatwood was Berkshire as well with him, but he misses out through injury. Anderson's past the umpire. He bowls better line and length, and that's hit away out towards deep points. Uppish for a moment, and it's just a single. 46 without loss, the score, and at the end of the 8th over. So 2 overs left of the power play, with power play 1, only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Murtagh's bowling through, no surprise there. Wouldn't be surprised if Murtagh, I want to say bowls all of his 10, but a good 7 of them at this stage. I think they'll then look to Anderson and Harris, Max Harris, to bowl those death overs later in the piece. But I think they'll really hope that Murtagh, with this slightly harder, newer ball, can just find something at some stage in the early stages of this innings. I think this is when they'll see him. His pace as well. I don't think they'll like his pace bowling at the death. Tim Murtagh. We shall see, though. 46 without loss after 8.
Murtagh running away from us. From the C end of the ground, he's in and bowls to Alsop, who punches this away through mid-wicket and picks up his 32nd run. Tom Alsop, Sussex go to 47 without loss on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand, and a gloomy Hove with the floodlights on. But the good news is that the forecast is good for the day. We're doing an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in just a couple of moments' time as Murtagh turns.
We'll be telling them of a good start, Harmsy. Unless Middlesex can find a wicket in the next 11 balls, you'd say this is Sussex's power play.
Murtagh in and bowls, and that kept a little low and played to backward point. The throw comes in. He had to get a scamper on there, did Tom Alsop. He called for the run. It was backward of sway. He called for the run. The throw came in from backward point. I think that's Martin Anderson out there. It missed the stumps, but the reaction of everybody around the field was that might have been close had it hit, but it didn't. And Orr picks up another single. He goes to 40, and Sussex to 48 without loss. Elsewhere, Durham 22 for 1 against Leicestershire. Surrey 20 for 3 against Notts. And Somerset 26 for 1 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire in this group. As in comes Murtagh, bowls, cut away firmly down towards third man. That's going to run away for a boundary to Tom Alsop. That's a lovely shot. Well, Sussex are off to a really good start here, Sarah, Hove, in the gloom. They were asked to bat by Middlesex this morning. We're in the 9th over, and Sussex have just brought up the half-century partnership there. 52 without loss. Tom Alsop playing very nicely. He's on 36 off 33 deliveries. Alistair Orr is on 14. So Sussex going along well here, Sarah. 52 without loss. Meanwhile, at Welbeck Colliery, that's where Surrey are playing Nottinghamshire, and Surrey struggling. They're 22 for 3 in the 8th over. As in comes Murtagh and bowls, and back on his stumps is Alsop, and he clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sussex 52 without loss. Alsop 36 off 34 now. Alior 14 off 18. And another chat, but as Kevin was saying, between the brains trust of Eskenazi, Milan and Tim Murtagh. The light, I thought, was getting better, and it's now closed in again. This low cloud is being very reluctant to blow away from the south coast. As Murtagh on his way again, bowls to Alsop, who drives into the covers, fielded by Stoneman. And there is no run.
Oh, what was that blare in our ears there? Send me Forget-Me-Nots, is that what
it was Forget-Me-Not by Denise...
I'm amazed you've got that far. Well done, Adrian. I'm happy with this.
I think so. I think I'll look it up.
Do we have an Adrian Harms jukebox Friday night in the offing? We used to have that with Clive Eakin of BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, didn't we? Friday night jukebox with Clive Eakin.
Well, that was music was playing in our ears during the update.
That's the problem with that song, though, Harmsy.
In comes Murtagh. running away from us. Bowled to Alsop, and Alsop plays this firmly out into the offside. It's just a single to the clock tower score, but there's a bit of a misfield out there, but nonetheless, it doesn't cost a run. The throw comes in. Who's that out there? That's Max Harris, who gets in the throw. So it's the end of Tim Murtaugh's fifth over, an over that cost 7 runs, and with 9 overs gone, the Sussex Sharks are 53 without loss, Alsop 37, or on 14.
It's been ruined by Men in Black, hasn't it? You just think Will Smith's going to appear dressed in black dancing every time you hear that song start up now, don't you? It's a great song, great song, but you first go to Men in Black every time you hear it. Well, I do anyway, which is saying, 'cause it's a lovely song, and it holds its own for sure. Forget-me-nots. Middlesex won't want to forget this competition. They've been going well in it. They lost that opening game to Leicestershire and then went on a winning run of 5 matches. The amazing thing about this comp as well, Adrian, is we've gone through the strength of the Middlesex side. All right, Yadav's missing today now, and Bamba's out as well. He'd been in one of the England squads, hadn't he, earlier this season. Is it Lions? It's Anderson's in, bowls. Block hole delivery, gets through, good stop behind the stumps from Cracknell. That looked as though it had a little bit of shape. Right arm over to the left-hander. Cracknell had to go back to his right to block it, whether it just went out of one of the footholds and jagged slightly on him or whatever it was. He had to go to his right to collect it, and it also kept very, very low, so it might have just shot along down the hill out of one of those footholds. So very, very good stop from Cracknell. Start of the 10th over, the final over of the power play. Anderson to Alsop. Bowls again, full, driven to mid-on, no run. Gone full first 2 deliveries. The final over of the power play. Can he get out of this over? I think Middlesex's scores across the competition, I was coming to the point about those games so far, their scores have been on a par of around 340 to 350, and the power plays across those games have all been circa 50 to 60, and teams have still gone on to a 350 mark. Middlesex, I think, did manage 82 in one of those games, might have been the Surrey game, but then they were restricted at the end. Similarly, they racked up their highest List A score, a second highest List A score. I mentioned Max Holden losing that 166 2018 record down at Canterbury to Eskenazi when he hit the 182. Middlesex racked up 374, their second highest List A score. Anderson bowls, that's driven hard through the covers. 4 off the 3rd ball, 57 without loss, crunched through the covers for 4. Lovely, lovely shot. The left-handed Alsop, just angled across him. The length was there for it as well. But yeah, that sits now just behind the 380 when Holden hit the 166. And Ross Taylor with him, sending a decent Kent attack to all parts at Canterbury in 2018. But yeah, the competition this year, Middlesex have gone extremely well with bats in all games, but they've been tested in every single one. I think the Surrey game at Radlett was perhaps the one which was a little bit more comfortable than the others of the victories they had, but even in that, Ryan Patel hit a century. Anderson's in, bowls, good line and length, eased for a single, back at a point by Alsop. He moves to 42, Orr's on strike on 14. He'll have 2 balls left of the power play to add to his tally, which is low because he's only faced 18 deliveries in comparison to the 40 that Alsop has faced.
Just interesting in terms of the weather, we've had a message in from Julian, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who's sitting in the top deck of the Svenkhama pavilion. He says, good morning from a very damp pavilion at the flats on the I-360, which is the big tower, right? Have now disappeared completely from view in the gloom.
Anderson bowls, forward goes Orr, defending against the offside, there's no run.
So that gives you an idea of how gloomy it is. And I'm just looking at the flag on the clock tower pavilion because we need that to start billowing away and hopefully blow some of this murk and mist away. Because we wouldn't be playing without the floodlights.
No, we wouldn't. White ball game, there would be no harm with the bad light on this one, I'm sure.
Last ball of the power play.
And Anderson's in. He bowls, and this ball is full into the block hole. Dug out. Good finish to the power play from Anderson. He concedes just the 5 off that over, and that's a fabulous finish from him. And well done, Eskenazi, for keeping faith with him as well, because he has been expensive in the early stages here, Anderson. Stark contrast to that of Murtagh, who's gone for 19 off his 5 overs. Anderson has gone for 38, 39 now off his 5. So just bring it back down. below the economy of 8 that he'd been going at with a good end to the power play. So well done him. Murta will continue. No real surprise. His economy of 3.8. It's just a matter of how long. Will he give him 7 overs? Will he give him 8 overs at this stage?
I could see some sawdust being brought out. One of the ground staff out there with a big white bucket. So it's clearly very sort of drizzly and dank here at home.
Well, there was a bit of overnight rain, wasn't there? I was a bit worried. First thing this morning as well. Early start for me this morning, Adrian. 6 a.m. Open the curtains. There's a bit of rain around. Halfway down to Hove last night. But yeah, there was rain last night, rain again this morning, and he just thought, oh no, surely not. Surely rain's not going to end what's going to be a cracking finish to this autumn.
A big pile of sawdust has just been dumped in front of us as well at Tim Murta's end. So let's hope the weather doesn't interfere.
I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I think we're okay.
We've had an email in from Bermuda.
Oh.
As in comes Tim Murta to bowl to Tom Alsop, who's forward. So the power play is now over. We're in the 11th over as Alsop takes a single to mid-on, which means that Middlesex can now have 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle.
Has it got a free invitation for a holiday?
No.
Not interested then.
We might
Not
get
interested.
One. And it's coming from Valerie. Hello, Valerie, who's listening over there. She says, I'm Bermudian and I follow Del Rey when he plays cricket for Sussex. I've certainly enjoyed this Royal London Cup competition, especially the last week when he's played so well. Delray Rawlings has been excellent, Valerie, and he hit a huge 6 at Taunton on Friday night. As in comes Murta bowls and or flirts with one outside of the off stump, looking to chop it away through backward point. The ball goes through to keeper Cracknell, and there is no run. Total 59 without loss. She says, I don't know who the commentators are, but I'm so happy with their young, entertaining ways. My watching cricket heydays are going to test matches in England and the West Indies from the 1970s. She says, all the best to Sussex. So,
I tell you what, I'm happy with that. Young and entertaining, I'll take that. Young and entertaining ways, you and me, Harmsy. Who'd have thought?
In comes Murta, running. Thank you for getting in touch, Valerie. Running away from us into bowl to or plays to backward point. There is no run.
Can I put that on my Twitter handle, young and entertaining?
I think
or do you think would that be misleading?
I think you can. So just so you know, Valerie, it's Adrian Harms, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex, and also 5 Sports Extra. But thank you for getting in touch from. You've been to Bermuda, Kevin?
I got lost on the way.
Very good. I haven't, so there we are. We're after an invitation to go to the lovely... I can tell you Surrey have lost another wicket at Welbeck Colliery. Surrey now 31 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire with an outside chance of qualifying in this group, doing all they can at the moment. As in comes Murta, bowls and or stabs that one. We'll see whether it came off the bat or whether it was off the pad. Nonetheless, Tom Alsop calling all very quickly through for a sharp signal. It must have come... Well, umpire Watts has made a signal towards the scorers, but that's gone down to Alior. So he goes to 15, the total 60 without loss.
Young and entertaining. That's just that superseded my Toby Greatwood moment at Taunton as my moment of the season now. When was the last time you were described as young, Adrian? Entertaining all the time.
A long time ago. Elsewhere, just to bring you quickly up to date, Lancashire now 37 for 3.
Well, maybe she was talking about me. I'm young and you're entertaining, Adrian.
And Somerset 33 for 2 against Warwickshire. Just trying to keep you right abreast with all the other scores. In terms of who wins here, the other scores don't matter a jot because they all qualify. In comes Murta, bowls and also drives to mid-wicket. There is no run. He's in his 6th over, Tim Murta. He's just conceded the 21 runs.
Speaking of young and entertaining, where's Kevin Howes today? He's obviously at another ground somewhere, isn't he? Poised. Is he on 100 duty later? He introduced us this morning, didn't he?
Yes, I don't quite know where. It's getting a little lighter now. This sort of mist is drifting in and out, and we're in sort of a lighter phase as Murta turns, runs away from us up the hill to bowl to a left-handed Alsop, who's on 43 or 42 deliveries. Murta in and bowls and worked into the off-side. They eventually go through for a single. It was played to backward point, fielded by Holden, and there is one more to Tom Alsop, and the Sharks 61 without loss. Alsop on 44, or is on 15. The end of the 6th over bowled by Tim Murta. Sussex 61 without loss at the end of the 11th over. And we were talking about Forget-Me-Nots, which was that song that was being played. Yeah. It was sung by Patrice Rushton. So, Diane, I was completely wrong.
Not Denise.
Thank you very much for getting in touch. Says Umpire Roy, who sends that through. Why don't you get in touch? sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Kevin Hand BBC.
That's the one.
So please get in touch.
Good morning, random female, who says, a fabulous description of the Taunton moment, Kevin. Thank you. It restores your faith in cricket after the divisions that the ECB have manufactured. Exactly that, random female. You put that very, very nicely in your tweet there. There has been a lot of division over the years, but it really was. And, you know, there was division as well between Middlesex and Sussex a few years back when Middlesex were relegated in 2017, and that was rankling on a bit. But I tell you what, it's all soon been forgotten in the last few years, and the Royal London One Day Cup has really been a lovely celebration of county cricket. As here's Harris, right arm around the wicket from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls and he's cut hard straight to the deep cover field at 62 without loss. The first over outside the power play from the Cromwell Road end is bowled by Harris. Anderson was asked to take that duty of bowling in the power play as the more senior of the two. Young Harris held back.
Just to say, another weather update has come from Rick Piper, who's watching from the veranda at the Cromwell Road end. He said, if I'd bought my Pacamac, he says, I'd think you were putting it on one of those plastic fold-away jackets. So it's obviously drizzly out there. He says, as Eric and Ernie used to say, bring me sunshine. Well, let's hope there's a bit later on, Rick.
Harris bowls short. Oh, now it wasn't that short, and Orr decided to go after him, and he went to get after him by going under it. He went low in his stance, and he looked to leverage that with an awful lot of might as well. Long leg set back, so too is deep backward square. It is a shorter boundary, but the elevation he was looking to get, he really would have had to have hit it a long way.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of his favourite shots, Ali Orr, and he played that to good effect down at Taunton at the weekend, on Friday, when he hit 11 sixes. He didn't time that at all.
11 sixes?
Yeah.
Goodness me. Harris bowls, and this is punched backward a point for 4. Lovely shot. Sweet bat. The ball, just a little bit of width. Sweet shot from Orr. Jack Taylor the other day for Gloucestershire, he'd scored 22 sixes in this year's competition, which was the most number of sixes scored in any white ball tournament by a Gloucestershire player. Orr's 11 must be giving him a chance of being up there.
Well, he's up to 19 sixes in the competition. He's averaging 63, Ali Orr, 443 runs before today. But yeah, 19 sixes he's hit. But it was a tremendous... And actually, you talk about moments of the season, and I had a Taunton moment as well, so I'll tell you mine at the end of the over, Kev.
Well, we've all had a Taunton moment at some point, Harmsy. Here's Harris, he's around the wicket. Oh, pump ball into the ground, through it goes. 66 without loss.
But it's a similar one, really. Ali Orr made this wonderful innings of 206, and at the end, as he walked off, and Sussex had racked up this huge score, 397 for 5, and as he walked up, the whole ground stood and applauded.
I saw the video of that.
It was a great moment. It really was.
I saw the video of that. It was wonderful. Sports Extra have left us. I hope not before the young and entertaining comment. If that email didn't go out to Sports Extra, I'm going to be devastated. Here's Harris. He's in, bowls down the leg side, wide. Good stop by Cracknell. That was a big wide down the leg side. Cracknell smothers it as he rolls to his right. And there is one extra run taken on top of it. So the scoreboard will tick along to 68 without loss in the 12th. Yep, Taunton... But to put it into context as well, Somerset were losing every game. But the atmosphere was tremendous. That Sunday that Middlesex had down there, it was the family fun day. I remember that. What was your one? There was something on your day as well.
Wine, sorry.
Here's Harris, he bowls. This ball's pushed away to cover, no run. Good stop at backward point, diving to his left. Young Max Holden, a little sidestep and then a dive. 68 without loss.
It was beer and cider.
Oh, beer and cider.
I think...
What did you have?
Yeah, I didn't have any, which was a bit of a shame, really. But there were plenty...
Driving home.
There were plenty who'd had my share, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, your share would have just been a thimble, Harmsy. You're a well-behaved citizen. Here's Harris bowls. Oh, leg side up in the air and 4. At first, it was a big wide. He did well to get bat on it. He did well to control it. It was in the air for a long while, but fine of the deep square. It almost went for the flattest of sixes imaginable, that one. It was in the air for so long. Towards Anderson, but well fined on him. 72 without loss. And there were 11 runs off Harris's first over. So a little bit of pressure put on the youngster straight up. Have to find a way from the Cromwell Road end. There's going to be a change. Tim Murtaugh's done, and it will be Tilan Walalawita from the Sea end.
I don't think Steve Eskenazi is at all happy about something, and it could well be the condition of the ball, which may be a little damp, but we've got a little break in play because the Sussex batsmen have been bought out some towels and some drinks.
Yeah. It's a good old chat there, wasn't there?
But Eskenazi was straight up to the umpires, who were in deep conversation.
And a deep point was made back to him, wasn't it? It's, in return. Who would that have been? Chris Watts.
Yes.
Shanmugam at the other end.
Yeah. I spoke to umpire Shanmugam before the game, who's from India. He's only been to this ground once before. He umpired in a Charlotte Edwards Cup game. Very nice man, who's looking forward to the game. But I think Eskenazi got short shrift there, you know.
Yes, I think Chris Watts put him in his place. Well, not put him in his place, but made the point very clear in response to whatever the protestation was of the Middlesex captain. So, yeah, whatever it is, it's done for now. We'll find out later on. There's always a little bit of something going on, isn't there, out there?
But it's going to be Walalawita who's going to come into the attack. He's replacing Tim Murtagh from the sea end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Ali Orr. Tim Murtagh's figures I shall give you just in a second. 6 overs, 0 for 22 in his opening spell. So very tidy from Murtagh. But it's going to be Walalawita. Now, the four fielders outside the circle. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backwards square. Then 3 men saving one on the offside and 2 on the leg. The deep mid-wicket is just going a little finer. He's almost at cow corner. Ali Orr just make sure he knows exactly where he is. Orr on 19, so 72 without losses. Walalawita is in bowls to Orr, who works this one down towards backward point and picks up a single. Or he goes to 20. Sussex to 75 without loss. Here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex. Got another email in from Stuart, which I'll read in a minute. Walalawita was just drying the ball on the towel. Stuart McPherson has sent us an email I'll come back to in a moment, as Walalawita is in, left arm over the wicket and bowls to Allsop, but it gets a little low, and Allsop punches that to mid-wicket. There is no run fielded there. I think that's Robson in there at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Yes, it is indeed. Hi, Adrian and Kevin, says Stuart. I'm watching here from sunny Northern Ireland, not far from the famous Giants Causeway and beautiful beaches of Port Rush and Port Stewart. Have either of you ever been this far north? Well, I'll tell you what, Stuart, I have. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. As in comes Walalawita bowls and played by Allsop back down the offside of the track, and there is no run. A relative of mine owns a very nice apartment in a place called Port Ballantrae, which is in your neck of the woods. I actually went over there for a birthday, an apartment in Port Ballantrae, which is a beautiful place right on the coast. In comes Walalawita bowls, and that turned a little, I thought, to Allsop. He played it nicely to backward point, but nonetheless, it's a half century for Tom Allsop, and beautifully played. Back into the side, having had a back spasm last week and missing the game down at Taunton. 50 in 49 deliveries with 8 fours, and that's a lovely knock by Tom Allsop, who's enjoying his first season here at Hove, and has had a very good season as well. Sussex go to 74 without loss. Walalawita again. 2 runs off the over so far. He's in and bowls. And Orr is beaten outside the off-stump. Ali Orr is gone. And a breakthrough and a wicket for Tilan Walalawita. And Orr is on his way for 20. And he's annoyed with himself, Ali Orr. There was a slightly tentative shot outside of the off-stump. And Orr is on his way. Got a little tickle through to keeper Cracknell. Walalawita gets the breakthrough for Middlesex, and the Sussex Sharks in the 13th over are 74 for 1, or on his way for 20.
Well bowled, Tilan Walalawita. Back into the side, straight into the wickets. Middlesex needed that. They really needed a breakthrough. Just start to feel the tension growing in the field there. 5th of the way through this innings, all 10 wickets standing. You do not want to let a side get to 30 overs with lots of wickets in hands. Side 4 down by the 30th, you'll feel like you've got a chance of restricting that T20 style launch in the back 20. Tom Clark comes out at 3. It's Pujara that Middlesex will want out there early and gone early as well. They've got Orr, the dangerous Orr, second highest run scorer in the competition, 206 to his name in his last innings. Allsop's hit a very fine innings. That'll be frustrating for Orr, because in some ways, you know, you can kind of sit at the other end, not having faced many deliveries as Ali Orr did, and you think, oh, well, they're in now, aren't they? You know, look, they've been out there for 12 and a half overs. Partnership was 70 odd, and Allsop's got 50, Orr's got time. Well, actually, he hasn't faced that many deliveries. And I did wonder, would that work against him slightly?
Just noticed umpire Watts just patting Steve Eskenazi on the back. So, you know,
they've made up.
Yeah, I think they have made up. Whatever was being discussed. So Ali Orr has gone for 20. I will read the rest of your email in a couple of moments' time, Stuart, at the end of there. But yes, I do know the part of the world that you live in, and it is absolutely beautiful. And had a lovely weekend over there. A couple of years ago, actually, it was a little break in the when we were allowed to travel during the COVID times, and had a lovely 4 days over in Port Ballantrae. So he goes on to say, this tournament will give great confidence to these young Sussex players going back into the Championship in September. He says, Pujara has been a terrific signing. Do you think he'll be back? In comes Walalawita bowls, and Tom Clark drives to mid-off, picks up a single off his first delivery. At the end of a very good over by Tilan Walalawita, just costing 3 runs, picking up the wicket of Ali Orr. Sussex are 75-1, also on 50, Clark on 1. He says, how is Tom at Taines' injury coming on? Will he be fit soon? Best wishes to you both. Well, I understand that Tom Haynes has been having some very sort of light workouts in the nets, so it suggests he's on his way back. Whether he'll be back for the County Championship in September, we'll have to wait and see, but he's on his way back. Is good news. And Julian's been back in touch, and he says, I hope you enjoyed Coldplay, says Julian. I thought they were brilliant. They were brilliant. I went on Saturday. Yeah, I went on Saturday to Wembley. Yeah, they were.
Oh, nice.
It was a great show. I think I did 6 sold-out nights at Wembley, and it was really, really good. So, yeah, thank you, Julian. And Julian says he thought they were brilliant, so Julian went as well. Despite the rail strike on Saturday, we managed to get there.
Max Harris to Tom Clark. His right arm around the wicket, and the left-hander looks to cut at a ball that keeps low down the slope and bounces in front of Cracknell and hurts Cracknell as well. Now, let's keep an eye on that, because Cracknell's the sub-keeper. Eskenazi can keep.
That didn't look good at all. He's in some discomfort. I think he's going to be OK, actually.
We had that horrible moment down here when Robbie White went down and dislocated his shoulder.
Yes, we did.
In the Championship game. He was down for a long while, and they had to stretcher him off in the end, didn't they? And on Sunday, indeed, Michael Burgess dropped Stephen Eskenazi taking a catch. He'd gone too far, diving to his right, and his glove had gone past it, and he actually wore it low on his wrist somewhere. Bottom of his thumb, maybe, as his Harris bowls onto the pads. A thought of an appeal, but from right arm around to the left-hander, it was just sliding down. And yeah, that was Burgess done for the game. He was off, but they did have a second keeper in the team. So Kai Smith took the gloves, and there was no problem at all there. For Middlesex, Eskenazi would be the man to take the gloves. Cracknell's got the gloves back on at the moment, but he is in a bit of discomfort. It just hurts him. He's not called for the physio, so it might just be one of those that he has to suck up today. It's Harris bowls again, and this one is a good line of length, bump back to him, and this is a good moment for Harris to get some overs under his belt here at Hove, with the partnership broken, and Clark out there on 1 from 2. Allsop will just have to check his own.
He will. It's getting brighter, Kevin, isn't it? Noticeably.
Yeah, the sea fret's gone, hasn't it? The overheads are still pretty thick, but the sea fret's gone, so that's cleared the clarity of vision around the ground's a little bit better. As his Harris, he bowls full, bumped down the ground, and mid-on comes around, holding them to a single. It's Eskenazi that collects.
Just in other games, and it's become even more important to win this game, because Durham are 40 for 4 at Leicester.
There you go.
Surrey are 45 for 5 at Notts.
There you go.
Somerset are 45 for 2 at Edgbaston. So in this group...
Well, it's only going to take 2 of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
It only takes 2 victories out of those 3 games, and the loser of this game is out. Harris is in, bowls, and this ball's driven to mid-on. There's no run, so only 2 of Warwickshire, Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire win, then the loser of this game goes out.
But Notts, I think, can only get the same number of points as Sussex, and then it would come down to run rate. And Notts' run rate is good.
Oh, yours is very good, isn't it?
Yeah, so... but Notts, you know, they'll know they'll need to knock off those runs very, very quickly. If they do that, they could get a very good run rate. all in the melting
Yeah,
pot.
Notts is better than Middlesex already. Harris is in, bowls, he's clipped away out to a deep mid-wicket for a single. I mean, Sussex, yes, you're right. There's basically 0.8 between them, isn't there? So would Sussex lose 0.4 in their net run rate? Would Nottinghamshire gain 0.4 in their victory to overtake Sussex's position? It's not the kind of thing you want to leave in the lap of the gods, that, is it? Or it wouldn't quite be the lap of the gods because it is a controllable, but it's not the kind of thing you want to get to the end of the match and think, oh, is the net run rate 0.05 or 0.06, or you want to do it yourself with the points. And I think both of these sides will be looking at this as lose and you're out. So
no, I think absolutely. Just a bit of news actually, which I noticed on the Sussex website yesterday and confirmed this morning, is that we were talking about Ari Carvelos and Brad Curry have both done so well for Sussex since they came into the side that their trial, in inverted commas, has been extended until the end of the season. As in comes Walla Lawita, bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays it a little uncertainly through mid-wicket, picks up a single. Sharks go to 79 for 1. So, yeah, just to confirm that Ari Carvelos and Brad Curry contracted now to Sussex to the end of the season, and then I guess we'll have to see what happens for next season. And just as I say, the light's improving, I think it's then closed back in again. Walla Lawita is on his way. Bowls to also, he uses his feet and drills that to mid-wicket. There's a misfield by Sam Robson, but it doesn't cost his side a run. Josh Davis has been in touch. He says, hi Adrian, do you think Brad Curry will stay next season? I hope so, because he's done very well and is rivaling Archie Lenham as our best looking player, says Josh. In comes Walla Lawita, bowls, and also eases that down there. A good stop by Robson, but not before Alsop's gone through for another single. Alsop to 52 or 54. He certainly has done well, Brad Curry. 11 wickets in this competition so far. Here to the end of the season. Walla Lawita. To his mark at the C end, he's in and bowled and flicked by Clark down the ground. He picks up another single to Tom Clark. He goes to 3, so it's to 81 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand from a gloomy county ground in Hove. Thank you all for your emails. Please keep them coming throughout the day. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Walla Lawita, left arm, over the wicket, bowls and driven by Alsop to mid-wicket. Another tight, accurate over from Tilham Walla Lawita. Just conceded the 3 runs so far. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg. Walla Lawita just waits and he's thinking about a change in the field and then decides not to. And comes in again, over the wicket, bowls and Alsop drives down the ground. Walla Lawita doesn't manage to field of his own bowling, and Alsop picks up another single. He goes to 53, and at the end of the over, the end of the 15th over, the Sussex Sharks are 82 for 1. Alsop 53, Clark on 4. The man out, Ali Orr, who was caught behind by Joe Cracknell off of the bowling of Tilham Walla Lawita for 20. That after an opening partnership of 74. Valerie's been back in touch. Hello, Valerie. Listening all the way over in Bermuda. You could tell us whether it's lovely and sunny in Bermuda today. I'd imagine it probably is. Read your email in a moment, Valerie. As Max Harris comes running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road, in bowls to Tom Alsop, whips this one on the leg side, and that's a lovely shot by Tom Alsop, clipped away off the front foot, and beautifully played and beautifully placed, because there's a fielder down at fine leg, also one at deep backward square, and he completely bisected the pair of them and picked up another boundary. He goes to 57 or 57 deliveries. Sussex to 86 for 1. Valerie says, I did my studies in London and Oxford, so I spent a lot of time and enjoyment in those areas from the 70s. Comes Harris again, bowls to Alsop, who plays it down the ground, fielded at mid-on. 1 more to the total, fielded there by Tim Murtagh. Alsop goes to 58, the Sharks to 87 for 1. Yes, Kevin Hand and Adrian Harms are your commentators today, Valerie. Valerie says, I know I'm a Del Rey fan, but best wishes to the entire Sussex side. Del Rey will be sitting up on the balcony now. He'll be batting probably at number 6 or maybe number 7 today. We'll see. As in comes Harris, bowls and clipped away by Clark. That's a lovely looking shot. It's gone for 4 runs. Beautifully timed by Tom Clark. Pitching round about leg stump and clipped away through square leg for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot off the front. Clipped it away. So 9 runs coming off the first 3 balls of the over. Kevin has very kindly gone and made me a coffee, which is very welcome.
Have you done your update yet?
No, we just do them hourly now. So we've got one till...
Oh, well, that's why we're the coffee now. I thought it was your 12 o'clock update. I did the coffee run. Do you take sugar, Harmsy?
No, thank you.
Sweet.
Sweet enough. In comes...
Don't say that when they're serving the dessert later.
Comes Anderson, bowls again, wider of the off stump, and this time Clark just plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Do we still get our platter of cakes at some stage
I
today?
would imagine at some stage there may... Well, actually, I don't know. We don't technically have tea, do we? So we have...
Well, we don't, but...
We might do. We might do. We're well looked after here at
Jamie's good.
Hove.
They like us here at Hove, don't they?
Just looking at the crowd...
I was off fetching the milk this morning from the catering department, wasn't I? Fletch, the Middlesex media man, he was downstairs fixing your effects, Mike.
Here comes Higgins.
So to speak.
Higgins bowls. It's Harrison, sorry, plays a backward point, fielded by Holden, and there is no run. So 2 dot balls to finish. Following a single and a 4 in this over so far. Field, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg, and then the field is scattered around the boundary. There's a 3rd man, a sweeper on the backward point boundary, a long leg, and a deep backward square as in comes Harris again, bowls to Clark. He times this nicely to mid-wicket, but well bowled by Max Harris, who conceded 9 runs off the first 3 balls of the over, then finished the over with 3 dot balls. So the Sussex Sharks are 91 for 1 at the end of the 16th over. Allsop is on 58, Clark is on 8. The man out, Ali Orr, who was caught behind for 20. In terms of the other scores, just keeping an eye on everything else going on around the country. Durham 50 for 4 at Leicestershire. Surrey 55 for 5 at Welbeck Colliery against Nottinghamshire. Somerset 52 for 2 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. And certainly Leicestershire and Warwickshire could secure a place in the quarterfinals if they both win today.
Well, Luita's in onto the pads. This ball trickles away back to on the leg side for a single. 92 for 1. Middlesex have that breakthrough here, but they'll be nervous about this. This is a 350 chase in the offing, isn't it?
I think there's a slip going in here. I think Robson is going in at slip, which is interesting.
For the new man Clark, yeah, I think that's a good move. I think they've got to look to take wickets here. I think they can probably afford 1 fielding position moved around at the moment as Wallaluita comes in, bowls, and this is cut hard to Holden, sweeping at deep points. Just a single. It's there or thereabouts where Wallaluita will want to leave it. Slips come back out for Allsop. We'll go into a mid-wicket for the skipper. Wallaluita bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the onside for a single once more. Allsop moves to 59, thinking about 2. My apologies, I said skipper because I looked down at the card, but of course the card has him down as the keeper, not the skipper. But I was thinking skipper because I know he's not keeping today, it's Carter. But I instinctively said the skipper, he's not. 94 for 1. 94 for 2, Middlesex be feeling a little happier right now, but 94 for 1 looks a little ominous. They just need wickets to keep coming here as Wallaluita bowls, and this is cut away into the offside, no run. The 206, what was the innings total then for Sussex in the 206 for Ali Orr?
Yes, it was the second highest score, 397 for 5. It's the second highest score that Sussex have made in one-day cricket. The highest was 399 at Horsham. That was in a 40-over match.
Wallaluita bowls, wraps on the pad, but outside the line of off, beating the inside edge clearly, but a big stride across. Well, Middlesex a few times have reached 200 quite comfortably by the 30-over mark, and we can double this score at it's 400. Got in 370s is the highest they've got this year. Their record remains that 380 at Canterbury, as we mentioned earlier, as Wallaluita bowls, and this is clipped to mid-wicket by Clark, no run. So 94 for 1 it is. That's the end of the 17th. The projection that the Sharks are on at the moment will have them sitting somewhere around that 200 mark by the 30th over. Would they then go on to the 400? Middlesex putting Sussex in this morning. There just wasn't that movement either through the air or off the surface that they hoped for. It was certainly a bowl first morning. When he looked up at the sky here at Hove, felt the humidity, he thought, you've got to have a go. You could fancy a couple. Tim Murtagh back in the sides. But they've missed the second highest wicket taker in the One Day Cup so far, which is Umesh Yadav. He sits second behind Ari Carvelis, and Luke Holman's a fair way up that list with his leg spin. When he gets introduced as well, it'll be interesting. But two left-handers out there at the moment. They've gone to the left-arm finger spin of Walla Lewita in the early stages. 94 for 1, the Sharks. Allsop 59. Clark has 9. Allsop has strike, and it's Max Harris continuing from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, it means he's running down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Tom Allsop. There's a really good crowd here at Hove today. I'm just looking at the southwest stand away to our left, which is probably about 2/3 full. Really good to see. As in comes Harris over the wicket, bowls, and Allsop drives handsomely through the covers. A shot that probably deserved more than a single, but there's a sweeper placed for exactly that shot in front of the Spenkarma Pavilion. One more to Allsop. He goes to 60 and the Sharks to 95. For 1. The upper deck of the Spenkarma Pavilion is very well patronised, as indeed is the lower deck. Plenty of people in deck chairs at the far end of the ground. In comes Harris again, down the hill, bowls, and Clark has played on! Well, he'll be really cross with himself, Tom Clark. It was a wide ball. He didn't go after that with the conviction that perhaps he wanted to. He was looking to thump that one away. He's got an inside edge, and he's played on, and Tom Clark is on his way for 9. And Middlesex have got their second breakthrough. The Sharks 95 for 2. Tom Clark gone for 9, and a wicket for Max Harris.
Huge wicket for Max Harris. That'll do his confidence the world of good. Went for 11 off his first over, didn't he? He's come back well. Harris, he's picked up a wicket in what now, his 3rd over, and that'll feel an awful lot better for him. Yeah, 11 his first went for. He's gone for 17 in total, so 1 off the first ball of this over. So his second over only went for 5.
Weather update from Rick, who's watching at the far end. He said if he'd have bought one of those plastic Macs to put on in case of rain, he said he'd probably be taking up. He says the here comes the sun. So thank you very much, Rick, for getting in touch. It sounds as if maybe the weather is improving, but you feel that this is a pivotal stage of the match now.
Well, come at the hour, yeah.
Will be Cheteshwar Pujara, who's been in magnificent form. Well, the whole time he's been here at Hove, he's been a terrific. I'm sure we'll get a terrific ovation. Because actually, if Sussex don't win here today, this will be his last appearance of the season. Because he was going back at the end of... If Sussex were to get to the final, that's all a long way away. Cheteshwar is going back to India at the end of the month. So this may be the last chance.
Would he not come back for the final?
I don't know. I mean, he's going back at the end of August. Yeah. Well, that's a great ovation. And he's been absolutely magnificent for Sussex. Not just because he's made lots and lots of runs, but when you talk to the younger players and you talk to the management here at Hove, they'll tell you about his influence around this very young group of players, particularly the batters, particularly working alongside, Grant Flower is the batting coach here now. He's really helped these young players come along. And he's been terrific in this competition, as Kev was saying, in terms of his numbers. 482 runs at an average of 96. He's made 200s, a big 100 here against Surrey. But probably the most impressive 100 came at Edgbaston when he was on a Sussex loss by 4 runs against Warwickshire in another high-scoring game. And he was magnificent in that game. However, Middlesex will know this is a key moment as well. And can't score runs every time he bats, or maybe he can, who knows, but it's been a delight to watch him, and lots of people have asked me, is he coming back next season? The answer is I don't know, but I'm sure Sussex will be hoping that he does.
Well, Eskenazi versus Pujara, Robson against. In terms of those runs, the 1, 2, 3 and 4 of the leading run scorers in the comp. The leading wicket takers, as we said, the number 1 is from Sussex. which is the trialist Carvelas. Middlesex's leading wicket taker is not here, and Umesh Yadav against Panda would have been box office today. It's going to be Max Harris against him, though, first up. 95 for 2. Harris right arm over, and the right-handed Pujara clips away off the mark. First ball out to deep square. 96 for 2 it is. 3 to come of the over. That's a real shame for the competition. And the crowd today, Yadav versus Pujara would have been one of those to tune in for. We had Shaheen Shah Afridi against Pujara and Rizwan earlier this year, didn't we, down here at Hove? And Pujara, of course, hit a century here at Hove against Middlesex, and then double ton at Lords in the championship games. As Harris passes the umpire, still over the wicket to the left-hander, who bumps the ball back to Harris. That's hurt his right hand, and there's a slip from Pujara, and Allsop has to get back as coming around at mid-off Eskenazi fields. Pujara apologises. It's saved a single, the slip of Pujara, and it hasn't cost a wicket for Sussex, though, which is the most crucial thing. 96 for 2, 2 to come the over.
Just to say welcome back to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra, here to Hove in the gloom, floodlights on, and with this mist which we think is going, all of a sudden seems to come back again. It seems to be creeping back again, Kevin.
Harris hits the crease, bowls, and this ball's driven away out to deep cover for a single by Allsop. Producer Howells is on the ball, isn't he? He realises Pujara's out to bat. Crucial moment of the match down at Hove. Can Middlesex get him early?
Well, it is crucial, as you say. You know, he's averaging 96 in the competition, 482 runs, highest score 174, which was at that stage the highest score by a Sussex player in one-day cricket. But it only lasted 5 days until Ali Orr broke the record, but was also with 206 on Friday.
Harris in, bowls. This ball's clipped out steep mid-wicket. 4. Lovely shot. Pujara, first ball clipped for a single, second ball clipped for 4. He moves to 5, and Sussex have moved to 101 for 2. Allsop 61, Pujara 5. Did I nick your over there somehow, Harmsy? I think I did after the wicket, didn't I? Sorry.
But not to worry. Just to run you through the other scores, we're keeping right up to date with all the games around the Royal London One Day Cup today. So Durham in a real mess at Grace Road against Leicestershire, 53 for 6. A game that if Leicestershire win, they will go through to the quarter-finals, almost certainly. Durham 53 for 6 in the 16th over. Surrey not faring much better at Welbeck Colliery. They're 76 for 5 in the 18th against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire outsiders to make it through. But they're doing all they can to win the game. And elsewhere in this group, Edgbaston, Somerset 55 for 2 against Warwickshire. In the other group, Lancashire 73 for 3 against Kent at Canterbury. Hampshire 87 for 1 against Yorkshire at Scarborough, as Tillam Wadalawita is to carry on from this. The C end of the ground is coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Allsop, who's on 61. Allsop looked like he was attempting a sweep. The ball bounces off the pad, ends up at backward point. There is no
Rather
run.
tried to smother that in the end, didn't he? His bat face was almost facing the ground as he realised he was in a bad position, went for the sweep, and it was almost trying to play a forward defence in the position of a sweep, but slamming the ball straight back down into the ground.
Wadalawita's got a towel that he's tucking into the back of his trousers. It's got very overcast here again, and almost as if there is a bit of drizzle in the air. Wadalawita in bowls, and also looking to turn that on the leg side. He's hit high on the thigh pad. The ball bounces down in front of him, and there is no run.
Wouldn't help the grip of the spinners if so. Is it? Do you reckon it's drizzle or sea fret?
I think it's more of a fret. I mean, there's no umbrellas up around the ground, which is the good news. The floodlights still on, and we need them. Wadalawita in bowls. Allsop uses his feet, clips through square leg. They pick up 1. They're going to come back for the second. They'll need to be quick. Pujara running to the non-strikers and trying to get a bit of a move on, but good running by Allsop. He goes to 65 and 6 to 100. And did he go to 65? Or has that gone up already? 103 for 2. They have gone up already, so the scoreboard is working very quickly at Hove today as Wadalawita, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and that seemed to turn a little bit, and it came off Allsop pad. It dribbles down towards third man. They're coming back for a second run. The throw comes in. I think they will be leg byes. Yes, indeed they are. Good running by Tom Allsop, but I thought there was a little bit of slow turn there for Tillam Wadalawita, who dries the ball on the towel again. The two men out for Sussex, Ali Orr, who was caught cracking off the bowling of Wallaluita for 20. That's when the score was 74. And then Tom Clark, who was bowled off an inside edge, looking to drive the ball through the covers off of Max Harris for 9, when the score was 95 for 2. Eskenazi's changing his field a little. He's moving his deep mid-wicket a little square.
Yeah, Mark Stoneman's just had a chat with Eskenazi. I don't know if it was that. Quite often when there's a left-hander on strike, Stoneman's immediately into the ear of the skipper, just saying, no, look, you need to move this slightly. Oh, now Robson's at it.
Yes, he wants his log on a little straighter, I think. Robson's got him very close there at mid-wicket. There's Wallaluita. 3 or 4 paces, left arm over the wicket bowls, and also plays very carefully to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's been a good little spell, this, by Tillam Wallaluita.
Well, there's no shortage of experience out there, is there? We're going through this side of Middlesex's. Plenty of experience in terms of the batters, try and help the young bowlers.
Wallaluita in again, bowls wider of the off stump, but trying to tempt Tom Alsop into a drive. Alsop not to be tempted at the end of a tidy over from Wallaluita, who's now bowled 3 overs and has taken 1 for 10. At the end of the over, Sussex are 105 for 2. Alsop on 63, Pujara on 5. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, 5 Sports Extra, Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand in the gloom at Hove.
Margaret Newson says, listening and watching while working in the office today. Come on, Middlesex. I think that if Middlesex get through and have that match at home, it will be at Radlett, not Lords, she questions. Yes, it's Radlett for Middlesex. Be it Friday in a home playoff or next Tuesday in a home semi-final. They've got to win this one, though. You wouldn't imagine that they're going to get a home playoff in defeat. So victory means a home semi-final Tuesday week. Defeat, you'd imagine, means elimination. Here's Harris down the hill to Pujara, and a solid forward defence from the right-hander, pushing away into the covers. Random Female, a fabulous description of the Taunton moment, Kevin. Oh, I thought we did that one already. Thank you, Random Female. Good to have you with us. Oh, can we do the young and entertaining email again now? Sports Extra about with us. Young and entertaining, Harms.
Yes, we got an email from Valerie, who's a
no, don't do it again. I'm teasing.
Fan listening over in Bermuda.
Here's Harris. He's midway through his run-up. He bowls, and this ball's cut away to backward point. 105 for 2.
Interesting
we established you were entertaining and I was young.
Interesting talking about Max Harris getting some overs in now, because I'd imagine that Pujara will just be a little cautious here early on. They'll know the importance with Orr and Clark gone.
Well, yeah, I mean, before that wicket, we were saying 30 over mark. There'll be nearly 200 on the board. But 105 for 2 in the 20th now. As Harris moves in, bowls, short of a length. This was eased to backward points. Sussex will be well aware that Middlesex are light with the ball today. Strongest suit by far with the bat for Middlesex in this competition, and particularly in this day with no Yadav now, no Bamba Murta back in for a first match, and he's bowled 6 overs at the top. How they go, how they use Murta, I'd imagine they might use him through the middle overs and not send him on at the death, but I suppose it depends how well Harris is bowling. As in he comes, bowls, and Pujara drives a very wide ball.
Shot.
Goodness me, he has dismissed that. Deep point in place, and I thought he'd get around and sweep it up with the gentle offering of the bat by Pujara, but the timing was quite simply sensational. And Anderson didn't have far to move, but he didn't have much hope either. That ball raced away. Pujara moves to 9. 109 for 2, Sussex put in here at Hove. Harris with a consistent approach. He moves in, bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. It's uncomplicated run up from Harris, isn't it? He has a couple of shorter steps to begin with, but nothing unusual, and then immediately into a stride, and away he goes. There's no little skip, no shuffle, no little side step, nothing to distinguish particularly. The most distinguishing thing is it's quite a normal run-up nowadays. Look, there we go, just 1, 2, away you go. And he's into a run-up and he's off. Increases the pace as he gets to the wicket and bowls a lovely line and length just outside off, and that one does shape back in. We haven't seen much shape at all from any of the seam or swing bowlers this morning for Middlesex. They may well have expected a little bit more out of the surface or through the air with the floodlights on and overcast conditions, but not at all. There's been not much in it at all for the bowlers so far. 109 for 2, that's the end of the 20th over You're on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. We're on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio London as well through the BBC Sport website and app with myself, Kevin Hand, and Adrian Harms.
A couple of tweets have come in on BBC Sussex Sport. Richard's been in touch. He says, greetings from sunny Lancaster. So we've had an email from Belfast and now from Lancaster. So it looks like the sunshine is all in the north and west of England today. Lovely to hear you gents broadcasting from Hove. Sounds like to be a close run thing. Well, as Wallaluita bowls and Allsop eases that through mid-wicket and picks up a single to the deep mid-wicket region. One more to Tom Allsop. He goes to 64 off 70 deliveries.
Well, Middlesex will certainly hope so, because at the moment you'd say if this is going to be a canter one way or another, Sussex are, without a collapse here, they're on their way to a very competitive score. This is looking around that 350 mark, isn't it? That's what they'll... At this point, I think that's the projection they'd have in mind. So Middlesex will certainly hope it's a close run thing, because you don't chase 350 and it not be a close run thing. So,
changing the field, there were slips going in place. Sam Robson going into slip for the new batsman, who's Cheshire Pujara on 9 off 8 deliveries. Another text here. I have the Sussex cricket on in the background while working from home today. Light drizzle, but not too gloomy. Goring by sea.
Oh yes, did you see that tweet that's just come through from the crowd somewhere? You can say it is definitely not raining. So it's sea threat that we can see.
Wallaluita around the wicket bowls to Pujara. Pujara eases that through the covers. Now, is that a no ball that's been signalled? I think it is. Wallaluita came around the wicket, and I think that's been signalled a no ball. Let's just wait and see from umpire Watts. Yep. And indeed it is.
Good spot, no ball.
So it's going to be a free hit, which Tom Allsop will have the pleasure of trying to dispatch somewhere around the ground. So now that prompts Eskenazi to change around the field. The slippers come out, Allsop on strike on 64, so 113 for 2. Wallaluita came around the wicket there to Pujara. Pujara goes to 10 off 9, but now a free hit. Tom Allsop does like to use his feet to the spinners. Let's see what happens. I imagine Wallaluita's going to fire this one in. He comes in around the wicket, and Allsop, well, very nearly plays on, and Wallaluita gets away with that. He was looking to thump it down the ground. I think he hit it into his foot with Tom Allsop, and he's just walking away. He's belted that into his foot.
Ouch.
Yes, that did hurt.
Eskenazi did that when he was on his run of centuries. He absolutely middled a clip into his the inside of his left boot, hobbled away as at Grantham. He thought, oh no, that's not going to be the way the run ends, is it?
In comes Wallaluita. Bowls. Now that did turn. It's Allsop on the pad. The ball trickles away to backward point. They go through for a leg by. I'm sure Ray Rawlings will be interested in this, because there's a little bit of slow turn from this sea end of the ground. Bowling up the hill is Tillam Wallaluita.
Turn and bounce on that, I'd say.
Yeah.
He always looks for bounce, the left-arm spinner, Wallaluita. Perhaps even more so than Turn. He's interested in the bounce. He's a tall enough chap.
Wallaluita in bowls. Pujara lets that go outside the off stump. The slip is back in pace. Sam Robson in there. 114 for 2. Pujara on 10. Allsop on 65. I can tell you Durham are now 54 for 7 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Comes Wallaluita again. Oh, that looked like it turned as well away from the right-handed Pujara. Taken by Cracknell, and again there is no run. So.
Which that lends itself more again to what we're saying, that the winner takes top spot in this group in a home semi-final, and the loser slips from either first place, Sussex, or second place, Middlesex, to out at very minimum fourth and out.
Yes.
So yeah, if one of them already look as though they're in a position where they surely will win Leicestershire.
Ian Mulder's taken 3 for 16 so far as Wallaluita is in, and again it turns and he beats Pujara outside the off stump. It's a fine over by Tillam Wallaluita, and the ball is certainly spinning here at Hove. Sussex 114 for 2 at the end of the 21st over. Allsop is on 65, Pujara is on 10. Just a quick rattle through some of those other scores. So Durham in all sorts of trouble, Surrey in all sorts of trouble at Welbeck Colliery.
Well, there you go.
They are 91 for 6.
Well, there's the 2 wins, you'd have thought, barring something crazy with the bat from Leicestershire or Nottinghamshire.
And in the final game in this group, Luke Coleman is coming on from the Cromwell Road end, is at Edgbaston, where Somerset are 76 for 2. James Rue on 33, and then after 22 overs against Warwickshire.
I was just thinking that the deliveries that we saw there from Wallaluita to Pujara, they have to get Holman on now. Got his list day best the other day, the leg spinner. He had a tough time against Pujara down here in the championship, didn't he? He was really taken around the park and he kind of dragged himself off, and he did an interview one evening or wasn't happy with that, didn't enjoy that. You know, and then you turn off the mic afterwards and have a natter. It's part of the learning curve, though, isn't it? You want to bowl to Pujara, and you know, all right, you're 21 years of age. You'd love to bowl some worldies to Pujara, ball after ball, but equally part of that learning curve at 21 as a wrist spinner is Pujara takes you around the park a little bit. But his bowling in the One-Day Cup has been an absolute highlight from Holman so far. His batting all season. He's a young man who has, it feels like the world at his feet, Luke Holman, because either if he goes on and realises his potential with the bat, then Middlesex have a very fine prospects on their hand, and perhaps even England's. There's a great deal thought of his batting, but his bowling as well, his wrist spin is extremely exciting. He's in now, right arm over, he bowls, and this ball's cut away out to deep point for a single, 115 for 2. And it's often said, well, what's he going to be better, batter or bowler? And they just don't know. Goodness me, if he realises his potential with both, then for sure England will have a prospect on their hands in Holman. Great character as well, great competitor, fabulous fielder, took a stunning catch out on the boundary rope. That's Radlett the other day. One of those players that's always in the game. He's quite laid back with it as well. You know, you say real competitor and you think that kind of tenacious and agitated character, someone who's always at it, he's always up to something. Holman's very laid back, relaxed, but you always feel like he's in the game. Here he is to Pujara now, 115 for 2. Pujara's on 10 and Holman's in. He bowls, that one's down the leg side, and Pujara gets it away fine. That was easy for him, wasn't it? Down the leg side, he was just trying to even get it finer of Wallace, get it away for 4. Just a single though, as the short fine leg comes around. 116 for 2. How are you framing today, Armsy? From a Super Sunday in the penultimate games to the Tuesday, tense Tuesday. There's a lot of flight on this one. From Holman to the left-handed, Allsop drives down the ground for a single to long off, moves to 67.
Well, interesting you say that, because Poppy from Petworth has been in touch. Hello, Poppy. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. She says, good afternoon, Adrian. Thanks for the commentary. No matter what happens here, I feel it's been a massive step forward for the Sharks. Both bowling and batting have stepped up every match, and it's been a great watch.
Holman bowls, and this is punched off the back foot by Pujara to mid-on. Now, I think it's been a massive step forward for the competition in the counties. It was brilliant last year. Out of all the things, the debates about the 100, one of the things I was most excited for was seeing a really homegrown competition. You know, this was going to be loads of youngsters from all the local clubs and all coming in, and that's what's happened. And last year it was great, and this year it's been even better. It's been fabulous to watch the Royal London Cup.
It's been really good. Good crowds. There's been some very good
they've responded to it. Look at them. Here's Holman. Bowl short, he gets away with it. Pujara pulls him into the onside. He'll get a single, but that could have been a lot worse. It was very short from Holman. Dragged it down. Oh, they'll think about 2, and they shouldn't, because there's 3 fielders converging. 2 of them settle on it happily. It's just 1. Yeah, it's been brilliant. You know, you think of Taunton, where it's been packed, even though Somerset have been losing game after game with a good team. You know, they're far from Renshaw in there, Rue. They've got Rue got that century against Middlesex, the 18-year-old, going well again today. They've got some good players in this competition. They've lost all their games. Here's a foolish ball and a shuffle of the feet from Allsop to Holman. He drives a single down to long on. That's the end of the 22nd, 119 for 2. But yeah, it feels, you know, this today feels like the culmination of a very, very good August for the counties. And there's a lot of debate about how the schedule should be worked out and what should be done about it, and how the fixtures should be organised, and should they be reduced. There's been that ongoing talk about should the number of teams be reduced. But the One-Day Cup has really delivered this August. It's been a brilliant road show.
Well, it has, and as you say, good crowds. Mark has been in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, talking about Chris Jordan. He said he didn't realise that Chris wasn't on Sussex's books now. No, he went back to where he began his career at the Oval. He just plays T20 cricket now for Surrey, does Chris Jordan. Saw him on the television last night. He injured his finger, actually, Chris. I noticed that last night, and he wasn't playing in the game in the 100 last night, but he was terrific whilst he was down here at Hove. And as I say, now playing for Surrey, but only in T20 cricket. You're listening to live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, 5 Sports Extra, Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand. Sussex Sharks 119 for 2 in the going into the 23rd over, being bowled by Tillam Walalawita. From the sea end of the ground, the floodlights are on. It's a cloudy, grey day down here on the south coast as Walalawita is in. Bowls to Allsop, who uses his feet, flicks that down to fine leg and picks up a single. We'll just wait, make sure that didn't come off as leg byes. No, they were runs. So Tom Allsop goes to 70. Tom Allsop, who was signed initially on loan from Hampshire at the beginning of the season. But that loan move is now permanent. In the game, bowls, and Allsop works this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Fielded there by Tim Murtagh. And it's a dot ball. Walalawita back to his mark. In his 6th over, the slow left arm spinner, Walalawita in and bowls to Allsop. Allsop is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Sussex Sharks 121 for 2. Well, we thought it was a little drizzly here, Sarah, but I think it's more of a sea threat than anything else. It's threatening to clear, but then it comes back again. But it's certainly very cloudy and overcast, and the floodlights are on here at Hove and have been since the start of play. Nonetheless, Sussex going along very nicely. They're 121 for 2. Tom Allsop is on 70. Cheshire Pujara is on 12. The 2 men out, Alior for 20 and Tom McClark for 9. Meanwhile, at Welbeck Colliery, Surrey in real trouble against Nottinghamshire. They're 93 for 6 after 23 overs. So a single taken by Allsop. Now a throw has come in, and I think it's hit Pujara. It was played onto the onside. The throw came in from Tim Murtagh, and I was just looking at the scoreboard, but I think the ball has hit Pujara. And I think we're waiting for the physio to come on. Tim Murtagh's come over and apologised. I don't know if you saw where that hit Pujara.
I'm going to scrub back on the screen.
Tom Allsop is tapping the top of his head as if to say it hit him on the helmet.
Because I'm down with the kids. I'm going to scrub back on the screen.
Wait and see. We'll see if they can turn the music off back in the base.
Things we didn't think we'd be saying many seasons ago. Well, scrubbing back on the screen. We can rock and roll on the screen, Armsy.
He's taken his helmet off as Pujara. Jamie Atkins has come running out for a drink. Well, the ball was played onto the onside by Tom Allsop. The throw came in from Tim Murtagh. We'll just wait and see. As I say, I'd looked away to the scoreboard and suddenly looked as if Pujara was in a bit of difficulty. So
I'd looked at the back of the box because David Townsend can't get in the door. He's forgotten the code. He's messaging me. Can I come in, he said.
So I don't know whether anybody around the ground saw where that actually hit Pujara, but the fact he's taken off his helmet and we're having a break in play here.
Here, look, we'll get it on the... Well, hopefully the stream will have it for us.
122 for 2. So we're just waiting to see what...
He's shaking out his left hand. Let's, the first thing I can see, here we go. Right, Murtagh gave him a pat on the back. So the throw... Oh, no, it hit on his right elbow. There we go.
So it's right on the point of the elbow.
Yeah, look. So Walalawita to Allsop. The single's clipped out to deep mid-wicket, and then the throw comes back in and...
right on the point of the elbow.
Oh, dear. Cracknell was waiting there with his hands above the stumps, looking to take it, and the throw. Now that has been Sam Robson at mid-wicket.
I think it was Tim Murtagh.
But on this occasion, yeah, Tim Murtagh. It is.
So the Middlesex lads have taken the opportunity to go into a bit of huddle. The physio is out for Sussex, and that's right on what they call the funny bone, except it isn't very funny when you get hit there. So Sussex will be desperately hoping that Cheshire Pujara...
Shall I let him in, Harmsy? He's behind us. I've locked him out again.
Is OK for Sussex. It was played into the onside, and the throw came in. It hit Pujara right on the point of the elbow. And let's hope the master Indian batsman is OK. He's on 12 off 15 deliveries. There's a long delay here as Pujara is getting the treatment. Give me an opportunity just to run through some of the other scores in the one-day cup here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex. Durham are 64 for 7 after 21 overs at Grace Road. Surrey 100 for 6 at Welbeck Colliery against Notts. Somerset 84 for 2 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. In the other group, Glamorgan 111 for 3 against Worcestershire at New Road. Hampshire 109 for 1 after 25 overs against Yorkshire. And at Canterbury, Lancashire in real trouble against Kent. Lancashire 95 for 5. As we keep you right up to date with all the scores in the other games in this final round of group matches. Pujara looks like he's okay. And
that's going to hurt though, isn't it?
It is going to be a massive relief for Sussex, but it did right on the point of the elbow. That throw caught him.
We had this with Eskenazi the other day. It's the only way to get him out. He was run out at the non-strikers end, backing up, and you know, often a bowler will throw out a hand or a boot and it will deflect. It wasn't even that. It was going so quickly back. I think it was Sam Robson had driven it. It just hit the back of the bowler's hand and his follow-through. So he'd bowled, his arm had come through, and just his arm was flaying out behind him, and it hit the back of his hand onto the stumps.
Well, in comes Wallaluita. Again, some slow turn there. The ball goes through to keeper Cracknell. There is no run. So end of the over, just 3 runs coming off that over from Tillam Wallaluita. That's 6 overs he's bowled for 19. He's also picked up the wicket of Alistair Orr for 20 when the score was on 74. So 23 overs gone here at Hove, and the Sharks are 122 for 2. Alsop is on 71. Pujara is on 12. The other batsman out, Tom Clark, who was bowled by Max Harris, getting an inside edge onto his stumps. He was out for 9 when the total was 95 for 2.
Our third voice for the day has arrived, David Townsend, the cricket writer and broadcaster, as he was once introduced by Alison Mitchell. Volunteer today. Does that mean you're not getting lunch if you're only volunteering? He's getting payment in pizza today downstairs in Greg's Cafe on the ground. Why is it called Greg's here? Because it's not Greg's as in the High Street one, so we can say the name happily on the BBC. What's it called Greg's for here?
Well, after the great Tony Gregg. Absolutely. Yep, there's a portrait of the great man inside the cafe.
Holman is in, bowls, and on the back foot. Also pushes back to him, 122 for 2. Was it an obvious one, Tony Gregg, for the name of the cafe here? Of all the greats over the years?
Yeah, I think so.
We were musing the other day that Durrell Angus Fraser doesn't have anything named after him yet, does he? In the middle, they've got Gatting Way and Brearley Close. This is Holman, bowls, and this ball's pushed back by Alsop. There's no run. Now named after him around Lords or any of the outgrounds just yet. Poor old Gatting Way and really close though. They're at Uxbridge. Middlesex don't play there anymore now. Square really died a death. It was a hard, fast track through the 80s and the 90s. Slow and low in recent years as Holman gives this a bit of flight. And down the track comes Alsop once more. Spinner's doing a job here for Middlesex. Holman's in his second over. Wallaluita is in his, or has bowled 6. And he had the breakthrough, Wallaluita, which prompted the introduction of Holman rather quickly, especially though the Wallaluita bowled to Pujara as well. 1-2-2 for 2. It's Holman bowls, and this is short, punch to extra cover. Eskenazi fields.
It's got a strangle on here a bit, Middlesex, haven't they?
They have.
In the last couple of overs.
It's the middle overs of a list A. It used to be the bane of list A cricket, didn't it, the middle overs? It's now wonderful, power play 2. Only 4 fielders back. You do have a good acceleration through power play 2. And what you see with 4 fielders back, you don't see an onslaught in power play 1. As we said, 50 to 60 off power play 1 after 10 overs, quite respectable. Ball driven away into the offside by Alsop. Just a bit of width on that one from Holman. Yeah, 40 to 50 off the 50-60 off the first 10. Teams look for 100 off the back 10 now, don't they? So there's your 150, and then they look for 180, 190 off the middle 30. Target is somewhere around close to 350. That's pretty much the way that they set it up. Of course, if the power play 1 goes well and you get it away, great. Holman bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside by Pujara, and there's no run. But with 2 new balls at either end, it does give the bowlers just a little bit of something, doesn't it, in power play 1 to hope there's a bit of seam movement or even a bit of swing here today. They hoped for Middlesex, the overcast conditions and the floodlights on. They hoped for something. There wasn't much through the air or off the pitch, even with old man Murtagh wheeling in from the sea end, his first one-day cup appearance of the season. 123 for 2 it is. So Alsop 72, Pujara has 12. Middlesex, you say, just slowing things down as we reach the halfway stage, the 25th over of the innings. They certainly won't be looking to double their score from this point. the Sharks. The key thing will be how many wickets do they have in hand for the back 20. If they have 8 in hand, then they'll very much look at that back 20 as a T20. You'll be looking for 200 off that last 20 overs.
Well, it's going to be Tilanwala who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. It's coming in over the wicket. 5 men inside the circle, 3 on the off, 2 on the leg. As in comes Walalawita, bowls to Allsop, and Allsop clips this just backward of square leg and picks up a single. Allsop goes to 73. The Sharks to 124 for 2. The 4 fielders who are outside of the 30-yard circle for the right-handed Pujara. There's a deep backward square. There's a fielder at cow corner. There is there a long off? It wasn't a long off.
No, up inside the circle, Peter Malan.
Yeah, so just the 3 men outside of the circle. There's a slip in place as Walalawita bowls wide of the off stump. Pujara looks at umpire Watts as if to say, was that a wide? Well, it was marginal, but taken by Cracknell. There's no run.
As you said, they've got the squeeze on Harmsy. They've brought in a slip at the moment for Pujara.
Walalawita again. And bowls. Pujara clips this into the vacant mid-wicket area and picks up a single. Pujara goes to 13. Sharks to 125 for 2. Halfway through the innings it'll be at the end of this over here on 5 Live Sports Extra. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, Adrian Harms and Kevin Hand. Surrey now 103 for 6 against Nottinghamshire at Welbeck Colliery.
Recovering.
Walalawita in bowls. Allsop is forward. A ball of good length and just plays it into the offside. And Walalawita trots down the offside of the track and fields. And there is no run.
But whatever happens for Durham and Surrey from here, they're not going to have the most competitive of totals.
No,
so
not.
Both of these sides will walk off at 2:30 today. 2:38 the cut off now for this innings. And no, this is a must-win.
Walalawita in bowls and clipped by Allsop through mid-wicket and picks up a single to the field on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 1 more to Tom Allsop. He goes to 74 and the Sharks to 126 for 2. Much debate about, you can see Tim Murtagh talking there to Sam Robson. Eskenazi directing matters from mid-on. Just the 3 singles off the over so far. 1 more ball to go in this, the 25th over of the innings. And Walalawita is in bowls to Pujara, who plays it into the offside. Just took the pace off the ball, and Murtagh needed to trot to his left at cover to field, but not before Pujara has gone through for another single. It is the end of the over, another tight over from Tilan Walalawita, just conceding the 4 singles. At the end of the over, the Sharks are 127 for 2. Allsop is on 74, Pujara on 14.
Walalawita was unlucky to miss out on Sunday against Gloucestershire, and in hindsight, perhaps that could have been decisive. He hasn't played as many in the One Day Cup as he'd have liked. And I don't know that speaking to him, but it's an obvious thing to say. He'd have really banked on playing a good number of these One Day Cup games. But this man, Luke Holman, is bowling really well at the moment, and Middlesex have been able to feel as though they can go with 1 spinner and then the part-time of Sam Robson, who's bowled very well leg spin as well, and the off-spin, occasional off-spin of Stoneman that they've thrown the ball to as well. But having the left-arm spinner in today, he's bowled fantastically well. 7 overs, Walalawita. Here's Holman to Pujara, 14 from 20 for the Sussex skipper, the Indian batter, and it's pushed back up the track defensively. There's no run.
Just 17 off the last 5 overs. Sussex have scored. So the squeeze has been on.
Yeah, well, after, 15 overs or so, they were, as you say, 90-odd on the board, and you're thinking, yeah, they're going to be close to 200 by 30. Will they double their score then? 400 on the board. Here's Holman, bowls. Down the track comes Pujara. Holman just drops the length down, and that's beautifully played. Goodness me, look, that's the mark of what a good player he is. The adjustment. There was a little movement from Pujara, a little shuffle. Holman dragged it a little bit shorter, and he ended up almost playing off the back foot, punching down the ground. Somebody's going through some warming up exercises away to our left on the pavilion in a sleeveless top. Who's that over there? I hope not a fitness test for any of the Sussex bowlers named in the side. It's a slight oddity to see somebody doing a going through the motions at this stage. Usually in the interval, only the squad players that are around will do their warm-ups through the interval. So that's why you just wonder, is it one of the players involved in the match who's having to do some sort of fitness test out there?
Looks a little bit to me like Jack Carson, the off-spinner, who isn't playing today.
Holman bowls. This works through mid-wicket for a single by Pujara. Moves to 19. Carson, Irish. Spinner, or have I confused him with another?
Off spinner. He hasn't played at all this season. He's had a knee problem. My understanding is that he may be back for some championship cricket in September. And it's been a real shame for Jack because he's a terrific prospect.
Blake Cullen's the one for Middlesex who will really be ruining his injuries at the moment. He's got a back injury as his. Holman bowls. This is clipped down the ground, and Elmerta, the rolling stopper mid-wicket, holds them to a single. It probably would have only been a single anyway, down to long on. But Elmerta did well. Yeah, Cullen, as we've been saying, he'd have been in the hundreds if he'd have been fit, and then Roland Jones would have been here. But Cullen out injured. He's been on the mic a bit through the one-day cup at Radlett, which has been lovely. Much rather see him on the field. He'd have much rather been out there as well, be it for Middlesex or for London Spirit. As here's Holman bowls, and this ball short and punched down the ground off the back foot by Pujara. Moves to 20 from 24, 134 for 2. Sussex won't worry about a couple of overs to get through here. Pujara will be seeing this as setting himself up. Also up on 75 from 89. A man well set. He can catch that strike rate up pretty quickly. Pujara will be thinking about the long game, being there towards the end of power play 2 for sure. Holman comes in, bowls again short, and dragged to Wallaluita at square leg. There's no run. Holman has his hands on his head, feeling he was nearly through on that one. End of the 26th. 24 remain of this innings. 134 for 2. Middlesex putting in Sussex. And the Sharks doing pretty well so far. They'll be reasonably content, but they won't want the squeeze to be on for too long.
Better over that for Sussex, with 7 runs coming off of it. Pujara just getting some water brought out to him by looks like Sean Hunt, who's on 12-man duty. He's offering Tom Alsop a drink as well. Alsop says, no, I'm fine, thanks very much. And it is going to be Wallaluita who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. He's bowled 7 overs for 23, taking the wicket of Ali Orr, who was caught behind by Joe Cracknell for 20. The other wicket to go down, that of Tom Clark, who, looking to drive through the offside, got a thick inside edge and was bowled by Max Harris for 9. And for anybody just joining us, Middlesex won the toss here this morning. We've had floodlights on since the start of play. It's been gloomy and overcast throughout. Not much breeze around Hove either to blow this. It's almost like a sea fret away. Wallaluita has got a slip in place for Chetishwar Pujara, who's on 20. Wallaluita is in around the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who eases that away to backward point and picks up a single. Pujara goes to 21, the total to 135 for 2. There's the left-handed Tom Alsop on strike. The leg side field now, there's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, almost cow corner, and a deep backward square. On the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundaries. Wallaluita is going to come over the wicket. Tom Alsop, he's in and bowls. And a little bit of slow turn. That hit Alsop very high and was going down the leg side anyway. Ball bounces onto the leg side, fielded by Cracknell, who comes round from behind the stumps to field. And there is no run. Sam Robson's warming up at mid-wicket. I don't know whether we're likely to see him bowl, but he certainly was warming up. In comes Wallaluita. That's a quick delivery, and that turns as well. I think that turned a long way, actually.
Yeah, there's turn out there for him. I'll say the bounce as well. He's enjoying it to the right-hander, isn't he? Left arm over to the left-hander. It's difficult. He got that first wicket, just making Ali Orr stretch wide outside off and nicking one through, but
Wallaluita again. In and bowls, also using his feet and drive down the offside of the track. Wallaluita fields of his own bowling, and it's another dot ball. So just 1 run off the over so far, followed by 3 dot balls.
You went through the other group, didn't you, when you went through the scores elsewhere? I was just looking at that Lancashire 116 for 5. Bohannon and Balderson holding it together.
Wallaluita in again, bowls, and that turns, and also works that one down towards fine leg. I think they'll come back for a couple of runs here, a comfortable couple of runs. Tom Alsop goes to 77, a total to 137 for 2 in the 27th over.
Still can't quite put my finger on Bohannon and Balderson. When the two are paired together, you say, yeah, it sounds like a country pub or a solicitor's law firm. Or Bohannon and Balderson. Maybe something out of Blackadder.
Now, there's another debate going on here. Now, umpire Watts has come across to have a word to the Middlesex skipper Eskenazi about something or another.
Yeah, there's been a number of conversations.
I'm not sure whether that's involving Wallaluita, but something was certainly said to Eskenazi.
Was at the start of Wallaluita spell the first conversation between Eskenazi and the umpire? There's certainly been a few debates between them.
Wallaluita in bowls and also clips this straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. So it's the end of the over, an over that just cost 3 runs for Tillon Wallaluita. And Chris Watts is again gesturing towards Eskenazi.
Holden's asking for something of the umpire now out at deep square. You got a thumbs up from Watts. What's that all about?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on. Either way, it's the end of the over, the end of the 27th over. And the Sussex Sharks are 137 for 2. Tom Alsop on 77. Cheteshwar Pujara is on 21. And Wallaluita's bowled 8 very tidy overs, it has to be said.
We mentioned the ridiculously tight nature of this group. Well, it's still all the way down to 5th in the other group, isn't it? Where Kent, with a victory against Lancashire, they could move to 9 points. And if there was to be a defeat for Yorkshire, then Kent would take 3rd. Lancashire would hold 2nd, even in defeat, and Hampshire would hold top. Were the results to fall that way, Essex played out on 7 points from 8 games. It's Holman to Pujara, who pick up a run backward a square on the leg side, and and ah from everybody, but a leg by signal. Must have got a big stride and outside off on that one. TC just making the point that they are qualified, Hampshire and Lancashire. It's just pending the positions, whereas in this group, because there's 1 point separating the top 5, and indeed
no one's qualified
2 points separating the top 6. Nobody's qualified yet, which is extraordinary, isn't it? And that's why this game is such a remarkable one. A winner takes all and loser. Well, it's the BFH, isn't it? Bus fare home. Single out to deep backward square. 140 for 2. One for the older generation. Have we told DT we've been described as young and entertaining, our commentary today?
We enjoyed the young.
I enjoyed the entertaining as well. It's Holman to Pujara. Balls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. No run, 139 for 2. There was bullseye, I should say, for our younger listeners.
Just feel that
BFH.
Pujara's just trying to assess the conditions here. He'll have in his own mind how this pitch is playing and what he thinks is a good total for Sussex. He's playing very much within himself at the moment.
Bowl short. This is cut away in front of the backward point. Anderson for 4. Nice late cut by Pujara. Quality cricket again from the Indian batter. Sussex is captain and number 4. He's on to 25 from 28. 143 for 2. He's been a thorn in Middlesex's side this season.
Yeah, I mean, he's only skippering in this competition because Tom Haynes is out with a broken hand.
Yeah.
He's done a good job. One of the things his batting is his placement, Kevin. He make sure he doesn't hit the fielders too often.
Holman. Nice bit of flight on that from the wrist spinner, and Pujara with a little shuffle respectfully pushes it back to the bowler. One's come of the over, or is that up on the board already? It's 2 to come, isn't it? No, it's 1 to come. 6 off it with the leg by. Holman bowls, and Pujara hammers him through mid-wicket, just a single. Holman gets away with slightly shorter length. Straight to the sweeper, Peter Milan, the South African, out there in front of the old pavilion, the Spen Karma Pavilion. So 144 for 2 after 28, and W score at 30 with 8 wickets standing. Again, I'd say if you've got 8 wickets standing, 20 overs out, you're thinking 200 off your back 20, really. Middlesex scored 125 off their final 10 the other day at Radlett against a strong Warwickshire side. They put in their best performance against Warwickshire because you'd fancy that Warwickshire side was their most complete contest in terms of what the opponents had. They had a strong bowling attack with Hannon Dalby and Norwell opening the bowling, and the batting, their top 3 was impressive. Warwickshire as well, but Middlesex were put in a complete performance at Radlett that day, their best performance by far in this competition to overcome Warwickshire. 144 for 2 it is, and
Wallaluita's going to carry on. 8 overs, 1 for 26 so far for the left-arm spinner, who's coming around the wicket with a slip in place. Sam Robson in there, bowling to Cheteshwar Pujara, who's 26 not out of 30 deliveries. And they've got the field up here. They've got 7 men inside the circle as Wallaluita is in. Bowls to Pujara, who plays that out into the offside. Crackler has to come from behind the stumps to field. He throws at the non-strikers end, but Pujara goes through for a single, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. Coming together when Sussex were 95 for 2. It's coming 66 balls in 47 minutes.
And interestingly, just 18 runs for Allsop, who's the set batter on 78 from 96, but also he's the left-hander. And he got a slow left-arm spinner and a leg spinner turning the ball in towards the pads of the left-hander.
Wallaluita in bowls, and Allsop was looking to cut that one away through the offside. At the last minute, just changed his shot and played it back to Wallaluita, and there was no run.
And from a fielding side's perspective, that's the unwanted scenario in white ball cricket. You want to be turning the ball away from the pads. So it's interesting that Pujara is scoring at a quicker rate than Allsop here.
Wallaluita in bowls. Allsop uses his feet, but well bowled by Wallaluita, who could see Allsop coming. Which fired that in a little quicker, and there is no run.
Which again, if you explore that, people would say, well, it's Pujara. Of course, he's going to score quicker against the spinners. But Pujara's been more troubled out there against both Wallaluita and Holman, hasn't he? Than Allsop.
Wallaluita in bowls, and Allsop tucks that one down towards fine leg. We'll see if that came off the pads. Crackler is in hot pursuit. He's running all the way down to the fine leg boundary. Pujara will look for 3. I'm not sure there's going to be 3 there. They're coming back though. Needs to get a move on here, and they do get a move, and that's good running by Cheteshwar Pujara, and indeed they are 3 leg buys.
Yeah, Wallaluita was frustrated with himself, just drifted a little bit too straight, didn't he, there to the left-hander, and with, again, an action that's only ever taking the ball into the pads. You start too straight, then well, he gets away with it, because it's not 3 runs against his score, it's leg buys, but it was the drifting in line there from Wallaluita, which is hypercritical to analyse. But
interesting though, Kevin, isn't it, that, you know, Middlesex have got 7 men inside the circle. They only need to have 5, but they've only got 2 men out at the moment.
Well, that's perhaps where his scoring rates come, because if he gets it past the fielder, then he gets a boundary, doesn't he? But they feel like they've got the squeeze on even Pujara at this point, Middlesex.
Wallaluita in bowls to Pujara, who is forward, plays it down the track. Wallaluita fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. I mean, he's very canny, isn't he, Cheteshwar Pujara? He'll have recognised that Wallaluita is a danger here, and perhaps the tactic is to see Wallaluita off. He's only got 1 over to bowl after this. He's in again, bowls to Pujara, who leans back and finds a gap in the covers. They've taken 1, that's all they'll take. Pujara goes to 28, the total to 149 for 2 at the end of another very tight, accurate over from Chilam Wallaluita. 5 off it, only 2 off the bat. And the Sharks at the end of the 29th over are 149 for 2. Also on 78, Pujara on 28.
Yeah, it's been fabulous from these 2 young spinners, 21-year-old Holman. Well, he's just a couple of years more advanced on him, but has had to wait a while for his chance. Holman getting in the COVID year, but also being an all-rounder. He fills a very important role in all formats. Who is Pujara going to look to most to support Lenham in a similar spin phase like this? Because clearly spin's playing a big part at the moment, slowing Sussex down. Yeah,
so Lenham's not bowling, but they're not playing. They'll have Delray Rawlings and James Coles. So they'll have 2 left-arm spinners. Bowl.
What happened to Lenham? Sorry.
Yeah, he was left out. So he's on the scorecard, but he was left out. He hasn't played the last couple of games. So
I cannot believe they've left Lenham out on this one.
Yeah,
I genuinely have missed that. Lenham's not playing. No. Wow. Here's Holman. This is pushed back into the onside and there's no run. Holman hands up himself, completely missed. That's pretty big. So it's going to be Rawlings and
Coles, 2 left-arm spinners. I think James Coles
will not mind that.
I think Cole just gives Sussex a little bit more batting power.
Holman to Pujara. And this ball's pushed away into the offside and there's no run. I have not noted that on my card. I was absolutely adamant that Lenham was playing.
Well, I will confirm it, but I'm pretty certain that he...
No, that's my bad. Don't you check yourself there, Adrian. That's
it is James Coles, yeah.
Holman bowls, and this ball's clipped away straight to the mid-wicket. 150 for 2. I mean, he played a massive role at Lords against Middlesex in the Championship as well, didn't he? And again, wrist spin is so invaluable in white ball cricket now. That's why it's my oversight. I hold it up. Yeah, it's Stoneman has gone to his left to field that one as the ball's gone down to long on. The single and the applause is for the 150.
That's
150
painful.
For 2.
That's painful to Mark Stoneman, you know. I think is he going to wander off?
Let's see. Well, he's wandering back.
Showing the umpire. Oh, that's painful. Is that hit him on the wrist, do you think?
Yeah, I think he was almost wandering away from everybody else. Leave me alone for a minute, I'm in pain, don't talk to me.
I think he's okay.
He's not looking for the physio, though. Vish, the physio, is charging down the steps. Northerners, the cry from the right of the box. Tough as nails. And he is, Mark Stoneman. Look, he's not interested in the physio at all. He's turned his back on the pavilion and is ready to get on with it.
Interesting, Kevin, we were talking about, the sides below Sussex and Middlesex, how they'll do. Warwickshire look the side who may be in most trouble, because Somerset 120 for 2 in the 32nd over at Edgbaston.
But the thing is, it only takes 2 victories elsewhere, doesn't it? And,
well, I think
Surrey and Durham are in so much trouble.
Yeah, I think from a Sussex point of view, because their run rate is very good.
Yeah.
Still, it's lots of ifs, buts and maybes.
No, it's fair. It's fair. Here's Holman. Pulls and down the track comes Allsop. Goodness me, had to jab the bat down on that. He got himself into a bad position, but recovered well. No. From Middlesex perspective, their run rate isn't as good as Sussex's, so they're just looking to lose this and you're out, because two of those other 3 games are going to result in victories. You can be pretty assured coming into this day, as this ball's clipped down to long on, 151 for 2. As assured as anything you can be in sport. They've had such a tough time of it, Durham and Somerset and Surrey, to be fair, and indeed it is Surrey and Durham at the moment, as you say. Not Somerset, they're making a decent fist of it against Warwickshire. But winner takes all remains the headline for this one, as Holman bowls to Pujara. Solid defence once more. I'm still flabbergasted that they've left out the wrist spin, and Middlesex will be delighted with that. 151 for 2. Allsop 79, Pujara 29. And written down the changes on my card, but completely overlooked the Lennon one. He batted well, didn't he, at Lord's, young Lennon? He held him up for a long while on second evening, was it? Pujara had gone big on the first day, hadn't he? And then they batted deep into...
well, in fact, he batted well on the last day. Yeah, I think the reason would
the last day he did as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I think the reason would be that Sussex just feel it gives them a little bit more down the order with James Coles. But we shall see. We've had a message from Graham Lawrence, who's listening just away to our right-hand side.
Oh, he's in the posh bit. He's in the corporate boxes.
Now, final over here from Tillam Wallalawita. He's bowled very tidily. Comes in left arm over the wicket, bowls to Allsop, who clips this away through mid-wicket. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll take. Fielded at deep mid-wicket, Allsop to 80.
What time is it in the corporate boxes? 1 o'clock? And careful, Han, was he reading that one? Wanting to bet it first.
He says, Kevin mentioned a little while ago that Middlesex no longer play at Uxbridge. I grew up near there and used to watch Middlesex from time to time, so it's disappointing to hear it's no longer used. Does Kevin know why that is?
Yeah, the track's just really struggled. The facilities have got a little bit dated there as well. Dressing rooms.
Wallalawita in bowls to Pujara, who just dabs that to backward point. He picks up a comfortable single, does Pujara. He goes to 30, the total to 153 for 2.
I actually had this discussion with the head of men's performance the other day, Alan Coleman, on the mic, and Uxbridge would still put on a good List A game, but for T20 cricket...
Wallalawita in again, bowls. Allsop uses his feet, but good bowling by Wallalawita. Just held that back a little, and Allsop plays into the offside. There's no run.
And Championship cricket, it was no good because the track's just dead. And actually, for those two formats, at either end of the spectrum, sitting in the middle, List A, it's, in my opinion, it would be actually fine. If they needed a List A venue, I don't think there'd be a problem with the track at Uxbridge.
Wallalawita in bowls to Allsop, who caresses that one through mid-wicket. They've taken 1, but that's all they'll take, Wallalawita.
But it's painful.
Up to 81, sorry.
But it's painful watching T20 and first-class cricket at Uxbridge now, where it used to be a hard and fast track and runs are plenty in the 80s and the 90s. Now it's slow and low, and it's hard to get the ball off the square, which is painful for T20. You want to see 4s and 6s people turn up for the razzmatazz, don't they? And the crash-bang wallop.
Wallalawita in bowls to Pujara, who clips that one away through square leg, picks up a single. 4 singles off the over so far, just 1 more ball of Wallalawita's spell. And
in Championship cricket, it's pretty much dull draws played out. I can even think of a game when Nick Compton was there for Somerset, and he held Middlesex and Finn and Roland Jones and a battery of fast bowlers that Middlesex had up to that 2016 win. Before Compton indeed was playing back for Middlesex by then.
Wallalawita bowls us a quicker delivery, and Allsop plays that to mid-wicket. That's the end of a very fine spell of bowling by Tillam Wallalawita. He's bowled out his 10 overs. Very good spell. 10 overs. He's taken 1 for 32, 34 dot balls in the 60 balls that he's bowled. It's a very fine spell of bowling. And it's a good round of applause by the Sporting Hove crowd. So just carrying on the subject of outground, says Graham, I live near Horsham now and used to enjoy the team's annual visit for a 50-over and championship match. That's not taken place for a few years, but I've heard it may return. Do you have any news on that for next year? I've been to Arundel also, which is beautiful. Well, very much it was because of COVID and Sussex wanting to play as much cricket here as they can, but I do understand that the plan for next year is to play some outground cricket, and I'm sure that Horsham and Arundel will be very high on those agendas. Well, a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, it's going to be Mark Stoneman with a bit of off-spin. So they're going to change Holman to the nursery, into the C end, to try and see if it can help his bounce, the wrist spinner. Here's Stoneman bowling that off-spin, and it turns straight away into Pujara, who pushes to cover. There's no run. Sharp turn there for the occasional off-spin of Stoneman. And I say the change in ends here because with confidence, because Stoneman, well, it's worth a go as he comes in, bowls, and Pujara turns back to a square on the leg side for a single, and he moves to 32. Now here's going to be the interesting one. For the first time, Allsop's going to have a spinner turning it away from his bat, so that's the other reason why it's worth a go. But also Sam Robson's bowling well at the moment, and the leg spinner, I'm sure, will get a bowl in a moment or two. But in this moment of change in ends, it seems a good move. See if he can dislodge Allsop or buy the wicket of Pujara. Got his first-class wicket this year, Mark Stoneman, at the age of 34. Comes in now, bowls, a lovely bit of flight on that, and it's just turned out to the deep mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just 2 points to pick up on, Adrian. Or 3 indeed off the back of that email, but also Tilan Wallaluita in the middle of it. Wallaluita bowled brilliantly. Middlesex almost had to have him in today, you fancied, after Sunday. You really thought he would play this one. As down the track comes Pujara, pushes a single just fine of Murtagh at cover. He's on to 33. The man that you thought was going to miss out, which it felt like would be a mistake if so, would have been Murtagh. Yadav out of the squad for this one, injured. So if they were to bring in Wallaluita for Yadav and leave Murtagh out, it's a very young seam attack, and I feared a little bit that might have been what Middlesex would do. A bit of flight on this, and a little shuffle from Allsop, driving a single out to deep cover. One's come of the over, 160 for 2, but Murtagh plays because of the injury to Greatwood. Now, whether they'd have played Murtagh over Greatwood anyway and brought Wallaluita in for Yadav, who knows, but just felt like the attack needed a little bit of seniority, and Murtagh's bowled well today, even though he didn't get the wicket in that power play. Pujara punches out to points, a single take, and 160 for 2, but very, very well bowled. Tilan Wallaluita, he's really been frustrated, I'm sure, through this one-day cup group stage where he hasn't been able to get in this side, and he's a good young bowler, so it's been disappointing for him and disappointing for Middlesex, because they'd love to have had him in, but a little high five from Wallaluita's Holman, who is now going to take over at the C end. Holman's brilliance for the wickets he's taken and bowled beautifully in this one-day cup has kept Wallaluita out the side. The other thing was going back to just finish off about Uxbridge, where it's too low, slow and low for T20, you don't get the 4s and 6s, batters can't get leverage, can't hit through the line, can't trust the pace of it. Similarly in the Championship, it's just so dead. It was draw after draw. It was painful to watch and commentate on. So, but List A, actually, a nudge and nurdling game of List A cricket at Uxbridge, you could still get away with that. You wouldn't mind it. You know, say, all right, if it's a low score and it's quite tactical about, right, well, go on, batters, where are you going to find your runs? Actually, you probably could still play a List A at Uxbridge, but that's for another day, I'm sure. But interesting your thoughts on Horsham elsewhere. Horsham being one of my first cricket commentaries.
That's a lovely ground. But Graham, thank you very much for your email. Good to hear from you.
Although the commentary position was a bit of a challenge at Horsham. You were sat between the kitchen and the main toilet of the ground, so that corridor was it was a corridor of uncertainty of sorts, that's for sure.
In comes Holman to bowl to Pujara, who hammers that down the ground, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. And this interesting with Cheshire Pujara, because at Edgbaston he just bided his time, and then all of a sudden Pujara stepped on the accelerator and he just used his feet. It's not a long boundary straight down the ground here. He just lofted the ball straight down the ground for 6 runs. Pujara goes to 40, 166 for 2.
I'm going to let our mate DT have a chat with you, Adrian. Okay. Do you want a cup of coffee?
I'd love one, thank you. As in comes Holman, over the wicket bowls, and Pujara this time leans back, plays it back to Holman, and there is no run. Something of a recovery by Surrey at Welbeck Colliery. Surrey 157 for 6. Tom Laws, who batted very well here, is on 65 not out. Not's one of the sides who will have their eyes on a place in the top 3 if anybody slips up today. Holman in bowls to Pujara, who eases that one away through the covers, picks up a single. Pujara goes to 41, and the Sharks to 167 for 2. Holman wanders back to his mark. We're in the 33rd over. Tom Alsop, is he going to retake his guard? Yeah, he does. Retakes his guard from umpire Watts. Luke Coleman wants a change in the field. He's moving his... so it's Max Holden. He's moving just a little squarer, sweeping on the cover boundary. Holman juggles the ball from hand to hand and is in, bowls to Alsop, and Alsop is forward and just dabs that back with a square on the leg side, fielded by Tim Murtagh, and there is no run. Another single to Alsop. He goes to 84. Sharks to 168 for 2. If you want to send a message in or a comment, please do so. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk or at Cabin Hand BBC on Twitter. You can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport. There's Holman. He's now moving along on. He's got Max Harris, who's come out just down below us, to Pujara. And Pujara pulls it onto the leg side, and that's 4 runs. And his placement from Cheshire Pujara is immaculate. There's a deep mid-wicket and a long on, and he pulled the ball, a short delivery between the pair. And Pujara has picked up 11 runs in this over. He's just looking to get the scoreboard moving. He goes to 45. The Sharks to 172 for 2. Pujara 45 or 47 deliveries. Holman in again, bowls, and Pujara just plays that through mid-off. They've taken 1, they'll look for 2, but there isn't a second run there, fielded by Milan at long off. Holman looks disappointed with his over, an over that cost him 13 runs. The Sharks 173 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Delighted to be joined by Dave Townsend. The first time I've seen you this season, Dave. Lovely to see you.
Yeah, you thought you'd escaped, didn't you, Adrian? Yeah, great. Great to be back here at Hove. One of my favourite cricket grounds for this. Well, I don't know. You could almost describe it as a quarter-final, couldn't you? This one, because the winners of it will go in straight into the semi-final, but the losers will quite possibly go out.
Yes, they will. I mean, a lot depends on results elsewhere, but it looks like Leicestershire are going to beat Durham are 107 for 7. Might be Warwickshire and Somerset, but you're quite right. Yeah, the losers could well go out.
So, just a little bit of commentary for you, Adrian. It's nice to clipped off his pads by Pujara. More runs here, wide of mid-wicket. A dive out there in the distance, fails to stop the boundary. And again, great placement from Pujara.
I think that's his half century. Yes, it is. Beautiful shot as well when it just clipped away. It's been brilliant watching Pujara down here, Dave. It really has. In championship cricket, in this 50-over competition, and Sussex supporters will just be crossing everything that he comes back next year, because he's just been wonderful to watch.
One of the world's great batsmen, isn't he?
Yep.
Pujara, and just comes forward this time. He's got a tickle round the corner. Whether that came off the pad or not, we'll have to wait for the umpire. Indeed it did. A little signal of a leg by. So 1 more to the total, which moves up to 178. Now for 2, the Sharks, Sussex Sharks. There haven't been any Sharks off the coast of Brighton.
Not as far as I know, but you never know in this changing world, do you? I think there's been some off the coast of Cornwall this year, but there's always a few down there, isn't there? But none so far in Brighton, I don't think.
Stoneman Bowles driven nicely, but straight to the man at short extra, and there is no run. So the ball spinning away from the bat here. The off spinner bowls again. That's well bowled. He's going to get a run, is also, but he came down the wicket, and Stoneman just did him a bit in the flight. A slightly quicker ball and a thickish edge down to short third man. 1 more to Alsop, who moves on to 85. Pujara again picks out that spot over at deep mid-wicket, again gets 4 runs. And what he's actually doing is he's targeting the mid-wicket, hitting it over the top of mid-wicket, and he knows there's not going to be a fielder behind Adrian, and he's plundered runs in that direction. So I think Middlesex needs to have that there deep mid-wicket, just a little bit closer round to cow corner. Stoneman bowls a quicker delivery, and that's hammered away again by Pujara, but this time to Luke Coleman. In fact, it's Milan out there, isn't it? At deep backward square for 1 run. So another expensive over. The run's just starting to flow, and a couple of overs from Stoneman, part-time spinner. Will he get another? Well, we'll have to see. The end of that over there, going along nicely. The Sharks 184 for 2.
Hey, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harm, Dave Townsend with you on commentary. I've had an email in from Pankaj, who's listening over in Honolulu in Hawaii. Is that somewhere you've been, Dave?
No.
Okay.
No, not.
He says, it's 1 a.m. here. Thanks for bringing the match to viewers across the world. Sussex have done a masterful job of securing Pujara's services. Pujara's helped develop and stabilise the young batting lineup of Sussex. I'm hopeful that Sussex and the BCCI will reach some agreement to allow Pujara to return next season. Lastly, you folks are always welcome in Honolulu. There we are, Dave. We've got an invite. Anytime, and dinner is on me.
Oh,
it gets better.
Very nice, very nice. Because it's not the cheapest place in the world, Hawaii.
Right.
I was looking the other day. It's one of the more expensive states in the US of A.
It's going to be Tim Murto who's back into the Middlesex attack from the C end of the ground. He comes in and bowls to Pujara, and Pujara just helps that down to deep backward square. Picks up a single, does Pujara. He goes to 56, and the Sharks to 185 for 2. During this competition, I've seen a side of Pujara's game, Dave, that I hadn't seen previously in the Championship. He's been very solid. He's made a couple of double hundreds. But at Edgbaston, when Sussex were in real trouble, they needed quick runs. He just showed a range of shots that we hadn't seen before. He is key for Sussex. And his experience as well, I think he's probably got in mind what he thinks is a good score on this pitch. Now, this is interesting because Joe Cracknell's going to stand up to the stumps to Tim Murto.
Knows his game, doesn't he? That's the thing.
Yeah.
With Pujara, one of the great batsmen in the world. And the other thing is he clearly loves batting.
Yes, he does.
He clearly loves batting.
Pujara waits at the non-striker's end as in comes Murto. Bowls to Alsop, who pulls firmly through square leg. Picks up a single. Good bit of fielding out there by Holman, who gets in the throw. One more to Alsop. He goes to 86. The total 186 for 2. And this could be... If Sussex don't win this game, this could be Pujara's last appearance of the season. He's due to go back at the end of the month. Sussex supporters have come in their numbers. There's a good crowd here today to...
So I don't know his family situation, but you can imagine he's the sort of bloke with a 6-year-old boy who he gets a 6-year-old to bowl to him on days off.
He comes. Murto, this stooping approach to the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Pujara just leans on that and plays it down the ground too long on. Fielded down in front of us by... Now, this must be a 12th man who's on.
Yes, it's Davis.
So I'm not sure who's gone off. Mark Stoneman did get hit on the hand a little earlier on. I'm not sure whether he's off the field. But Davis is on the field. And he's now running down here too long off. Total goes to 187 for 2. As Tom Alsop waits. Cracknell standing up. Murto runs away from us. He's in and bowls to Alsop, who drives down the ground, and Davis comes in from long on to field. One more to the total. So schedule 188 for 2. This partnership is now worth 93. Coming together when Tom Clark was bowled by Max Harris for 9. 4 singles off the over so far. Pujara would have identified Murto as a danger man. He hasn't taken too many liberties in this over. Murto turns in the 35th of the 50 overs. Tim Murto runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and Pujara pulls away onto the leg side and picks out Holden, who's fielding in front of the clock tower scoreboard, and picks up another single. Does Pujara. He goes to 58, and Sussex to 189 for 2. 5 fielders allowed inside the circle at this particular stage. There's a short fine leg, a square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Short third man. The four fielders scattered around the boundary as Murto is on his way, bowls and pulled away by Allsop, and that's going to be a boundary. 4 runs, lovely shot, too short from Tom Allsop, from Tim Murto, and Allsop pulled the ball away through the wicket for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Allsop. He goes to 91. The Sharks are 193 for 2. An over that cost 9 runs. Good shot, found the gap.
Yeah, Tim Murto thought he'd got away with that over, didn't he? I mean, you would have been quite happy to concede 6 singles at this stage of the innings, but that final delivery, 2 men out in front of the old pavilion on the left-hand side at Hove, one of the great grounds in the country. I think, Adrian, you're so lucky to work it. You know? Mic on those.
I know that helps, doesn't it? In between a glug of coffee, and it's largely unchanged.
Yeah,
down the years. I mean, the ground has changed a little, and you know, with the cricketers' pub now gone and the flats being built. I'm not sure when was the last time you were here, Dave, but it's probably changed quite a lot since the last time you were here. The pub's gone. The pub is coming back, but in a different guise.
Well, it's what's it coming back as, a laundry?
Yeah.
I mean, is it coming back as a pub?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, right.
It's come back as a pub, but a different pub. It's still going to be called the Cricketers, I understand.
Well, it ought to be.
Yeah.
Tradition, I don't know. It wasn't the greatest pub, to be fair.
Yeah, and you know, that development, every time I come here, I mean, it's now got as high as it's going to go, but now the finishing touches going on to those apartments. It's going to be Holman again.
Yeah, he obviously didn't like bowling at this end, did he? He just had one over and got clobbered for about 12 or 14 runs,
yeah,
including that straight 6 from Pujara. So he's back to the end he prefers. So comes in, bowls, gives that one some air. Nice little bit of flight on that. Nice little bit of drift he's getting as well. He's a very exciting young cricketer, Luke Holman. He's gone from nowhere into my top 10 of favourite cricketers this year, having seen him a few times. It's top 10 current cricketers, not all time. There's quicker delivery, goes down that side, and he's swung away back with a square for 4 runs. So Pujara pouncing on that delivery. That was just short of a length and spinning down the leg side, probably the googly, and he's just very quickly onto it and swung it away for 4. Yes, he's 100 partnership up off 109 balls, just 73 minutes. So I think that shows you how Middlesex has been busting through the overs as well. So got the best part of 18 overs in and not much more than an hour. Old cricketers will say, oh, that's going slow, but tosses up and driven back to him. But he's 21, 22, Luke Holman, and he's got that. Bats in the middle of the order. He's difficult to dislodge. It's bally bowls, and that's driven nicely up to a long on for 1 run. And he's got a bit of grumpiness about him, Adrian. And I do like a bit of grumpiness about a cricketer. Yeah.
His birthday's coming up. He will be 22 on the 16th of September.
Ah, well, there you go. As I say, I like watching him play, and I also like the fact that he doesn't... he's a serious cricketer, let's put it like that. Bowls again over the wicket, and Pujara's got an edge to that. He's going to get more runs. Will it go all the way? Well, Alavito is after it, knocks it back, and he's going to save a single because they're going to come back for a 3rd run. So that was an edge, really. Had there been a slip in place, could have been in trouble also, but that brings up the 200 for the Sharks, 201 for 2, a set for a big score here in this, effectively a quarter-final of the One-Day Cup, Royal London One-Day Cup, to give it its full name. Holman again, this time to Pujara, and he just eases that one wide of long on for a single. So decent enough over. Decent enough over.
Yeah, I mean, after 30 overs, Dave, Sussex were 151, so they've scored 51 off the last 6. Just as we were saying, it looked as if Middlesex had a bit of a strangle on. Pujara has really stepped on the accelerator. He's on 64. Just getting up to date with the other games in the Royal London One Day Cup. Durham are 115 for 8 at Grace Road against Leicester. If Leicestershire win that game, they will qualify for the semi-finals. May not win the group, but they will qualify. Surrey now 171 for 9 at Welbeck Colliery against Notts. And in the other games, Somerset 171 for 2 in 37 against Warwickshire. Warwickshire need to win. So that's
171. Because they were. I had a look at that when I was coming down on the train. I think they were 21 for 2 or something.
Yeah,
So there's a big partnership going on there.
James Rue on 75 and Lewis Goldworthy on 77. So good recovery from Somerset.
Yeah, it'll set Warwickshire a little bit of a target, weren't they? Of course, Warwickshire got that tied game. They tied a fantastic game of cricket against Surrey.
Against Surrey, yeah.
And that means that, you know, the run rate doesn't come into it with them, does it? So
yeah,
they're on 9 points. They either finish above or below. It's no, there's no, oh, hang on, let's get the calculators out.
Well, it's going to be Tim Murtagh who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Pujara, who's on 64 of 60 deliveries. His presence key for Sussex here. As Murtagh runs away from us, he's in the bowls, and that's a full toss. And Pujara's furious with himself for missing out. Look at him, he's remonstrating with himself. Did he change his shot then? I think he did, and then he didn't know why he'd let that go by. Murtagh rather gets away with one there.
Well, it's a full toss outside off stump, and apart from perhaps behind square on the leg side, you can hit that almost anywhere in the ground, can't you, when you think about it? You can deflect it behind square on the off, you can hit it over extra cover, you can hit it over mid-wicket. And he did neither.
Just 7 overs for 31 before this over. He runs away from us. He's in on bowls to Pujara. Pujara hammers that one away, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Just bounces about a foot inside the boundary rope. And again, Dave, he's picked out that area on the leg side. He's just drilled that one over wideish mid-wicket. 1 bounce over the ropes for 4 runs. Pujara to 68 off 62. The Sharks 206 for 2.
You often see positions, particularly fielding positions, particularly in T20s, where all the fielders on the leg side are back. And I think we had Middlesex adopted fields like that against Pujara. They would have cut off a lot of the runs he has, because he has targeted that sort of wide, deep mid-wicket. Or a player as good as Pujara, you shouldn't really say he's been hitting it to cow corner, but he has, hasn't he? I mean, that's the part of the ground he's been hitting it to. But,
well, I wonder if they were going to change the field, but they're not. There was a long conversation between Steve Eskenazi and Tim Murtagh, but the field has changed slightly. I'll describe it in a minute. As in comes Murtagh again, and Pujara plays slightly across the line. I probably shouldn't accuse him of that, really. If he gets a single to wideish mid-on, he goes to 69. I thought it was 207 for 2. So on the leg side now, there's a short fine leg, a backward square leg, a mid-on. Just the one fielder on the leg side boundary. It's Max Holden, who's at deepish mid-wicket. There's a short third man, extra cover, and 3 men on the offside boundary. A long off, deep extra, and a deep backward point. Murtagh wants another change.
Well, we've got a left-hander on strike.
Yeah, sorry, it's all changed, sorry.
Come on, let's get you back together. 5 on the offside, please.
Yeah.
But again, just the one man out on the offside. So.
207 for 2. Murtagh in bowl to Alsop, who cuts this away as far as Holden, who feels in front of the scoreboard. 1 more to Alsop, who goes to 95. 115 deliveries. He's pretty much playing a supporting role now, is Tom Alsop. He's giving Pujara the strike.
Pujara on 69, you think it's almost okay. Well, Alsop will obviously win, but it won't be. Both of them stay in, then I think Pujara will catch him by the time they both got sort of 105, 110.
Murtagh runs away from us, bowls to Pujara. Full toss hammered down the ground by Pujara, but straight to long off, and it's just a single on this occasion to Chediswell Pujara. He goes to.
I think he was happy about that either.
He's very hard on himself, isn't he?
Yeah, this is clever bowling by Murtagh. Most of his deliveries have been fielded on the boundary, but at this stage of an innings, you know, six singles, even if they're fielded on the boundaries, just as good as 6 drop and run singles, as far as the fielding side are concerned.
Murtagh in again, bowls to Allsop, who worked this into the covers, fielded at short extra cover by the Middlesex captain Steve Eskenazi. It's the end of the 37th over, so 13 overs remaining. And the Sussex Sharks are 209 for 2. Allsop on 95. Pujara is on 70. And this partnership between this pair is now worth 114.
Do you reckon they might have gone just a little bit too slowly around that period where Wallaluita and Holman had tied them down for a while? It was just, do you know what I mean? An extra single and over, or nothing spectacular would have got them a little bit of a better platform. 13 overs left. You've got to think that they're looking for 320 maybe with the wickets in hand.
I mean, here against Surrey, and this is the same pitch. They've used the same pitch for the 3 one-day matches here. Against Surrey, Sussex made 378 for 6. Against Leicestershire were bowled out here for 120 on this pitch. So that was a fairly straightforward victory for Sussex. And the game against Gloucestershire, Sussex made 334 for 9. So you'd have thought,
yeah,
330-ish, 340-ish. Yeah.
330, 340. So start of a new spell this time. We got a bit of pace back on. Young Harris is cut away down to a tumbling Tim Murtagh. Poor old fellow's got to get back up now. 210 for 2. According to the voice away, his voice is off. Wasn't that a play by somebody? The voice is off. Sex's death bowlers will be concerned, Adrian. Who are they going to bowl in those final overs? Tim Murtagh's not a great bowler at the death, is he? But Harris on, young seamer. Well, that's a learning game. Steaming in down the hill bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. The fielder's now back on the wing, giving them a single at this stage. And Allsop then ticks over to 96 off 117 balls. Pujara 71 off 65. So both playing their roles here. Harris. Pujara tries to launch that one in the direction of the pavilion, but just gets a clunky single up to deepish mid-on.
On the subject of Harris, Steve Harris has been in touch. He's a big Sussex fan who lives all the way up in northeast Scotland.
As tenuous links go, Adrian, that's me.
He says, "Hi Adrian, hope all is well." I'll read the rest of the email in a moment.
The other Harris comes in and bowls, and there's going to be 1 run, and you've got to do a report as well, Adrian, by the sound of.
I know, it all happens about this time of the hour.
You're getting things in your ears as well. You can hear.
Yeah.
Yep, good. Okay.
A bit of weather. The weather up in northeast Scotland is lovely and sunny, says Steve. He's watching the live stream. And he says, what a great competition this has been, not just for Sussex, but as a whole. And that echoes what Kevin was saying. Yeah. I'll take over because we haven't got this update to do. As in comes Harris down the hill to bowl to Pujara. Pujara's, lovely shot, beautifully played. Well, Sussex are going along really nicely here, Sarah. They're 213 for 2, and we're seeing yet another masterclass here from Cheteshwar Pujara, who's just hit another 4. He's on 76, and Sussex now 217 for 2. We're in the 38th over. Tom Allsop is batting beautifully as well. He opened the innings. He made 97. The men out, Ali Orr for 20, Tom Clark for 9, but these two have added over 100 for this third wicket, and Sussex getting themselves into a strong position here at Hove under the floodlights. Meanwhile, at Welbeck College, just break off because Pujara's hit another 4. Beautiful shot over extra cover for 4. Pujara goes to 80, and he really is stepping on the accelerator. Meanwhile, in the other game, Surrey are playing at Welbeck Colliery against Nottinghamshire. Surrey 181 for 9 in the 40th over. They can't qualify for the latter stages of this competition. Sussex can, and they're 221 for 2 at the end of the 38th over.
Indeed, Adrian, Sussex will if they win this game.
Yeah, and their run rate is such that they would get a home. So I just read Steve's. We've got a break here for drinks being brought out for the Sussex bats. Yeah, what a great competition. I really enjoyed my day at Durham last week, and there have been fine cricket all around the country. I hope the competition has a future. I'm proud to say I haven't watched a single ball of the 100. Says Steve. I have to say, I mean, Kevin and I were talking about this, Dave, a little earlier on, and, you know, whatever your views are on the 100, and, you know, everyone's got their views. Let's put that to one side. But in terms of this competition, in terms of crowd and matches, there's been some terrific games of cricket. There really have.
There has been very good. It's a shame, really, that they've only actually played the 8 games in the whatever it is, the 3-4 weeks or whatever. I have a little pet theory, Adrian, that a lot of these games could actually be doubled up. You know, you get teams travelling down here, particularly you had to go up to Durham or somewhere.
Well, we had to go to Durham on Tuesday, then Taunton on Friday.
Why? Well, yeah, that's almost punishment, isn't it? So.
In comes Anderson from the CN, bowls to also, but clips this off the hip down towards fine leg. They've taken one, they'll come back for a second, which will take Tom Alsop on to 99.
But when you've gone up to Durham and people want to watch the game, and maybe Sussex fans want to go up there and see a bit of cricket, why not have either back-to-back matches, or, because they're all precious these days, aren't they, have a rest day in between the 2 games, but play 2 games in 3 days, and people could make a little bit more of an event of it. Anderson
in, bowls to Alsop, and that's going to be 100 for Tom Alsop, and beautifully played, and he gets a terrific round of applause and a standing ovation from the crowd here at Hove. That's tremendous knock by Tom Alsop. He takes up his helmet, raises his bat to the pavilion. 100 and 120 balls, including 10 fours. It's his 5th list day 100, and I have to say it's been a tremendous knock from Tom Alsop. Came to Sussex at the beginning of the season on loan. That is now a permanent move. And I think it's been an innings full of really good shots from the left-hander. And Sussex to 224 for 2 here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms and Dave Townsend. I think that's a quality knock. I think what he has done is rotated the strike very well here with Pujara.
He's played his role to perfection here, hasn't he? As a very good support to Pujara. He hasn't just been nudging the singles, he's been taking the runs when they're available.
Anderson over the wicket bowls into Pujara, who's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery by Anderson, who's in his 6th over. Sussex 224 for 2. We're in the 39th over on a grey overcast day on the south coast. The floodlights on for those of you who are just joining us. Middlesex won the toss, decided to bowl, which looked a good decision. There was a lot of low cloud, as there still is, and a bit of a sea fret earlier on. There's Anderson away from us, in and bowl to Pujara, who drills it. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. That's just a quality cricket shot. It was slightly over-pitched by Martin Anderson, and Pujara, who's in scintillating form, made that on drive straight down the ground. No chance of Robson cutting it off. Pujara goes to 84 in 70 deliveries, and Sussex to 228 for 2.
And although there were only, what have we got left? 11 overs remaining. What am I looking at on there? Seems to not be doing me any favours at the moment. Yeah, it's 11 overs and 2 balls remaining.
Anderson again, bowl to Pujara, clips this one away, more runs, 1 bounce, 4. Just clipped away off the front foot, over mid-wicket, 1 bounce over the ropes. And Pujara just looking majestic. He goes to 88 off 71, and that's another beautiful shot. I'm a little surprised, like you are, Dave, and you pointed this out, they haven't got perhaps a couple of other fielders on that leg side boundary, because he's certainly targeted that area.
And surely got to put Holman. Well, I suppose they've got another over to go when they have to have 5 inside the ring, but at the moment they're all out on the offside, and he's using a lot of bottom hand just to whip this ball into the on, and maybe you don't want a deep
there he goes
backward square, but you certainly want a deep mid-wicket, and now we're going to get a deep mid-wicket.
He's moved somewhere. He's moved a field around.
Young Max Holden is out there.
In comes Anderson again. Oh, that's going to be a free hit. It's pulled away by Pujara for 4 runs, but it's over waist high. horrible full toss by Martin Anderson, and Pujara said, thanks very much, I'll hit that for 4 runs. But that's over waist high, and I'd imagine that's going to be a warning for Martin Anderson, and indeed it is.
Yes.
If he does that again, he'll be off, and it's going to be a free hit as well. So this is an expensive over from Martin Anderson. Full toss way over waist high. Pujara made it pay with the boundary, but it's now going to be a free hit, and more problems here for Steve Eskenazi.
Yeah, because he'll need Anderson to complete his quota of overs, you would think. Free hit, but I mean it was an attempted slower ball, wasn't it? But he just didn't come out at all right.
In comes Anderson, bowls, and Pujara hammers that down the ground. That's going to go for 6 runs, just above our head. Bang! He's just hit the wall away to our left-hand side. And Pujara is in the march, and that's a mighty expensive over from Martin Anderson. Can't add them all up. I think I saw like 22 off of the over, and all of a sudden Sussex are motoring 244 for 2, and Pujara suddenly on 98. Is that 98 off 73 balls?
98, and suggesting he might catch Allsop when he was between 105 and 110. I think he's going to catch him very shortly, because just 2 runs between this third wicket pair at the moment, and those sorts of overs can really can hurt a side, can't they? 11 overs remaining, and you'd think Sussex, unless Middlesex take wickets, they've got to be looking now, Sussex, at somewhere in the region of, 360, 370 even, because they've got 11 overs. You reckon they go at least 10 and over with that number of wickets in hand at this stage, 2 batsmen set as well. So worrying times, and Middlesex a lot of faith in this young man who's coming on to bowl now.
Luke Coleman, yeah. The last 9 overs have gone for 93.
Yeah, that's an indication. I think Kevin Hand was saying that in the situation they were, you'd be looking at 200 from the last 20 or so.
Just give you the scores in the other games. That sort of sea fret seems to come in again, that low cloud. So elsewhere, Durham 129 for 8 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Surrey bowled out for 181 at Welbeck Colliery against Nottinghamshire. Somerset 205 for 2 in 42 overs against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Lancashire 210 for 6 or 40 overs against Kent at Canterbury. And Hampshire 243 for 2 against Yorkshire at Scarborough. It's like a mist coming in now, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Adrian. In fact, it's not going to be. It's going to be Harris again. I thought Holman was taking his cap off there, but
I did as well.
Had a change. Maybe they're waiting till they can have the extra fielder.
It's almost like a fog, isn't it? That's enveloping the ground.
You've still got to have those 5 fielders in for 1 more over. This is being the 40th over. So Harris to continue at this stage, bowling to the left-hander, and he bowls that wide of the off stump, and it's signalled a wide. Cracknell's remonstrating is not quite the word, but he's just having a little non-verbal conversation with the umpire, pointing out that the batsman had actually gone quite wide. And this is the 150 partnership with that wide. So wild applause from the Sussex fans in the crowd. Harris bowls again, and that's crashed back past him for 4 runs over his head. And that bat times up into the distance. It's a Royal London, the tournament sponsors board, the Royal London One Day Cup, and clatters into the boundary for 4. So that's effectively 5 runs off the first 2 balls. Our first ball of this over to the wide and a 4. Takes Allsop onto 104. What are you looking at?
No, just saying.
You're worried about those other scores, aren't you?
No, you sort of like when I said about the Yorkshire-Hampshire score. Hampshire have actually lost a wicket now, 247 for 4, but an Iron Donald made at 76.
How many overs are that?
They're in the 42nd.
Yeah, so they're looking at a score well in excess of 300. They're the team of the season, really. Hampshire, I think, already won the T20, could well win the championship. They're sort of pushing Surrey in that. So,
what a shame they don't play each other again.
Next delivery is pitched up and swung away over mid-wicket for 6, so he's moved outside. off stump there and just swung it to the short boundary by the scoreboard. And, well, runs really flowing now, and they're going to have to go for a new ball.
Here comes Brenda. Good old Brenda. Here she comes. She'll get a good round of applause when she goes back into the pavilion, I'm sure. Delivery really wasn't it. Tom Alsop helping the ball away over square leg for 6. Got very gloomy, hasn't it? I mean, look at the flag on the clock tower scoreboard, Dave. It's absolutely limp to the mast. And that just tells you there's no breeze. There's nothing to blow all this away.
Oh, look, just as you speak, there's a little...
Oh, there we are, a little flutter. Yeah, it needs a bit more on that, I think.
Yeah, a bit of...
Well done, Brenda. There she is.
See for it.
Well done, Brenda.
Well, tell us a bit about Brenda then.
Well, Brenda's been a Sussex fan for years and years, and she always whenever a ball goes out of the ground, she's here at every single game. She's the first person in the queue every morning here at Hove. And her job here is when she's always in charge of the box of balls, so whenever the ball goes out the ground, it does quite a lot here at Hove. Brenda is responsible for bringing out the... Or, indeed, when the Duke's ball in county championship cricket goes out of shape. That happens quite a lot as well.
She's been on quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Does she take the balls home and polish them?
I doubt it.
Harris, what can he do with this one? 4 and a 6 to start. Oh, good Yorker. And that's pinged away for 4 all the same. And this is... I'm sorry, but... It's an odd, very odd field for Middlesex. They got 6 inside the rings when they only need
5 at the stage.
So why would you have the extra player in? Or have they been penalised for something? I don't think that's one of the rules, bylaws, is it?
Well, I'm not aware they've been penalised, but it does seem a little odd. No, they're not. They're, well, they've suddenly got 6 inside the circle.
Why?
I have no idea.
Well,
maybe there is a reason. I don't know if anyone listening... Oh, no, now they've got 5. Oh, no, they're not. They're still...
Yeah. No. At the moment, they've still got 6, and you think, well...
Seem a little odd.
If you... By choice, you'd only want 4 inside if, in the start of the next over, into the final power play, but it's a very weird one. Slow hand clap starting around the ground. Bother Middlesex too much, will it? They've got 10 overs to bowl after this one, and they've got another sort of 53 minutes to bowl them in. So.
Well, they're certainly entitled to take their time, aren't they? But it is an odd field now. Is that field well, for some reason... Oh, no, they have got 5 in the circle nowadays, so there clearly hasn't been a...
But he's putting out...
Yes, he has.
But he's putting out long off rather than somebody on the onside. As the hits straight through the field on the onside to the boundary in front of the scoreboard. This is the most bizarre seen for a long time. But will the field change? Got to have a man at it. The only fielder out on the onside is long on, and on the offside where Alsop hasn't targeted a single ball. Finally, we're getting a fielder going out, and that'll probably mean that mid-off has to come in.
What's that? 19 off the over, and there's still 2 balls to bowl. But as they have put that man out now.
So that's bizarre. That's bizarre. He comes again, Harris, and again making room to hit to the onside. Just plays it to mid-wicket this time. Doesn't time that one. And it's just a single to Alsop, who suddenly sprinted away again. We had Pujara scoring, what was it, 22 off the last over.
Yeah.
And, now
Alsop's had his turn.
19 off this one, so he's regained his lead, Adrian.
Well, Pujara now within 2 of his century, which will be his 3rd of the competition.
1 ball left to face, and Middlesex facing a mammoth chase here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
They need to bring another one up inside the circle. I think one of the has just said you need... They need another one inside the circle.
Yeah, well,
but Wallowich has gone back. I think they're bringing the long on up inside the circle.
And he's just got inside the circle by the time Harris bowls, and that's pushed up to him there. at mid-on. 1 run to Pujara, who's now on 99 at the end of that rather expensive over. 21 runs coming from it, I think.
I'll do this over and I'll hand over to Kevin. Come and join you for a bit, Dave.
Okay, fair enough.
2 umpires are having a natter again. I don't know whether they're concerned about anything in particular. I mean, the lights are on. Perhaps they're just having with 10 overs to go. So we're into the final power play.
They're going off after 40 overs.
They're going off, or is it drizzling out there? Wow,
Can't possibly be light with it. Oh,
that's extraordinary. Well, I'm not sure the light is any worse now than it has been at any time during the match. And there's boos around the county ground. And I'm not surprised. I'm not sure why the umpires are taking the players off.
are they going to change their mind?
Well, that's extraordinary.
The batsmen don't want to go off. Middlesex obviously want to break in play. They've signalled for the covers to come on. One set of stumps is out of the ground. The other is...
Pujara's saying, well, why are we going off?
Yes.
Well, that does seem a very odd decision.
You've got one batsman on 119, one batsman on 99, a key match, a big crowd inside the ground, not an umbrella in sight.
Well, that just seems a really, really odd decision. I don't think the light is any worse now than it has been during the whole game.
And there's a cheer. The umpires are told him to come back on.
Well, that is ridiculous. You have to say, that's the sort of thing that doesn't do the game any favours whatsoever. So the Middlesex lads have literally got to the steps at the far side of the ground. And now we're going to carry on. So the ground staff have brought the covers out to the middle. And now the Middlesex lads have to come trooping back on again. Well, I don't understand that. That just seems to be crackers. Very strange. Anyway, bit of a comedy,
Ridiculous.
really.
Ridiculous.
The Middlesex lads are coming.
in the top 3 of the competition. They're disappointed to go out. It tells you where they've been light this year. And they've been light this year with the ball, and they've only just recalled Mertens today, and he's bowled very well. So that's something to look back on. In terms of wanting to win the competition, you can understand why they did it. They want to give Greenwood and Harris games. But if you wanted to win the competition equally, it's with the ball that Middlesex have suffered. It's with the ball they lost it against Leicestershire. A bit of both against Gloucestershire. And then here, on the ball today, they did something terribly wrong. As here's Carvelas to Robson. What did I say, Curry?
Yes.
Carvelas to Curry. He'd have done well there, wouldn't he? Coming into today, so now he's still a long way off Eskenazi. Robson.
482.
Yeah.
So now 614.
Yeah. So at the end of the group stage, he's 50 or so behind Eskenazi as Robson fishes a little on the back foot at Carvelas, and through to the keeper it goes. And Sam Robson's on 448 ahead of Mulder on 440 at Leicestershire. So 448 for Robson. Double ton for Robson now, puts him ahead of Eskenazi. Wouldn't be a bad time. He needs to do an all-top. A daddy ton for Robson required here. Carvelas is in, bowls, full straight, watchfully pushed mid-on now. That's a big scoring area for Robson. He just slammed the bat into the pad there, hasn't he? Look, really playing that mid-wicket clip. With only a mid-on and a deep square, huge scoring area for Sam Robson. He feels he's missed out not only on runs but a boundary there. 40 for 2 at the end of the 7th here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Sussex together as well. Adrian Harms, myself, Kevin Hand, and the cricket writer and broadcaster, David Townsend.
Yeah, just popped in to give you lads a bit of support.
Yeah, popped in for a bit of pepperoni pizza. And you ended up with mushroom. Well, you popped in for the pepperoni.
I think I'd have preferred
Come for the pepperoni, stay for the mushroom.
I think I'd have preferred the mushroom, actually.
It looked excellent.
It was.
I was highly, highly unimpressed when you ended up with mushroom and I ended up with margarita. Now, Harmsy's back. Did you get the mushroom pizza, Harmsy? So here's Curry from the Cromwell Road end, pushed back up the track, and there's no run. There was no pizza left. You ended up only with... Really? Is that it? Oh, no. Do you tell him or do I?
It'd be the wrong time to tell him that they gave you 2 pizzas.
Oh, no.
And you handed one
I handed one back. There was such a long queue. They handed me 2 pizzas. I think they gave me your original order plus mine, and then they gave DT his mushroom. And I said, I just looked at the queue and I thought, I can't walk away with this second pizza. So I handed it back. And then we got to the top of the stairs and thought, actually, no, I should have taken it and just given it to Harmsy. I'm so sorry, Adrian. Here's a short ball hooked away by Cracknell. And 44 for 2. Cracknell moves to 7. And the moral of the story is, honesty gets you nowhere, folks.
Well, it was a very, very nice pizza as well.
Actually, it was. It was delicious, wasn't it?
It was.
Roasting. Red hot. Harmsy, red hot in here. Oh, we've got some cool air to go with the hot air, DT. DT's kindly left his crusts over there, Harmsy. I never trust a person that doesn't eat pizza crust. It's one of the best bits. How can you let all that pizza go to waste? Look at it.
Yeah, there's nothing on there. There were no mushrooms on the crust.
Go back and ask for a dip.
The mushrooms are very, very nice.
Did they not even have some chips left for Harmsy?
Because he didn't want any.
That's how busy it is here today. In all seriousness, it's a packed house at Hove, and I don't think I've ever seen the queue so big out the back there. As here's Curry in bowls, and forward goes Cracknell, pushing up to mid-off, 45 for 2. It's a lovely day's cricket, and again a maligned competition, wrongly so. It's been brilliant cricket across the board this year in August, and the fans have responded in kind. They've all been out for it. It was that Surrey match at Radlett, and it was a depleted Surrey side, but you'd fancy if that had been at Lord's, that game, that would have been a really big crowd. And Radlett holds about 2,000 or 3,000. I think they had about 1,500 in there that day against Surrey. Robson pulls away. Curry will have to start again in his 4th over. Wicket apiece for Curry and Carvelas. Stoneman and Eskenazi, the opening pair gone. Middlesex have a form top 4 though, of which Cracknell has inserted himself as forward goes Robson, defending into the offside, and there's no run, so Milan drops to 5. Wonderful average he has.
Holden scored a few as well, hasn't he?
Well, Holden was the Harms, you mentioned it, in terms of Sussex. They've twice beaten their List A records, haven't they, this year, individual records. Middlesex had 166 as the record List A score, which Holden held. I've been taking it from Strauss, who'd hit 150 odd against Surrey a few years back, 2006 I think it was. Curry bowls short, wide, and Robson puts him away. Wait for the bad ball. That's what Middlesex have got to do today. There's runs to be had. Don't give the wickets away in the meantime. 50 up for Middlesex. They are, or is it? Is that 49 up? 49 up for Middlesex. They're 49 for 2.
Oh, well, though, haven't they, the opening bowlers?
They have, but again, Sussex themselves were no further. They were 60 on the board at the end of the power play. And that's why, again, kind of fancy Middlesex don't be 70 for 3 at the end of this power play. 55, 60 without loss, no problem. And that's what they're on course for, as here's, apart from the wickets column, as here's Curry. Bowls wide again and put away again. There you go, 50 up for Middlesex. 53 for 2. It's a short boundary to one side, and we saw that affect Middlesex's field and their bowling tactics. We saw Sussex use it to their advantage as well. But anything wide's going today. The ball's coming sweetly onto the bat. If you are off line ever so slightly, the batters have full trust in this pitch. 53 for 2. End of the 8th. 2 overs left of the power play. Middlesex could well be ahead of Sussex. In terms of the runs at the end of the power play, they've got to be careful of that last column, even though they bat as far down to 8. So maybe they've said that, look, bat down to 8 today, you can gamble 2 in the power play. Maybe that's what they've gone with.
Yeah, I don't want to get too far behind either. They know what they're going for, but it's a huge, huge total.
Yeah, and the pressure that comes with it. Carvelas from the C end bowls, and this is worked by Cracknell for a single, out to deep square. He's on to 9 from 15.
It's interesting, isn't it, that he came in ahead of Robson. He scored 9 from 15, whereas Robson's got 13 from 7. So it's gone off very quickly.
Oh, cake's arrived, DT. Oh, he hasn't got his pizza, but he's got his cake.
There's a cake next door.
He's going to eat it. Surely there's a food outlet that can give you some lunch, Harmsy. I cannot believe all of Hove can't deliver Harmsy some lunch. What about the shouty fellas in the hospitality away to our right? Can't they slip you something? Here's Carvelas bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. 54 for 2. Just wander in there and say, sir, you were right. Holden definitely had his foot over the line when he took that catch. Here, you can have a bit of lunch, mate. That's what we'd do, TT, isn't it?
I was a bit disappointed.
You didn't get your salami?
Well, particularly when it was such a nice pizza. I can't believe Harmsy didn't have any at all.
Oh, I see. I can't believe they've run out of pizzas. Here's a length ball punched to Rawlings at extra cover. 54 for 2.
That's what Rawlings got on. He looks as though he's got on a very sort of fashionable pair of tracksuit bottoms, isn't he? Very thin leg. Well, what's that sort of style? Drain pipe style.
This ball short, cut away to backward point by Robson off Carvelas. What are you talking about? Skinny jeans?
Skinny jeans. They do look a bit like that, don't they?
Yeah. Can we not have a whip round for Harmsy? If everybody at the ground gave a penny, Harmsy could have an ice cream, couldn't he? Probably wouldn't be able to afford the flake as well, but... penny each from... What do you reckon's in today? 4,000 today, Adrian? What's capacity here?
This is going to test your maths, isn't it?
Carvelas bowl, slip in place. This ball's worked away through square leg for a single.
4,000, penny each. That's
what have we got? 50 for 4, Leicestershire. Oh, dreaming of an away playoff, Harmsy. The loser. An away playoff on Friday. I've got a big booking on Friday, DT. What am I going to do if Middlesex end up with a playoff?
You've got a booking?
Yeah. Well, we're working elsewhere. Didn't factor it in. Here's Carvelas bowls, and this ball's onto the pads. Is it slipping down? Not out. It's the call from the umpire.
Yeah, moved across a little bit.
D5, 56 for 2. That's the end of the power play. So Carvelas from the power play ends up with 5 overs, 1 for 31. I think that is. Yes, it is. 131.
It's only his end of the power play. 9 overs are gone.
That's what I said, isn't it? 5 overs, 1 for 31.
Yeah, but it's not the end of the power play. It's
but his end. Yeah. I said that.
But it was a little bit confusing.
What are you cantankerous? This is confusing for you. You've had your pizza and you enjoyed it. You're cantankerous because the cake serves and you can't get to it yet.
There's a cake next door.
I can't believe we said no to that extra pizza and Harmsy ends up without one.
Oh, such a good pizza as well, wasn't it? That's so tasty.
I cannot believe Sussex are not going to provide lunch for Harmsy today either.
Succulent. Oh.
Curry, last over of the power play, bowls. Cracknell eases this ball to point. And there's no run. Oh, we're back on the stream as well. The stream's working. There you go. Even more people that can donate a penny for Harmsy to have some lunch today.
I'm sure you'd have worked it out if we left it long enough, Cap. But a penny each from 4,000 people is 40 quid. You could have a good lunch for that.
It's still only got an ice cream and not a flake. Where were we the other day? So, it was... I think it was Radlett. Seems a full ball down the leg side from Curry, and that is a wide. This time, Cracknell trying to help us on his way. It takes nothing on the way through. It was being worked out the price of 99. It used to be 99p. That's why it was called a 99, wasn't it? An ice cream and a flake, was it?
Yeah, it was around long before 99s were around pre-decimal.
Ooh. So, why was it called a 99 then?
Well, I've no idea.
I'm sure that's what Mercer and Fraser told me. It was 99 because... Here's Curry down the leg side again, gets away from the keeper as well. Is it going to be wide or is it going to be runs? Clipped.
Little tickle.
Almost 13. Middlesex are 61 for 2 without any real shots in anger in this power play, but for the 2 they got out to.
Yes. Stoneman just sort of lined that one up, didn't he? It was his favourite shot. The ball slightly just short of a length. In fact, almost a length ball, and sort of whip it through mid-wicket. It was a safe shot, except for the fact that the ball bounced and left him, and he just nudged it through to the keeper.
Do you know what Sussex were at the end of the power play, DT?
They would have been something for naught, Cap, would they?
58 without loss.
There you go.
Carries in, bowls, and that's cut hard by Cracknell, and Middlesex are 65 for 2 with 2 balls left of the power play.
The important figure there is the 2.
And indeed, that's what I'm saying. That was what I said from the off in this innings. Keep the wickets in hand. The runs are there today. Don't go after high risk shots early in this innings. There's plenty of run. Let the pressure flow back. And again, Wallaluita's 1 for 32, wasn't it? 32 runs off 10 overs.
Oh, nicely.
Yeah, push that pressure back to Sussex. Say, right, there's runs to be had all around the park today. Where are you going to find the bowlers who are going to get through a little cheaper than the rest, as Wallaluita did? And well, indeed Mercer, even, who had bowled the last over, so his figures won't wholly reflect his day. They do, none for 56 off 10. This comes back in, doing too much, I think. Curry to Cracknell, drifting down the leg side. That sharply came back into the right-hander, 65-2. It's got very dark out there, you know. Just looking at a few spots around the ground. Over by the scorer's box, the old press box away to our left.
And the lights on in the block of flats at the far end.
Hold on a minute. Darkness doesn't matter, though, because we're playing a white ball. It could be a day-nighter, couldn't it? Under the floodlights.
Yeah.
So light does not matter. It was rain that they came off for earlier, of course.
I saw a forecast earlier that said a bit of rain around 4 o'clock, which it is now.
The Duckworth Lewis is 115 as Curry bowls and Cracknell defends into the offside, no run.
Yes, well, they're a long way short of that, 65 for 2.
So it was rain that they came off for earlier. I thought it was sea frets that had brought them off.
Well, sea fret and rain. There's not a lot of mizzle and drizzle. It's mostly.
But it's sea fret. Yeah, but sea fret's a cloud. It's not
but what's
moisture and such.
Made up? What do you think?
Yeah, but it's not actually raining onto the pitch. Is the point?
Well,
go on, keep going. You'll still lose. You're wrong, DT. Here's Curry. Bowls from the Cromwell Road end and goes past the edge. Curry looking to Cracknell looking to cut at that one once more. No real foot movement, just followed a little. End of the power play. Sussex Sharks were 58 without loss. Middlesex having set 401 to win, 65 for 2.
So a reasonable start runs wise. I always think that at the end of the first power play, you should the run rate your overall run rate should be reflected in the runs you get on the opening power play as well.
So you want to be 80 without loss, chasing
not
400.
Without loss, but
well, 80.
You want to be 80 rather than.
So if they were 80 for 2 now, would you be happy? I'm a little unhappy with the 2 column there.
2 columns not good. But no, you need to put a big partnership together.
Here comes Carvalhes, bowls to Robson, east of backward point. BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, bringing you the commentary here at Hove, the final group stage match. The final day of group stage matches in the Royal London Cup. All to play for in both groups. Just a couple of points separating the top 6. 1 point separating the top 5 in this one, of which Sussex, the hosts, sit top coming into the day. Middlesex is second.
It's got a bit of an autumnal feel about it today.
Well, it has now. The aircon's gone on. Other than that, it's pretty humid outside. It's a foolish ball driven back down the ground by Robson. Around comes Pujara, holds him to a single. Attempted Yorker dug out. The Adrian Harms's news bulletin there, they were talking about a heat wave again by the end of the week. 24, 25 degrees.
Heat wave.
I know, bearing in mind what we had a couple of weeks ago, 24, 25 is not a heat wave again at the end of the week, is it?
A couple of days of warm weather, isn't it?
Here's Carvalhes. Bowls onto the pads of Cracknell. This ball slips away to the square leg for a leg by. No, he got a little tickle on it. That's what, no, leg by signals. Where will all the teams be on Friday, though, DT? How will it all fall today?
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because got a situation where Notts are putting themselves right in contention in this group.
The Girdler said they were out, didn't he, when we were up there? He wasn't having it.
He just gets carried away, doesn't he?
Carvalhes. To Robson, that's a lovely drive through the covers. A sweeper setback, 68 for 2. Leicestershire 60 for 4, requiring another 138 to beat Durham.
They'll get them.
35 overs. Who's gone though? Welch, Steele, Kimber, and Hill. Mulder still there with Patel. Mulder's the key wicket for them. Nottingham should need 2 runs to beat Surrey. They've been set 182 to win. They've got 8 wickets standing in the 32nd over.
Yeah, they'll improve the run rate as well.
This ball's short and doesn't quite get up to Cracknell, who rocks back, looks to hook, hits him somewhere around the hip and falls safely in the end back up the track.
So the BBC update that table very, very quickly. So
Nottinghamshire will climb. Yes.
I think you'll find they'll climb above Leicestershire. And probably in front, probably ahead of Middlesex as well. But you would just
There
have
were
to
8
wait.
points coming into today.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no, I'm just confirming for listeners. Carvelas is in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track, and there's no, and viewers as well now that the stream's working again. Welcome all back on there. 68 for 2 there is the end of the 11th over. Just the 3 runs off it, 2 off the bat, 1 leg by as well. Other scores, Warwickshire 75 for 3 in the 20th, chasing 267 to beat Somerset, so that's not done. Nottinghamshire have won by 8 wickets against Surrey. Kent are 54 for 4, chasing 296 to beat Lancashire. Derbyshire 98 without loss, requiring 312 to beat Northamptonshire. Worcestershire 83 for 2, needing 357 to beat Glamorgan. And Yorkshire are 91 for 5,
So,
needing
Glamorgan.
314.
Glamorgan are going to sneak in, aren't they?
Sneaky Glammy.
So if Yorkshire lose...
And we'll play the winner of this. Harmsy's announcing from the far side of the box confidently. So a visit of Glamorgan awaits for the winners of this game.
No, he doesn't.
68 for 2. Change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. Oh, goodness me. It's into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Driven back by Robson. Cracknell had not left his ground, and all is well for Middlesex. But there was a moment of alarm and a half.
The winner of this...
Henry Crocombe, the new bowler at the Cromwell Road end.
The winner of this gets a
Home semi-final.
Semi-final against...
Oh, yeah. Harmsy. Yeah.
Harmsy's...
He had a lot of sugary snacks. They made up for the lack of pizza by giving him all the sugary snacks, didn't they? So he's getting giddy. Here's Crocombe, bowls to Robson, pushing back, and there's no run.
So you've got Nottinghamshire already up into 3rd place, are they?
Nottinghamshire up into 2nd.
2nd. Ooh, above Middlesex.
Yep. So, if Leicestershire were to lose and Warwickshire were to lose, Middlesex would hold 3rd spot.
Get an away tie.
An away tie, which at the moment would look like Lancashire. As this ball's full and Robson pushes to mid-on. Quick single taken through at the non-striker's end. Splatters the stumps. Makes a right mess of them. Second time in 2 balls that those stumps have been splattered. One by the batter and now by the fielder at mid-on. Good arm. Coming in from Bradley Curry. Oh, he's Bradley Curry on the scorecard, but he's Brad Curry everywhere else. So we know, Adrian, does he prefer Bradley or Brad? Brad, he does. Oh, you're being hooked by Harmsy. He's had enough of your pizza talk.
It was nice, that piece.
69 for 2. This ball's on a length, and Cracknell pushes a single out to deep cover. Moves to 18. Use your stint off air to go and find Harmsy some food. There is no better man in the country. Actually, there is me. There is no better man other than myself, than DT in the country, to go and sniff out some press food of some description for free from somewhere. Don't give him your crusts. Look at him, rearranging his crusts.
I can survive.
Look, he's remaking his pizza with his crusts. DT, just go and find him some food. He's wasting away our Adrian. Down the hill comes Crocombe, and that's driven nicely by Robson with an open face. Deep cover will get round. Holds him to a single. Oh, horrible slip out on the boundary there. He's absolutely fine, fortunately, but Ali Orr there.
I tell you what, Delray Rawlings has hurt himself as well. I mean, it's clearly quite slippery out there. People were telling me during the lunch break that it was
raining for the majority of the innings.
Yeah, it was drizzling.
Well, I completely misread that tweet when we were wondering whether it was Seafred or rain, and it said no, it is definitely rain, and I said definitely not.
Yeah,
inputting my own words into somebody else's tweet. Crocombe bowls. That's a lovely shot by Cracknell now, but same result, a single out to deep cover.
End of the over. 72 for 2, 4 singles off the over. Interesting that these other games, aren't they? I mean, I suppose in terms of who... I mean, Dave's absolutely right. The winners of this go straight to the semi-final, so their opponents are yet to be decided. But Glamorgan have done their run rate no harm at all. 356 for 3 at Worcestershire. I mean, Middlesex will need to be careful, won't they, that they don't get rolled over here cheaply, because that would surely affect their run rate. So there's every incentive for Middlesex to bat as deep as they can. Now, this is interesting because I think we're going to get the first bowl of the season from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is an all-rounder. Came from Derbyshire at the end of last season. He's a Sussex lad, but hasn't bowled all season because of a stress fracture to his back, and this is the first time that we've seen him bowl. So Finn Hudson-Prentice is coming into the attack from the C end of the ground. Very good afternoon, everybody. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. If you're listening around the ground, good afternoon to you. If you're listening via the live stream, which is now up and running again, which is great news. From an overcast Hove, as in comes Hudson-Prentice, running in over the wicket, bowls, and Cracknell works that into the covers. He wanted a single, but it was never there. And that's Tom Clark, who's in very quickly from backward point to field, and there is no run. The field in this second power play is a third man, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a fine leg and a deep mid-wicket. Then on the leg side inside the circle, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, a mid-off for cover and a backward point as Hudson-Prentice turns and runs away from us. Coming into bowl to Cracknell, he's in and bowls, and Cracknell pulls that one around the leg side, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Too short from Hudson-Prentice, and pulled by Cracknell down to backward of square. Picks up a boundary. He goes to 23 off 29. Middlesex to 76 for 2. The required run rate is 8.6 and over. They're currently going along at 6.2, but we saw from a Sussex perspective, Sussex scored 249 off the last 20 overs when they really put their foot to the floor. Hudson-Prentice in, bowls, pulled away, and that's going to be just a single on this occasion, down to Henry Crocombe down at fine leg, who gets the throw into Carter, who doesn't take it cleanly. Hudson-Prentice wants a change in his field. He wants Orr at deep mid-wicket to go a little finer, I think, more towards square leg. 77 for 2. Middlesex needing 401 to win after Sussex made 400 for 4. Tom Alsop top scoring with 189. Tom Alsop's got a little fan club down below us. As in comes Hudson-Prentice. Over the wicket, bowls and tucked away onto the leg side. Is he going to be caught? Is he caught? No, he's not. He's dropped. Dropped by Henry Crocombe down at deep fine leg. Now, it was rather helped on its way by Robson down towards fine leg. Henry Crocombe was very quickly around. I thought he'd caught it. Be interesting to see that again. I think he had it and then it went down. So it's a chance. Sam Robson is dropped on 18 by Henry Crocombe down at fine leg. With the score on 77 for 2. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls. Cracknell is full to bowl of good length, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run.
We love you all, Sop, we do, is the cry.
Yes.
Corporate tent away to our left, right.
Well, he's been a terrific signing, Tom Alsop. Originally just came on loan, but he's spoken about how much he's enjoyed it here at Hove. He's getting first-team cricket. And he's done really well in all formats of the game. Keeps wicket as well, not keeping in this game. Hudson-Prentice, straight approaches in and bowls and beats Cracknell outside the off stump. The ball goes through to Ollie Carter. So a good end to the over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. The over goes for 6 runs. And Middlesex are 78 for 2. Robson on 19. Cracknell is on 24. We've had 13 overs. Current run rate is 6.5. Middlesex needing to score 8.7 if they're to win this match.
Yeah, nothing to fear there. You know, they've got it down to, again, the reason why that power play, let it play out, let the pressure build on Sussex. Lots of batting to come for Middlesex. You take 10 overs out of it and make it a 40-over game, and you chase him 330 or so. It's still a lot to taste, isn't it? But here's a single by Robson. The back foot pushed out to deep point for Crocombe. 79 for 2. That last drop there, can Cracknell make it costly for Sussex here at Hove? Middlesex will very much hope so, but put the shots away for now. The runs will come. Pujara and all weren't thumping to all parts, were they? As Crocombe passes the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's ridden down to deep third for a single, 80 for 2.
Leicestershire are 61 for 6 against Durham.
All eyes on Warwickshire.
Vian Mulder is out for 12. So Leicestershire in real trouble. So Leicestershire may well miss out.
The Foxes are in the headlights, aren't they?
Some very loud away to our right-hand side. Yes, and their net run rate is not good.
Crocombe to Robson, carved with a drive, but only to deep cover. And a single more. Robson's on to 21 from 21. Cracknell's 25 from 33. Middlesex 81 for 2 in the 14th. Was that a cry of you bears down here at Hove? It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be only Sussex and Middlesex fans in. That is county cricket. People turn up to watch the cricket, not necessarily the fans of those counties. No, maybe not you bears. Here's a short one that Cracknell goes hard at for 4. There you go. A little bit of width, a little bit short. Cracknell capitalises. He moves on to 29. Middlesex 85 for 2. Build the partnership. That's what's got them to second spot in the group.
Well, yeah, and just looking at the group of them, if both Warwickshire and Leicestershire lose, it would come down to
the
run rate. Middlesex currently 0.825, Gloucestershire 0.027. So Middlesex wouldn't want to get rolled over here, Kevin.
That's a very good point, Adrian. It's Middlesex who are more in danger, isn't it? As this ball's full and bumped to cover by Cracknell. Sussex is 1.7 run rate, and Middlesex is 0.8, and Gloucestershire are 0.027.
Yeah. So that could be an interesting.
Yeah, Leicestershire in trouble. All eyes on Warwickshire.
Yeah,
and as you say, don't get rolled, Middlesex, or don't get rolled cheaply.
Well, Warwickshire are in trouble. I'll give you that in a moment.
Crocombe bowls and cutting down onto this, jabbing down onto it is Cracknell. Called through for the single by Robson. They're through. Carter with the glove off, thrown at the stumps, misses. And Cracknell moves 30, 86 for 2 after 14 Middlesex.
Warwickshire are 95 for 4 in the 23rd over, needing 172 to win in 27 overs. And in terms of their top order, the bat to have gone are Yates, Sibley, Sheikh and Lamb. So Rhodes is still there. Will Rhodes, but Warwickshire in a spot of trouble. So it's getting very tight in this group. And it could well be the losers here today may still qualify in 3rd place. We shall see. It's a long way off.
Which would be a trip to Lancashire. We fancy, don't we, at the rate things are going. Kent are 70 for 4, requiring another 226 to beat Lancashire. And Hampshire are top of that pile. And on their way to victory against Yorkshire, who will be eliminated.
Here comes Hudson Prentice from the C end of the ground, bowls to Cracknell, who pulls that back to the square on the leg side, picks up a single fielded there by Ali Orr. And there is one more to the total, goes to 87 for 2. Cracknell goes to 31.
You've got Hampshire's runs. I can see a Middlesex versus Nick Gubbins scenario at some point, top of the Hampshire side. Title winner with Middlesex Gubbins. Brown, of course, the former Sussex skipper, opening with Gubbins. Gubbins got 38, Brown got 60. Pressed 55 and...
Hudson Prentice bowls. He's gone behind, and Sam Robson has gone. He's caught by Ollie Carter. Robson doesn't like the decision, but he's got a little nick behind. Ollie Carter does the rest, and Sam Robson has gone for 21. And Finn Hudson Prentice, who's had a wretched season with injury, picks up his first wicket of the season, and Middlesex are 87 for 3. Robson on his way for 21. And well done for Hudson Prentice, who's had a really difficult time with injury. Picked up this stress fracture just before the season started. And a little nick through to the keeper from Sam Robson, who's out for 21 of 22 deliveries. An innings that took 34 minutes and included 3 fours. And Middlesex now 87 for 3.
Coming back into Middlesex.
So we're ready for the new batsman to arrive out in the middle, and it's Peter Milan who's making his way out. He's a fine player, but Middlesex with it all to do here, and it may well be, as the results elsewhere come in, that Middlesex may well decide that, provided they don't get bowled out here cheaply and they use up their overs, that might be enough. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I'm sure there'll be directions. I'm sure someone is doing the maths and working out exactly what... Because if Middlesex suddenly think, oh, well, we're just going to go for this and get rolled over cheaply, that may be to their detriment.
But again, Adrian, look at the projection they're on at the moment, Middlesex. They keep wickets in hand. They will be at least 300 on the board without particularly having to put their foot on the gas. It's a quick scoring pitch today, short boundary on one side. I mean, Robson was well and truly done there by Hudson Prentice. That was a brilliant ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But 87 for 3, just keep the wickets in hand. That's the thing. Build the partnerships. Do what they've done to get them to this position.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Milan, who's forward, plays it down the ground, fielded by Allsop, and there is no run.
Hudson Prentice is a cracking bowler, isn't he? At Derbyshire.
Yeah, and he
went well.
Well, he's and things are going really well for Finn. He had a really good pre-season, and then literally just before the season started, got this stress fracture of the back and had to literally do nothing for weeks on end, and he was so frustrated. But this is literally the first time that he's bowled for the first team this season. And he gives another dimension to Sussex as he comes in and bowls, and Milan cuts this away to backward point. Rawlins can't field cleanly. It's left to Coles to clean up coming in off the cover boundary. So Milan is on his way. He's on 1 of 2 deliveries. Middlesex 88 for 3. And the other 313 to win Duckworth Lewis. For what it's worth, which is always a guide, if nothing else, is 167. If you'd like to contact us, sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. There's Hudson Prentice wheels round. Now, they were changing the field there, were Sussex, and so Cracknell quite within his rights just to wait and see where that field's going to be. On the leg side, there's a deep backward square. Well, yes, deep backward square and a deep square as in comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls forward comes Cracknell, plays back down the pitch, and there is no run. So just the 2 runs off the over so far. The rest of the field, there's a third man, point, cover, mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. That's the offside field. Then on the onside, there's a mid-on and mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a fine leg, all the way down in the distance as Hudson Prentice runs away from us. Coming up the hill to bowl to Joe Cracknell. He's in and bowls, and Cracknell turns this onto the onside. They'll pick up a single. Tom Clark is quickly in from mid-wicket. It's a comfortable single taken by Cracknell. He goes to 32. And Middlesex are 89 for 3 at the end of the 15th over. Peter Milan is on 1. Joe Cracknell is on 32. Finn Hudson Prentice picking up his first wicket of the season. The wicket of Sam Robson, caught behind by Ollie Carter, his second catch of the innings, and it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road into the ground, and Hudson Prentice getting a nice round of applause from those in the Spain Karma Pavilion away to our left-hand side.
DT's on us. To be fair, probably rightly so. He's just saying on the net run rates, if Leicestershire and Warwickshire lose, whoever loses here is through. Because they're not going to swing that net run rate, Leicestershire and Warwickshire. They're both in negative net run rate at the moment. So here's Crocombe in, bowls, and this ball gets an inside edge from Cracknell and then deflects away down to a deep third. Let's see, he's going to lift it back. It didn't. It just came back off the seam and off the body somewhere. Comes down to... it was an appeal for LBW from Crocombe, but it was hitting up around the midriff, up around his hip, around his waistline. So yeah, it will be...
I just wonder if the impact, just supposing Middlesex got bowled out here for 150, what would happen to their net run rate?
Because Leicestershire and Warwickshire are also losing, they're already both in negative run rates.
But Gloucestershire's is positive.
Oh, Gloucestershire looking at, I see.
It'd have to be a big swing.
Well, if Middlesex was to be bowled out for, let's say, 200 and lose by 200 runs, that would make a big difference on a net run rate. Here's Crocombe in, bowls, and forward goes Milan, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. Again, Sussex are probably safe here. they're 1.7. So their net run rate just isn't going to be effective batting first. It's always when you're batting second, your net run rate. If you need a big swing, if you need to significantly improve your net run rate, you need to bat first and score heavily and then bowl the opposition out cheaply. That's the way to improve it. If you have to, if you're chasing, you don't really manage to improve your net run rate significantly.
All depends on the other matches, doesn't it? We'll keep an eye on them.
Crocombe to Milan. Eases this ball to point. There's no run. 90 for 3 it is. 16th over of the innings. So, yes. Well, try and win the match. That's what it is for Middlesex. Try and win the match. and don't let a 0.8 become a
Well, Yorkshire, just looking at the
0.01.
other group, are 124 for 6. Looks like they're sliding to defeat against Hampshire. Hampshire already through. But Yorkshire might miss out.
Kent. Yeah, this ball short. Oh, Milan goes for the hook. And to mid-on, the ball ricochets, fortunately, tamely. So, yes, Sneaky Glammy are looking to sneak in third, which means Lancashire would hold second and Hampshire top spot. That's the way the other group is playing out at the moment. It's all eyes on this group. Sussex top with 10, Nottinghamshire second with 10 in the live table, Middlesex third with 10. Here's Crocom's, Sussex's Crocombe bowling to Middlesex's Milan and a singles turned wide of mid-on, and then played out Gloucestershire. So Gloucestershire eliminated at the moment, unless Middlesex lose so heavily here, and both Leicester and Warwickshire lose. DT's insisting there's no way that Middlesex's run rate would slip from 0.8 to 0. As here comes, to be fair, here comes Crocombe. This ball's driven away through the covers, and that's a good tumbling stop out there by Ali Orr. Back for 2. Cratton moves to 32. To be fair, DT's a betting maestro, isn't he? So I'm not going to... There goes that phone. I'm not going to test DT's knowledge on how the net run rates can be swung heavily. But your point was, Adrian, though, that having been set 400, don't be bowled out for about 100 and a 300 run defeat.
Yeah, I don't know what that would do to run rate. Wouldn't do it too many favours.
DC's insistent it still wouldn't be enough. But Middlesex are 93 for 3 anyway, so...
I think the light here is getting a little better. It's a
strange light.
The crowd is just breaking up away to the west. But it's going to be Hudson Prentice who's going to carry on bowling his third over. Figures for 1 for 9 at the moment for Finn Hudson Prentice, as Milan takes guard at the far end of the ground. Hudson Prentice bowling up the hill from the C end of the ground.
Are we pretty happy with the other group then, and that it's not a tense Tuesday in that one?
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Milan is 4 plays into the offside. There is no run. No,
Yorkshire
I think it's very tense because if
Yorkshire are well on the way to defeat.
But if Glamorgan don't win, Glamorgan could go from 6th to 3rd.
I reckon they've got that, haven't they? 357, 3 down in the 20th, Worcestershire 115. So yeah, it's tense at New Road.
Some Prentice.
They're all jittering in the ladies' pavilion.
Wheels around and running into bowl to Milan. And Milan is forward, plays to backward point, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run.
Kent could upset the odds still, couldn't they, in that Lancashire game, chasing 296. They need another 196 from 30 overs, but with only 6 wickets standing. But of those 6 wickets, Blake and a certain Mr. Stevens, who's leaving Kent at the end of the year. How could they? How could they not offer him another one?
Yes, they were 53 for 4, Kent, at one stage. Hudson Prentice running away from us, coming into bowl to Milan. He's in and bowls. Milan, very nearly plays on. Thick inside edge. The ball eludes Carter behind the stumps. Tom Clark chases back and prevents anything more than a single. Milan's annoyed with himself. He goes to 3. Middlesex 94 for 3 in the 17th over. Run rate up to over 9 now. It's up to 9.2. Just as I said, I thought it was getting brighter. It seems to have got darker again. This sort of low mist and drizzle is just sort of drifting around Hove. It's only way to the north of the ground, up towards the Downs. It does look very murky. Hudson Prentice in again. Bowls, and Milan is forward. Plays out into the offside, fielded by the alert Chetishwar Pujara. Made 132 earlier on today.
How many down were Warwickshire last you looked?
4.
Oh yeah, 4 down still. 108 for 4. Rhodes and Brooks together. But they've lost the big ones though. Yates, Sibley. Rhodes coming in at 4 in this game.
In fact, Warwickshire had quite a few players who didn't go to the...
Yeah, they were strong. Middlesex really felt that their victory against Warwickshire last week was their most complete. They thought they were most tested. Norwell and Hannon Dalby.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, clipped away by Cracknell to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Clark, who hurls the ball in, and Pujara backing up gives Tom Clark a round of applause. There is no run. The total remains 94 for 3. Duckworth Lewis, just by way of interest, nothing else, is 175. So you can tell the effect just of taking wickets has had.
DT's wrong, according to Stat Dan, who I do trust. Middlesex need to reach 128 off 50 overs.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and forward comes Cracknell to backward point, fielded by Rawlins, and there is 1 to Cracknell. He goes to 35. Another good over from Fed Hudson Prentice, just conceding the 2 runs. So his 3 overs have cost 11. And Middlesex 95 for 3. Milan on 3. Cracknell on 35. And I'm sure that the Middlesex backroom staff will be doing that calculation as well.
Yeah.
Because if they're not, they ought to be.
I mean, they certainly shouldn't collapse for another 33 runs for sure, but you did make the comment, to be fair to you, a good while back now. Don't be all out for nothing chasing 400 when you might just need 100 and a bit to be sure. But Middlesex need 128 off their 50 overs to ensure their net run rate is above Gloucestershire and Leicestershire if they lose. Yeah, 300 would have swung it, DT, which he said it wouldn't have. 300 would have swung it, 0.8. Crow comes in, bowls, pulled away for 4 by Cracknell. It was in the air for a moment, keeping mid-wicket interesting, but 4 runs. Cracknell moves to 39. But listen, Middlesex will also be thinking they want a home semi-final, not an away playoff here. They want an away playoff and then an away semi-final. That's a... Gus doesn't want a home semi-final, why not?
Well, I was just wondering, whether the Middlesex tactic here is let's make sure we get over the line of the qualification, assuming that Warwickshire and Leicestershire lose, and then perhaps have a go for the runs. And that might be a tactic, who knows? Too many if buts and maybes.
Crocombe bowl, short, cuts to point, no run, Rawlins fields.
The danger for Middlesex is that they assume that Warwickshire and Leicestershire are going to lose, then one of them doesn't.
No, I think Middlesex at this stage, everything we talked about there in the net run rate, that's just part of the story of today, isn't it? Middlesex, 300 runs from 32 overs. They won't be afraid of that here today. There's a home semi-final on offer. They'll still be thinking about the victory. Here's Crocombe. Bowls, it's a length ball, and Cracknell defends back up the track. DC saying that Angus Fraser won't want a home semi-final because it means he'd have to organise it. That's part of his new role, looking after the relationship with facilities and all the rest. So the playoffs, home playoffs on Friday, home semi-finals next Tuesday, and third spot is an away playoff. Here's Crocombe past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's eased to backward point by Cracknell, no run. Middlesex, Radlett would be the place for them because everything's already set up there for them. They haven't removed, I don't think, anything. As far as I know, there's a temporary stand-in, so Mercer's Bar's restocking as we speak. I did put it to him, would you prefer the home playoff, which would be played on a Friday, rather than the home semi-final, which would be played on Tuesday? Spar might do a bit more business on a Friday as this ball's cut away down to a deep backward point for 4 by Cracknell. He's moved to 43. Middlesex are 100 on the board. The target to win is below 300. 298 more required from 32 overs with 7 wickets standing. What's the DLS now? That third wicket won't have helped matters, and it hasn't. Yeah, the DLS is 179. Middlesex 103 for 3. Other fine drinking establishments are available within the ground at Radlett, I'm sure. I should add, because we're on the BBC, of course. Angus Fraser was serving the last game there, and he was behind the bar. This ball short. Cracknell goes after him through the onside, straight to deep square, all along the floor, though, over the top of it. And 104 for 3 it is. Cracknell's on 44. Service with a smile, somebody says at the back of the box. Cracknell's 22 now. Enfield lad, one of the North Middlesex crowd. This is only his 9th list A game, and his highest score is 44. He's 44 off 50, 104 for 3. Everybody settled down a bit in the crowd, it feels like, after lunch. There was lots of excitement through that. Well, I suppose the majority Sussex fans as well. There was lots of excitement through the 4s and the 6s at the end.
It's not inconceivable. There's Hudson Prentice bowls the 19th over from the C end of the ground, 104 for 3, coming into bowl to Cracknell. Cracknell drives handsomely to mid-off, but it's fielded by Cabellos, who gets in the throw. They take a quick single. And Cracknell goes to 45. And this is all if buts and maybes. But if Middlesex were to come third in the group and win their quarter-final, that you could be back here at Hove for the semi-final. That could happen. But I say that's a long way off. Hudson Prentice. He's got a slip in place now. Tom Clark going in there as in comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls. Short, pulled away by Milan. There's a cry of catch, but it bounces about a yard in front of Ali Orr, who comes in from underneath the clock tower scoreboard. The light really isn't good at all. I mean, we've got obviously the floodlights on. It is a white ball, but it's very, very gloomy, and indeed has been all day.
Oh yes, so yeah. So say Middlesex finished third.
Yeah.
Then they'd go to Lancashire. The winner of Lancashire against Middlesex would face the home semi-final here at Hove.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice on his way again, bowls to Cracknell, who turns that nicely down to deep backward square, fielded by Ali Orr. One more to the total. 3 singles of the first 3 balls of the over, 107 for 3.
So in the other group, it would be Nottinghamshire. Let's say they finish second on the current tables. They'd entertain one of Yorkshire, Kent, Glamorgan. And the winner would go to Hampshire for the home semi-final in that one.
Yeah. So all to play for. Hudson Prentice. In again, bowls, and Milan works that down to third man. He's going to look for 2. I don't think it's there, though, because Brad Curry's a good fielder. He's in very quickly. Gets in the throw. 1 more to the total. Milan goes to 5. Cracknell to 46.
Mark from Madrid, there we go. We've got a rocket scientist involved in it. I can confirm Dan's numbers. 128 is the target to qualify for Middlesex if Leicestershire lose.
Right. Hudson Prentice on his way again, bowls, and forward comes Cracknell, plays it to mid-on, picks up another single. Cracknell goes to 47. Middlesex to 109 for 3.
Sussex taking on Middlesex and Surrey against Nottinghamshire with the latest from the county ground. Here is Adrian Hall.
Yes, thanks very much, Sean. Under gloomy skies of floodlights on all day here at Hove, but it's been a good day for Sussex so far. They scored their highest ever one-day score in reaching 400 for 4 in their 40 overs. Cheshire Pujara making 132, but the standout innings of the day from Tom Alsop, who made 189. In reply, Middlesex are 110 for 3 after 19 overs. They need to score at 9.4 and over if they're going to win this match. A wicket apiece for Curry, Carvelos and Finn Hudson Prentice bowling for the first time this season. So Sussex on top here at Hove. Meanwhile for Surrey, they've already been beaten. They were bowled out for 181 by Nottinghamshire, and Nottinghamshire reached that target 182 for 2 in just 31.5 overs.
Thank you very much, Harmsy.
I told him, Harmsy.
David's back with us.
You should, one very minor thing that you missed out on them, Alsop was actually not out as well, wasn't he?
Yes, that's a very good point. Here comes Crocombe down the hill, bowls to Milan, who plays that firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. 110 for 3.
I would like to just repair my reputation here as far as the run rates go, saying I didn't actually consider that Middlesex were going to be bowled out for less than 200 or something, never mind less than 128.
I'm sure.
But thanks very much for working those figures out for people.
Here comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and he's caught! Is he? No, it's not ball. I thought he'd been caught by James Cole. Crowd catch, commentators catch. He did drive on the up though, didn't he?
Well, yeah, but yes.
And as soon as Cole's caught, I thought, no, he's not out. What I would say is...
I've got to tell you a little secret, Adrian. I thought it was a catch.
I thought...
kept my powder dry enough.
Yeah, I called that a bit early. Crocombe in again, bowls, and clipped around the leg side, and that could well be 4 runs. It is 4 runs. That's a lovely looking shot by Milan, slightly overpitched by Henry Crocombe, and he clipped it away despite the despairing dive of Hudson Prentice in front of the Spenkama Pavilion. Milan goes to 10, 114 for 3. I'm sure, though, that Middlesex would have been doing the sums and they're looking at those other scores. I mean, they can't rely on results elsewhere going their way, but maybe that's a bit of an insurance in there, thinking, well, if they do go our way, Crocombe in bowls, and Milan clips this backward of square. Hudson Prentice comes in and fields.
If they do go our way, we've got to get more than 128.
Yeah, and they're nearly there. 115 for 3. I wonder if they might be thinking that. We get to 128, then we just go for it.
Yeah, I mean...
But that assumes that Leicestershire and... if one of Leicestershire and Warwickshire win, they've got to have to go for it anyway, so... It's all very ifs, buts and maybes. Leicestershire recovered a bit, actually. I'll give the updated scores in a minute. In comes Crocombe, bowls. Forward comes Cracknell, who's played very nicely. Plays it down the track. Crocombe fields of his own bowling. There is no run. So Leicestershire are 100 for 6 in the 25th over, which is a recovery. At one stage, they were 60 for 6. So a partnership between Aaron Lilly and Rishi Patel has added 40. Patel's on 28, Lilly on 29. It's Crocombe over the wicket. Bowls, pulled away to the leg side. Now, is this going to be out? No, it isn't. It just dropped short of Tom Clark. Not timed at all by Joe Cracknell. He picks up a single. It's the end of Henry Crocombe's over and over, in which Crocombe conceded 5 runs. And Middlesex at the end of that are 116 for 3. 20 overs gone. After 20 overs, Dave, Sussex were 110 for 2.
Yeah, so I think that just indicates the importance of keeping wickets in hand and building partnerships. At that stage, the Sussex innings, they were bogged down as well. Because they a very good spell from Walala Wita, who conceded 32 runs, I think, from his 10 overs.
Yeah.
Bowled very tidily.
And actually, Dave, between overs 20 and 30, Sussex scored 41.
Yes.
Because Luke Holman started off bowling very well. He went a bit round the park later on, Holman, 8 overs for 60. But really, it was the seamers who had a tough time. Martin Anderson, 9 overs for 110. And Max Harris, 10 overs. He picked up 3 wickets, but 3 for 98. Now we're going to get some spin. And it's going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to come into the attack from this. Would you like to do the honours, Dave?
If you like. Quite happy to do that, Adrian. Oh, look and listen to the lovely seagulls. I'm very glad I've managed to work a trip to Hove in on my summer of travelling around the country. Rawlins left arm round with a spinner in place. That was skids through, keeps a little bit low. It's played back to the Bermudan. He's got a couple of men saving one either side of the wicket, a slip, so now obviously the 4 out as he drops short there and just gets eased through the offside for 1, I think about a second.
The fielding.
It's not to be.
And that's Harrison Ward who's on the field, so somebody is off for Sussex, and I'll try and pinpoint who that is in a moment.
Either that or they slipped a 12th field, Ron Adrian. They wouldn't do something like that, surely.
No, I don't think they... Let's just see if I can see who it is.
117 for 3. Sorry, I was just being naughty.
That's right.
Rawlins bowls and pitches that one up and well bowled because... what should we say, a swing and a miss there from Milan. He went for the expansive drive, but with a slip in place and the ball spinning, maybe a little bit injudicious. Bowls again shorter and again ball just not bouncing at all, skidding through, played out to deep cover for a single. Crowd getting a bit raucous.
Yeah, they are. Poor old Tom Alsop. They're all singing to him. He's on the boundary. He's acknowledged it, Tom, but he doesn't want to get involved in a banter.
Rawlins around the wicket again, and again just
They'll go for 2 here.
They'll have a couple here because it's a little bit wider of the substitute fielder, and there's 2 more runs for the Joe Cracknell, and he moves to his 50. So 51 runs from 58 balls with 7 fours.
That's been a nice innings.
Rawlins bowls to him again, and that's eased pass through the onside for a single. Kev's going to go and get a nice cup of coffee with milk and no sugar, I think.
No, I'm fine with mine. I haven't finished my other one up yet. So
no, you can get one for me.
Oh. Going off James Cracknell. It's going to get a change of gloves. I think it's batting nicely.
Tidy enough first over, wasn't it, from Rawlins?
Yeah, he's had
Ball wasn't bouncing, Adrian. It was skidding through, wasn't it? Somewhere?
Yeah, he's had a really good competition, Delray Rawlins. He was picked up in the 100 last year, didn't play very much, didn't get picked up this year, and he's a really good one-day cricketer. He's a cricketer whose first-class average, he's a better cricketer than he's shown in his first-class average, but around one-day cricket, he's excellent. Gets through his overs quickly, he's economic, can play big shots, and the other advantage is he's a brilliant fielder. So he's had a good competition. Now, this is interesting. Brad Curry back into the attack from the Cromwell Road end. In his first spell, I'll tell you what his bowling figures were. But he's coming in to bowl to the right-handed Joe Cracknews on 52. As Curry makes his way in down the hill, bowls, and Cracknell drives. And that's a lovely-looking shot, but he only get a single because it's straight to Alior, who's fielding in front of the clock tower scoreboard away to our right-hand side. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Kevin Hand, Dave Townsend, who's joined us as well. Always good to see Dave. His first visit to Hove of the season. You've picked probably, Dave, the most miserable day of the summer in terms of weather. But the forecast was good. I mean, the forecast that I saw is completely different to this. I thought it was meant to brighten up.
Just this heavy cloud, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just needs to be. Nothing to blow it away, Adrian. Nothing to blow it away, but always good to have a trip down here.
Curry's opening 5 overs, 1 for 28. He's in and bowls, and Milan drives down the ground. Curry fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. And I was saying earlier on that the two Sussex opening bowlers in this game, Brad Curry and Ari Carvelos, made their Sussex debuts in the championship match at Lord's just a few weeks ago. And that was a sign that Sussex were just so depleted in the fast bowling department. And I think with due respect to both Bradley Curry and Ari Carvelos, nobody really knew much about them, but they've come and both done really, really well. They've been playing a bit of second 11 cricket as in comes Curry, bowls, and Milan, that's a nice shot. Just steps back and cuts that one away through backward point for 4 runs, and even a fielder as good as Rawlins couldn't get near to that. Nice shot. He goes to 16. Middlesex to 126 for 3. Needing another 275 to win. It's a long, long way away, and they're going to need to score at 9.7 and over. I thought, well, as Sussex batted, and, Allsop and Pujara were excellent, I thought some of the Middlesex bowling was pretty ragged, David, at the end. I thought,
yes. And the outfielding wasn't great either.
No, it wasn't.
There were a few fumbles, and they weren't sharp and on their game.
And some strange field placings, I thought. Particularly when Pujara was smacking the ball onto the leg side. So it take a long time to arrest that. In comes Curry and bowls a slower delivery, which Milan plays to short extra, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run.
Yes, I think when you concede, 249 off the last 20 overs.
Yeah.
Well, it does say a fair bit about the bowling, I think. They've had a good tournament, Middlesex. Who's to say it'll finish today?
Indeed. Curry on his way around the wicket, bowls, and Milan plays this nicely through the covers. Again, it's fielded by Orr in front of the scoreboard. 1 more to Milan. He goes to 17. Middlesex to 127 for 3.
Important moment at Grace Road, or whatever it's known as these days, with Rushworth back into the attack for Durham, but he hasn't taken any wickets in that over. So far, Rush has had 3 wickets and McAlinden's had the other 3. So 118 now for 6 in the 28th over, though.
In comes Curry, bowls, forward comes Cracknell, plays it back to Curry. Good tight over from Brad Curry, conceded just the 1 boundary, so 6 off of the over. 127 for 3, Milan 17, Cracknell on 53. You'd have thought that Leicestershire, provided they bat sensibly, there's no rush in terms of overs, they might get over the line.
Yeah, they need another, 80 runs. 80 runs to win from 22 overs, 4 wickets in hand, that's the problem, isn't
it is, yeah.
There's a cup of tea, not coffee, he's bought me, I don't know.
And the Rushworth factor as well.
It's all right, I can drink it.
You have to ask Jamie down the line to bring us some milk.
No milk either.
Gary Knight's been in touch. Hello, Gary. I'll read your email at the end of this over from Delray Rawlins.
Rawlins bowls outside the off stump, just eased through the offside field for a single. Nice cup of tea, man. They look after you well here, Adrian.
They do. No, they're very good here at Sussex. They do look after us. There's some nice cake in there as well.
We'll have a bit of that later on. Rawlins gives this one more air, and again, though, it's just eased through the offside, this time by Cracknell for 1 run. Oh, a bit of cake's come in, look. Look at that.
Oh, look at Kevin, yeah.
Oh, dear me.
Cake for you.
And it like pistachios on there, looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Bit of carrot cake. That's a very nice carrot cake you see in Brixton, actually. Lovely little coffee shop there. Rawlins quicker delivery, and that's played to backward point.
Not a very good throw by Brad Curry. I think he let that ball go inadvertently. The ball flew over the head of Carter. Fortunately, Coles was backing up.
Never going to be a run out, was it? But odd piece of fielding. Milan crouching in his stance, slip in place. Rawlins quicker delivery, attempts to swing that away. In fact, he'll be disappointed he missed out there because the ball's on the leg stump, and there's only a sort of, a backward square leg man on the 45 somewhere around the corner. Nobody out on the boundary if he'd got that away. There's 4 runs to be had. This time back to outside the off stump, and there's a chance of a run out, a shy at the stumps there. A bit of a misfield by Pujara, and he's picked the ball up and then shied at the stumps. The batsmen were doing a sort of shall we, shan't we in the middle of the pitch, and anyway, they get home for 1 in the end.
Poor Tom Allsop, these guys are determined to get him to wave. He's given 1 little wave. They ought to leave him alone, really.
Another delivery there has gone through outside the off stump. Attempted chop shot by Cracknell. He hasn't made any contact. And that's the end of another tidy over. I'm really taken by the way the ball isn't bouncing for Rawlins. Every delivery is going through sort of barely sort of mid-stump, isn't it? It's
We're going to get
scooting through.
We're going to get spin from both ends because we're going to see James Coles, the young 18-year-old left-arm spinner's going to come into the attack. Gary Knight's been in touch from Horsham. Hello, Gary. He says, hi, Adrian. Good afternoon from a very dejected Hammers fan. He's a big West Ham United fan, not helped by the fact that Brighton beat them at the weekend, but we'll gloss over that, Gary. He says, happily my mood's been lifted by another superb Sussex batting display. The performances in this competition have been excellent and have provided some much-needed positivity for supporters. The possibility of a home semi-final is enticing, particularly with our record at Hove being so strong. Even more tempting is a trip to Trent Bridge on the final on the 17th of September, but I mustn't get carried away. He says, fingers crossed we can close this game out, but look forward to next week's semi-final. Kind regards, Gary. Gary, thanks for getting in touch. Lovely to hear from you. I don't know if you're at the ground or maybe watching on the live stream. I know there were a few technical issues earlier on today, but happily the lads who worked really hard here at Sussex to get the stream up and running have got those sorted. As in comes Coles and bowls to Milano. That's a wayward first delivery. Too much width outside the off stump. And Milan says thanks very much and cuts that one away through the covers for 4 runs. The total goes to 134 for 3. This partnership now worth 45 between these two. Yeah.
Just ticking over, isn't it? Just
47 between these two. I apologise.
Building a platform.
Coles in again bowled. Milan's hit on the pad, playing across the line. The ball bounces away on the offside. There is no run. Just as a guide, at 25 overs, Sussex were 127 for 2. 24th over, so Middlesex ahead on runs as Coles is in, pulled away onto the leg side, and that's going to go for 4 runs. So already 8 runs coming in the over. Middlesex needed to score at 10 and over, and there's 8 off the first 3 balls. Milan goes to 27, the total to 138 for 3.
They're going to need 3 or 4 really big overs, as we saw.
Yeah.
Sussex innings, you know, those 22 runs, 19 runs, big overs like that can make a big difference all of a sudden here. If you suddenly saw, you know, 1 over disappear for 22, another disappear for 20, and Middlesex is suddenly up to 180 for 3, and you think, oh, hold on, that's halfway, that's a very good chance. But
what's the delay here? The umpires
could have scored those overs.
Yeah, that makes all the difference. There was a change in the book. The umpires were both looking towards the scorers. I'm not too sure why. Anyway, it's very gloomy here. Floodlights are shining brightly. Carter wants Henry Crocombe to go a lot finer at backward square leg. In comes Coles, bowls, and Milan hits straight to Rawlins, and that's the catch. He's such a good fielder, Delray Rawlins. Clipped away by Coles. Rawlins takes the catch two-handed above his head, and Milan, having just threatened With 2 boundaries and an over, he's on his way. He's on his way for 27, and Middlesex 138 for 4.
Yes, he just didn't clear him, did he? He needed to get that ball over the top of mid-wicket, and well, another couple of feet higher, it would have been away for a 3rd boundary in the over, but that's the end of Matalan, and well, another very important wicket from Sussex. And you can see what this means for the Sussex players. They're really up for this, looking for the home semi-final next week here, and that'll be a great occasion at Hove as well.
It was interesting because down at Taunton on whatever day it was, I lose track of time, on Friday, Somerset had a lot of players in their side who hadn't played an awful lot of first-team cricket. But one of the advantages Sussex have got in this competition is that I think every single one of these Sussex players today have played county championship cricket this season. So, you know, like, they haven't had a great county championship season, but they've all sort of experienced the highs and lows of the 4-day game, and they're gaining experience. And I think that was important on Friday and important in a lot of the games. So the new man coming in is going to be Max Holden. So they do bat a long way down. Kevin was saying this. Yep. So Middlesex won't be giving up this just yet. Quick look at the other games. Leicestershire now 134 for 6. So needing 64 to win in 21 overs. And Warwickshire have recovered a bit as well. They're 153 for 4, needing 114 to win in 16 overs. In the other group, Kent 152 for 4, needing 144 in 24 overs.
Good little stand going on there between Blake and Stevens.
I think Yorkshire have their work cut out at Scarborough, 157 for 6. You were up at Scarborough. I heard your dulcet tones on the radio. Was that the Hampshire game you were at?
Yeah, I did the Hampshire Championship game, which was, as ever, a great 4 days. Lovely part of the world, isn't it? And I was back up there last week, was it? On the 7th, so a couple of weeks ago, with Dave Bradley and Jonathan Doidge doing the 50 over game for in this competition, with Yorkshire playing Worcestershire. Also did a couple of games at York, which is another fabulous ground.
In comes Coles. Comes in and bowls to the new man, who is Holden, who meets the first ball, plays it down the onside of the track, footed by Coles. There is no run. Is it sort of is it out of the city a little bit, the ground, or is it right in the middle of town?
Scarborough?
No, York.
Oh, York. It's what is it? Sort of.
Coles is in bowls, and Holden's on his way. He plays that through the covers. In fact, there's going to be more than one here. Hudson Prentice is very quickly round, but there's a comfortable couple of runs for Holden. And that is the end of the over. So 10 runs off of the over, so that's what Middlesex needed. But they have lost the wicket of Milan, who was caught by Rawlins for 27.
Yes, it is. It's just a little way out of town. I actually stayed on York Racecourse.
Did you?
They have a stable side, and it is a very
nice,
simple little hotel where it's one of those where you have a small room and you share a bathroom, that sort of setup. I think the jockeys or whatever the stable lads tend to stay there. Whatever, very comfortable spot to stay.
That's worth knowing.
Yep, and a very reasonable priced hotel rooms, Adrian. So Rawlins back on after taking the catch in that last over. Ball to Cracknell. Cracknell wants 2. He's coming back for 2. Well, it's a cheeky run in that, because the ball was in the fielder's hands, but the throws come in, and 2 runs to be had. So I think we'll see some fast running here between Holden and Cracknell. Cracknell on to 56. 147 for 4. Pitched up, and he's swung that one away nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs. So if you can beat that man on the 45 behind square on the leg side, then you've got a boundary, and I think that was very nicely hit shot, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was the best bit of fielding by Eric Carvelos, and Pujara sort of shook his head. I mean, it was hit very firmly, but Carvelos got down to it, but not quickly enough. It's gone away for 4 runs. So good start to this over. Middlesex, they score 10 and over. They've got 6 off the first 2 balls.
Still a very long way away.
It is.
Rawlins bowls. That one spins past the edge as Cracknell pushes at it. Coming up to the halfway mark of the innings.
Yeah, so halfway mark Sussex 127 for 2.
Yeah. Rawlins gives that one a bit of air and it's dug out. Almost turned it into a Yorker. Dug out to extra cover. No run. Again, gives that one some air and a nut. I thought that was a very nice shot from him. Well, it was a nice shot, but I thought he just placed it over extra cover. In actual fact, he just placed it out to cover for the 1 run.
I'm with you as well. I thought that was going to race away for 4 runs.
Well, he just sort of eased it over the head of short extra. Anyway, the left-handed Max Holden on strike now. 1-4 at 7 for 4. So Middlesex very nearly 5 overs ahead of where Sussex were at the same stage, because Sussex were 150, 151, weren't they, at the 30 over mark. And, Holden just plays that one wide, and he's coming back for a cheeky second again. Oh my word. If that ball had struck Adrian, I think we might have been looking at, was that Hudson Prentice?
Yes, it was.
Sends the throw skidding in. But, a very well-run 2 in the end. So Cracknell would have been struggling, I think. There you go, 149 for 4 at the halfway stage, 252 to win off 25 overs. So near as damn it, 10 runs per over.
Yeah, so at the same stage, Sussex, as we say, 127 for 2 compared to 149 for 4. It's going to be James Coles who's going to carry on. He just bowled the 1 over so far, in which he picked up the wicket of Milan. Went for 10 runs in the over. Cracknell takes off his helmet and puts it back on again. He's surveying that leg side boundary. Where there are 3 men patrolling? No, just the 2 men on that leg side boundary. In comes Coles and bowls, and Cracknell cuts that one away. It's going to be 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. I've been impressed here by Joe Cracknell. It was wide off the off stump. He just leant back and cut the ball away through backward point for 4 runs. And here at Hove, the ball really skips away down the hill. No point chasing that. 4 more to Cracknell. He goes to 65. Middlesex to 153 for 4. Gone for 14 in his. I mean, one of the bowlers is going to have to go for a few here for Middlesex to get close.
I think 2 or 3 of them are going to have to go for a few.
Yeah. Coles in again, bowls and swept by Cracknell. He gets a single.
Disappointed with that, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, I agree, because Henry Crocombe was up inside the circle at short fine leg, and a yard either side, and that could have been another boundary. Cracknell goes to 66, Middlesex 154 for 4, which brings the left-handed Holden on strike. What's Sussex going to do here? They've got 3 men on that leg side boundary. There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. 2 men on the single on the leg side, as in comes Coles and bowls, and Holden drives without timing to short extra, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. Coles and Rawlins do get through their overs very quickly. He's in again and bowls, and Holden plays this to mid-wicket, fielded by Pujara, who gets in the throw. A good bit of fielding by Pujara, but Coles took the ball, whipped off the bails, but Holden was safely home to pick up his 5th run. Total goes to 155 for 4. 246 more runs needed. It's a lot of runs, but you just never know in this game. Coles again around the wicket, bowls, and Cracknell plays firmly through the offside, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Ali Orr. That's 7 off the over. 1 more ball to go.
Yeah, since he's got in, Cracknell's looked very good, hasn't he?
He has.
He's a bit scratchy for the first 15 balls or so.
Coles again. Over the wicket, bowls, and Holt pulls this one away. That's going to go all the way for 6 runs. Driven away, nearly hit someone out on that leg side. That's an expensive over. An over that cost 13 runs to Sussex. Holden goes to 11. Middlesex to 162 for 4. And the required run rate goes back to exactly 10.
Yeah, so 10 runs and over for 24 overs is a very, very big ask, but
Well, at 30 overs, Sussex were 151 for 4.
Yeah, so they're
So they're way ahead in terms of runs scored. It's the wickets that are the problem. But as this innings develops, Middlesex will know the results coming in from the other games, and they might well reach the stage where they think, well, it's do or die here. We either go for it or we're going to get knocked out. And if those other results go against...
Sussex can still be knocked out.
Yes, they can.
This is ridiculous.
Sussex can be knocked out. If Middlesex win this game and Leicestershire and Warwickshire win, Sussex will be knocked out.
Yep.
There's still much to play for here. It's not a done job. I know 404 is a great total, and it's still an awful lot of runs for Middlesex to get, but they're not out of it.
It looks as though Warwickshire is slowly building towards their total as well at Edgbaston. So.
Yeah, and Leicestershire as well.
Rawlins bowls, and that's
4
swept away nicely for 4 by Cracknell. He just again picked that on length and just eased it past the man in up at 45. So score ticking over. What's been noticeable in this innings, though, is that every time Middlesex have just built up a bit of momentum, the wicket has fallen.
Yes, you're right.
Rawlins bowls, and that's down the ground, that's hit up in the air, and a wicket has fallen. That is the end of Cracknell. Ball skied in the air to mid-on.
Tom Alsop.
Tom Alsop,
Yeah.
the hero of the crowd today, the man who scored 189 not out. I should remember his number from when he was batting, shouldn't I? So that is the end of Cracknell. 166 now for 5.
He didn't look like he panicked at all under that, did he, Tom Alsop? He just took his time. I wondered if for a moment whether he was going to get there, but good innings by Joe Cracknell. 71 off 73 balls, including 10 fours. He's done his bit, but he's been undone. And the new man coming in is Martin Anderson.
This looks
Was
like
it Luke
Holman.
Okay, who can hit a long ball. Just bringing you up to date in those other games, because it is important what happens in those other matches. Leicestershire are 147 for 6. They need 51 in 17.5 overs, so the run rate isn't a problem. It's about whether Durham can take the wickets. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire are 172 for 4. They need 95 in 13 overs, so that looks less sort of nailed on for Warwickshire. So it looks as if, well, we don't know, but earlier on it looked as if both Warwickshire and Leicestershire were going to lose, but as it stands at the moment, maybe they're marginal favourites in both games.
And they will then qualify along with the winners of this.
Yes. And Kent have lost a wicket at Canterbury. They're 161 for 5. They need 135 in 21.3 overs. I think if they were to win that, they might sneak in ahead of Glamorgan, I think.
They would do, yes.
Yes.
Stevens has gone for 49. So, first ball there for Holman, who's just played into the offside. No run. Middlesex need a big partnership.
Yes, they do.
Next delivery has Holman pulling that fiercely to cow corner for 4 runs. Just short of a length, and he belted that one.
He looks like he's not here to hang around, Luke Holman, doesn't he? That's the second ball he's received. It's a little short, and he just heaved it away onto the leg side.
I say I've really enjoyed watching him play this summer, Luke Holman. It's definitely one for the future. Next delivery. Notice how low that
kept really low, didn't it?
He's just skidding through from Rawlins.
It did keep low.
Here he comes again, bowls. And Holman eases that one through the offside for a single. He'll keep the strike. 171 for 5 now. And I'll let Kev Hand come back in, or is he? Oh, he's going off for a walk again. coming at the end of this over, he says.
Well, important wicket, just as you was, I mean, you must be psychic, Dave, because you said every time Middlesex have looked as if they may build a partnership or may just start to put Sussex under a little bit of pressure, they've lost a wicket. And I guess that's what scoreboard pressure does, doesn't it? Cracknell feeling he needed to, to keep the pressure on the Sussex fielders, and he skies one that also takes the catch. And Pujara decided with a new batsman in that the decision is to bring back Ari Carvelos, who's going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. The Tom Alsop fan club is in full voice, as you can probably hear down below us. Ari Carvelos' opening spell, which he bowled up the hill from the sea end, 6 overs, 1 for 34, but he's now coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowled to Luke Holman, and Holman works this through the offside. They've taken one, there won't be two here because Hudson Prentice is in very quickly and prevents the second run, but Holman goes to 6 off 5 deliveries, Bill 672 for 5. It's a day for someone to make a name for themselves, Dave. Tom Alsop certainly did that with his 189. I wonder if there's someone in this Middlesex lineup who...
Well, you've got to think that one or both of these two have got to make centuries, wouldn't you, if they're going to get somewhere near to that 400.
Sussex's high score in one-day cricket. Crumbs, it's dark, isn't it? Carvelos running in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, that's wide outside the... If he'd have let that go, it would have been a wide... Look, could be a run out here as Rawlins throws at the stumps, he misses. But I think he could have let that go, Holden, I think it would have been a wide. In the end, he's played it into the covers, Rawlins fields, and it goes down as a dot ball. 172 for 5. Where else is cricket taking you? Are you over for the whole season, Dave?
No, I'm heading back to Townsend Towers in Thailand at the weekend.
Right.
So maybe it'll be my last game of the season.
Comes Carvelos bowls and Holden drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. What's the weather like in Thailand at this time of year? Are you sort of monsoon season or?
Oh, not so much. No, I mean September is can be pretty wet. If you're going to visit Thailand, September is a month to avoid. Probably June is a month to avoid as well. May and June are not the best months, but July and August are very good, and it's nice to go around December, January, February.
Carvelos in bowls. Holden drives firmly through the covers. They've taken one. They'll look for 2 here because Hudson Prentice has got to move a long way to his left to field on the cover boundary. 2 more to Holden. He goes to 13, 174 for 5.
Yeah, around Christmas and the New Year, the temperature will get down to about, night time it'll get down to about 15 or 16 degrees, and the Thais are all going around with coats on, and the tourists have still got their short sleeves. And it can get just a little bit nippy sometimes.
Do they call that their winter?
Yes, because it's Northern Hemisphere, you see.
In comes Carvelos bowls. Holden drives down the ground a little across the line, and Carvelos fields up his own bowling. There is no run. So it remains 174 for 5.
It gets a little bit, it can get a bit cold. And up north, Chiang Mai and around that way, it will get down into single figures, and it can be quite cold up there. So I don't think you'd make a lot of money as a central heating salesman in Thailand, though, Adrian.
Carvelos on his way down the hill, bowls to Holden. Holden can't time that at all. He plays it into the covers. Good over this from Carvelos. He's only conceded a 3 run, just what Sussex needed. 174 for 5. Holden on 13. Holman is on 6. Middlesex needing another 227 to win at 10.3 and over. As the Tom Alsop fan club again. I'll turn our FX microphone down a bit. Have you well, just one question though, Dave. You hear in different parts of the world that they're seeing, with climate change, changes in the climate. Are you seeing that in Thailand at all? Are you seeing, more rain, less rain, more heat, less heat, or is it pretty much as it's always been?
Pretty much as it has always been over there. It's the climate throughout the year obviously changes. Nice punch shot from Holman, just beats short extra cover. And Alsop does the fielding, much to the delight of his fan club. And there's another single to the score, 175 for 5.
Holden and Holman, it's all very confusing here at the moment.
Yes, Holman's Holman's the left-hander and Holden's the left-hander.
Thank you for that helpful tip, Dave. Interesting here, Pujara. He's not letting things rest. I mean, he'll know that this isn't done and dusted for Sussex, and he's just adjusting his field a little. He's taken the slip out now. Brought Clark into cover.
Here's Rawlins again, left arm down the pitch comes Max Holden, plays a very nice shot. A very controlled shot down to long on, just gets a single. Cultured batsman, former England under-19 skipper. Luke Coleman goes for a mighty
what a misfield.
belts that one out too. Well,
yeah,
I'm not going to be too hard on the fielder out there, Adrian, because that was hit incredibly strongly towards him, and he's got something behind him, and I think it's ricocheted off his shoulder or somewhere and gone over the ropes for 4 runs. But that was very, very fiercely struck.
I've got to say, I had trouble picking that up for the time being because the light isn't great.
Rawlins bowls again. Slower ball gives that one more air. Holman wants a single. Not going to have it as Pujara does a tumbling stop at mid-wicket. He wants another game at least for
He does.
For Sussex. Shorter, quicker delivery and pushed to mid-wicket for a single by Luke Coleman. Can hit a very hard ball, can Holman. He's on 12, Holden on strike is on 14, so it's Max Holden. Rawlins bowls to him. He's just not timing the ball away at all, Max Holden, at the moment. He's gone for a big shot there, and he's got bat on it, and it's dribbled about a yard away from him. So I'll take my leave for me for the time being, Adrian, and get stuck into that very nice looking bit of carrot cake that's been brought in for us.
No, it's been good to see you, Dave, and
that's what people say, yes.
yeah. And safe travels.
And if Sussex do win this game, good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Good to see you, and safe travels back to Thailand. It's going to be Harry Cavalos who's going to carry on down the hill from the Cromwell Road. And Middlesex still way ahead in terms of runs at the moment at this stage, but they've lost 3 more wickets than Sussex. Cavalos in bowls to Holman, who's surprised by one, a bit of extra bounce, and Holman plays it to backward point, footed by Rawlins, and there is no run. 181 for 5 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Kevin Hand, Dave Townsend, your commentary team here today. In the gloom on the south coast, we've had such lovely weather here all summer. And this is probably the gloomiest day we've had. As in comes Cavalos, running in down the hill, bowls and forced by Holman to short extra cover, footed by Coles, and there is no run. 81 for 5. And down the effects microphone slightly, as some people getting a bit vociferous down in the corporate.
Well, they're thinking about a home semi-final, aren't they?
Cavalos is on his way again. Comes into bowl to the left-handed Holman. He's in a bowls, and Holman drives firmly through the offside. There's at least a couple of runs. In fact, it's 4 runs. That was beautifully played by Luke Holman, who's now moved on to 16 off just 12 deliveries. That was a good shot. It was a little bit too much width from Harry Cavalos. It was hammered away, despite the fact Finn Hudson-Prentice is patrolling that offside boundary. He had no chance. The ball just raced away from him for 4 runs. 183 for 5. As Cavalos turns at that far end of the ground and is on his way again. Bowls, and Holman drives slightly uppishly down the ground. Pujara makes a good diving stop. He really is very good in the field, Chetishwar Pujara. We knew he's a very fine batsman, but I've commented a few times during this 50-over competition. He's a really fine fielder, very athletic, and he prevents a certain boundary nonetheless. It's another single to Luke Holman, who goes to 17. Total to 186 for 5. The run rate required is over 10 and over, 10.6 and over. As Cavalos runs towards us in the gloom. Floodlights on. Cavalos in a bowls, and Holden smashes this one away, and he's going to get, brilliant bit of fielding by Hudson-Prentice. That really was a superb piece of fielding. Look, I mean, all the Well, that was going to be 4 runs. It was belted away to that cover boundary. Hudson Prentice not only got round quickly and stopped the ball, he got his throw away quickly as well. And for a very good shot, Max Holden only picked up a single. He goes to 15. Middlesex to 187 for 5. So 6 off the over. Pujara has a little word to Harry Carvelos. The far end of the ground. And Holman is back on strike. Middlesex will be looking for a boundary here off this final ball of the over. 6 off the over so far. And Carvelos is on his way. Bowled, and Holman works this one onto the offside and picks up a single. And Hudson Prentice has a far more straightforward piece of fielding to do on this occasion. That is the end of the over. 7 off of the over. Middlesex 185 for 5. Holden on 15. Holman on 18. At the end of 30 overs, Middlesex 188 for 5. Sussex at the same stage were 151 for 2. But it was from here, really, that Sussex really stepped on the accelerator. We've been saying 249 runs came off of the last 20 overs. But at this stage, in terms of runs scored, Middlesex are actually ahead by 38 runs. But a lot of work to do. In comes Rawlings, bowls to Luke Holman, who eases the ball down the ground and picks up a single, fielded by Henry Crocombe. And it's a single.
So Don Topley chipping away about bad light in April.
Rawlings in again, bowls, hammered down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. 1 bounce, 4 from Max Holden, smacking the ball gun barrel straight. He picks up a boundary. He goes to 19, and Middlesex to 193 for 5.
Apologies, August. I don't know which month I'm in. A week ago, far too hot all day for cricket. This week, bad light. August is great for just short-form cricket, says Don Topley. He was teasing.
In comes Rawlings. Over the wicket, bowls, and Holden drives to mid-wicket, fielded by Pujara. They'll need to be quick. In fact, Pujara through to the non-strikers end, and Holden was quickly through for a single. 194 for 5. I can see Leicestershire have lost a wicket at Grace Road. They're now 158 for 7. So needing 40 to win. And Rishi Patel is the man out. Aaron Lilly's still there on 60 as Rawlings comes in and bowls, and that's down the leg side and signalled a wide. So 7 off this over so far. Rawlings in again, down the leg side, and they're going to be more wides as the ball rolls away out towards the far end of the ground. James Colson is in hot pursuit. It's a couple of runs, a couple of wides. So 3 off of that delivery. And this is a good over, actually, as far as Middlesex are concerned, because they have 6, 8, 10 off the over and driven into the offside by Holman, and there is no run. 198 for 5. Rawlings in again over the wicket, bowls, and Holman plays into the onside and picks up a single as Pujara trots in from mid-wicket to field. 1 more ball to come in the over. 6, 7, 8, I think it's 11 off the over. Rawlings in bowls and tucked away by Holden down towards deep backward square. They've taken 1. I don't think there'll be 2 here. No, there's not, because Brad Curry is in very quickly and feels it's the end of Delray Rawlings over. So the end of the 31st over. And Middlesex are halfway to their total there. 200 for 5. 19 overs remaining. Holden on 21. Holman on 20. Middlesex needing to score at 10.6 and over if they're going to win this game. So just a little reminder that Sussex scored 249 off the last 20. There was some pretty ragged Middlesex bowling, but nonetheless, it's a pitch, looks a good pitch. We've had 600 runs, and there could well be more to come.
Yeah, and Middlesex are down to the last throws, aren't they now? Only Anderson to come. So it's really, again, it's all about partnerships, and that's what Middlesex weren't quite able to get that big partnership today that they have across the group. It's not done just yet. How are they going in the others? Warwickshire 199 for 5. Oh, they're on their way, aren't they? 68 from the last 9.1 with 5 wickets standing. So here's Crocombe bowls, and that's carved by Holden opening up, looking to carve it down the ground straight to the mid-off, but Couldn't quite get all of it, just a single to Pujara. So Leicestershire won 60 for 8, needing 38 from 13 overs with 2 wickets left.
I'm just trying to see who's out for
Nottinghamshire have beaten Surrey by 8 wickets. So yeah, Warwickshire 199 for 5. Brooks has gone for 51. Full ball to Crocombe. Oh, it's bumped back. Holman kicks away at the dirt. Well, he'd have thought it was a bump ball back to him, but it was a catch. Dolly back. Holman just lifts a simple one back to Crocombe. Caught and Bowl maybe just stopped in the pitch on him slightly the way he played it. He's gone for 20. 201 for 6. Martin Anderson will come out at 8. And he and Holden are Middlesex's last hope of something quite special here in the back 20 overs of this list day match.
Oh, good bowling change by Cheshire for Pujara. His bowling changes have worked today. James Coles came on and picked up a wicket in his first over, and then Henry Crocombe back into the attack, picking up a wicket. And he's the sort of player, Holman, who needs to come off in this sort of a game, isn't it? He just drilled the ball back, and Henry Crocombe took a straightforward catch.
Yep, just a dolly back to the bowler. So out comes Anderson. Had a tough day with the ball. It was nearly 100 runs. Conceded off his 10 overs. Harris can hit them as well. Still to come for Middlesex, but yeah, of the recognised batters, Anderson is certainly one, an all-rounder, but recognised batter. He's played in games almost solely as a batter before. Kent 191 for 6, requiring another 105 from 16.5. 295 for 9.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if nothing else, it's very easy to say it's been excellent cricket when, Sussex have clearly done well in this competition, so it's easy for me to say that. But there have been some really good games, even games that Sussex lost. The game at Warwickshire was as good a game of 50-over cricket, or a good a game of cricket as you could expect to see. There's some close finishes, some good games, some terrific performances. So let's hope it hasn't gone unnoticed in the corridors of power, because it's been really, really good.
So Anderson, slip in place. Crocombe runs in, bowls, and this is driven away to extra cover, no run.
I thought for a moment that carried to James Coles in the cover. Dave and I got caught up by one of those earlier on, actually. That I called it as a catch, and Dave, he laughed and said,
bump ball.
Actually, I thought it was a catch as well. But I went a bit early. And yeah, I was.
Oh, you've resisted your piece of cake so far, Adrian. Here's Crocombe, passes the umpire, bowls, just pushed back and there's no run. It was good, that cake, wasn't it?
I actually had 2 pieces for my lunch.
Oh, you've already been in on it? Oh, I see. We better give that back to the press boys then.
Yeah.
Maybe they haven't eaten.
Yeah.
No, leave it alone, DT. Let's go back to the press box.
Oh, no, Dave's very welcome to have it.
He was thinking about fish and chips on the way home. I said, oh, I'm sure you've seen this pizza. You won't want fish and chips later. Anderson turns this one through mid-wicket for a single, 203 for 6. Holden on strike on 22. So, yeah, Middlesex... the DLS is 302. Middlesex are 202 for 6.
They need a couple of really big overs here, don't they, Middlesex, from someone?
But that's the thing, actually, he's Crocombe. Bowls, and Holden runs this one away down to deep third. Don't think for a minute that Max Holden's given up on this. T20 opener. Lost the list day record to Stephen Eskenazi this year. Eskenazi's 182, and of Crocombe's over and 3 off in the wicket of Holman, caught and bowled. 3 for 6, so 18 remain, and 198 required off them.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Kevin Hand, Dave Townsend here on what's been a very gloomy day down here on the coast. I don't think it's going to change anytime soon either. The floodlights have been on since 11 o'clock when we started this morning. Middlesex winning the toss, for those of you just joining us, deciding to bowl. Sussex scoring 400 for 4, with Tom Alsop top scoring 189 not out. And Cheshire for Pujara 132. As in comes Delray Rawlins to bowl 2 backs. Holden, who's down the wicket, and he's bowled! And Holden goes dancing down the wicket. He loses his leg stump, and with it could well be Middlesex's chances of getting anywhere near this 400 to win. 203 for 7. Holden is on his way for 23. Well, scoreboard pressure does an awful lot. 11 and over. Middlesex will need to score at, and Holden is on his way.
Yeah, we looked down that card. Carvelas won for 44 off 8, Curry won for 34 off 6, Crocombe won for 33 off 6, Hudson Prentice won for 17 off 4. Now, Middlesex's best economy came from their spinner, Tilan Wallaluita. Then Rawlins 1 for 45 off 6. Right, he's got the wicket now, 2 for 45 off 6.1. Coles 1 for 23 off 2. The reason why I thought Middlesex could have just calmed it down a little bit more to begin with is where they really wanted to put the pressure on was Rawlins and Coles, having not played Archie Lenham in this game. See what we could do against those two. Now, they're going at the kind of rates that Middlesex wanted, 7.5 Rawlins and Coles, whereas those are the ones that Middlesex were able to slow down. Curry bowled really well, didn't he? He got that movement that nobody else has got today, really. Hudson Prentice obviously bowled as well, one for 17 from 4, bowled very well. But once they were slightly behind on the wickets, Middlesex, i.e. you lose those couple early, then all of a sudden you've always got an eye over your shoulder, haven't you? And it's building pressure, whereas they never allowed the pressure to build on the Sussex bowlers, which I think keeping wickets in hand would have done so. But look, it's an easy game from here, isn't it? They gambled, they went with Cratnell at 3, and lost the openers early. Here comes Max Harris out to join Anderson, so it's all eyes on Edgbaston for Middlesex now. Will Warwickshire chase those runs? Inquiry from John Foote. Good to hear from you, John, on Twitter. If Leicestershire and Warwickshire lose, does it come down to run rate or something? So we need not to collapse here. It's fine. Middlesex, once they were past 128 in this innings.
It's you.
It's you, isn't it?
Oh, we lost count. Driven into the covers by Max Harris. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Harris drives down the ground and picks up a single. Can be fielded by Ari Carvelos, who comes in to complete the fielding.
Yeah, once Middlesex were past 128, their net run rate was never going to fall below an amount that Leicestershire or Gloucestershire or Warwickshire could finish above them in, or Warwickshire rather, because they went on 10, but in defeat. But yeah, Nottinghamshire have taken second.
Rawlins in bowl. That's wide of the off stump. Oh. Well, I think that came out the foothold. Do you know? I
think he cut it onto the foot of the keeper,
and
it bounced up over the slip. That's going to be runs. He cut it down, but did it bounce or did it just come up off the keeper's foot? Because Slip then tried to take the catch, and there was an ooh and an ah from the crowd, but maybe it was into the foot and the ground. The foot of the keeper and the ground.
Rawlins in his 7th over. In again bowls. Pulled away onto the leg side, but only as far as deep midwicket, footed by Alior. Gets in the throw. One more to the total. 207 for 7. So just the 4 runs off this over so far. Harris surveys that leg side boundary. Rawlins just composes himself. And is in bowls. Harris with a swing and a miss outside the off stump. Goes through to Ollie Carter. End of the over, just the 4 runs off of it. 207 for 7. Harris on 1. Anderson is on 4. Delray Rawlins 2 for 49, I think that is, in his 7 overs. But importantly, those wickets, and he picked up the important wicket in that over of Max Holden, who was out for 23.
It's tight for Leicestershire, 169 for 8.
Wow.
Barnes 7, Hendricks 3. They require 29 more runs with 2 wickets standing. The overs have got plenty, 11. Warwickshire are doing it though. Warwickshire 211 for 5 now, so they require 56 runs with 5 wickets standing, 7 overs to go. Might still...
That's not a gimme, is it?
Not a gimme, but you'd expect. Rose is still there on 75, unbeaten. Smith with him on 1 from 2. Brooks has gone for 51. Here is Coles, left arm round. Bowls. This is put away easily by Anderson for 4.
And nice looking shot. It was too wide from James Cole, wasn't it? And was silence around the ground as he clubbed that one. There's only Alior who's patrolling that offside boundary. And once it's past the infield, the ball raced away.
Coles, who picked up the wicket of Milan, caught Rawlins. He's in again. And down the track comes Anderson. Hits him straight to the mid-on. 4 more. Oh, yeah, mid-on got fingertips to it. It's a long off for us keeping interested for a moment. But Anderson moves to 12. 215 for 7, and it's interesting. Again, it really alarmed me. If you remember, almost midway through the Sussex innings, when I said, "You what? Lenham's not playing," but Middlesex not able to get after these spinners as they would have hoped. Too many wickets gone too early, and never that big partnership, which they've so often had from the top to build the pressure. Anderson tickles one. Packer square on the leg side for a single. 216 for 7. The wide rate still hovering just over 11, but it's the wickets column that's absolutely killing Middlesex at this stage. Again, you talk about 100 off the last 10 overs or at least 100 off the last 10 overs now in a list day, as this ball's dragged down to long on, single more. But equally, you talk about 100 off the overs 30 to 40, i.e. the end of power play 2. Teams really go hard 30 to 40, as Sussex did. Keep the wickets in hand, go hard at that 30 to 40 over mark, and then you look for 100 again off the back 10. Coles gives it a bit of flight. Anderson cuts him away, single taken. Pujara comes around at cover. 218 for 7. Another single. Harris this time, pushing out to deep cover. Oh, slight misfield. They come back for the second.
Yes, they do.
And get back. So
12 off the over.
13 in the end, is it?
Yes, I'm sorry. 13 off the over. Yeah.
220 for 7. So they need another 181 of 16 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge.
Well, it's not going to happen, is it? But it's the wickets column again that really.
Yeah. So, Ray Rawlings, the Sussex are rattling through their overs here. The cut-off time is actually 10 to 7. I don't think we're going to need that much time to bowl these remaining overs. In comes Rawlings, bowls. Anderson drives down the ground. Is he going to be caught at long off? No, he's not. Falls short of Harry Carvelos, and all Carvelos do is to palm the ball over the ropes. He was a little slow to pick that up, I think, Harry Carvelos. Nonetheless, it's a 4. Anderson goes to 18. 224 for 7.
Today, Adrian Holmes at the county ground with the latest for us.
Yes, and Sussex edging closer to victory here at the county ground. They made 400 for 4 when they batted first in their 50 overs. That's the highest score Sussex have ever made in a one-day match, led by Tom Alsop, who batted magnificently. He made 189 not out. Cheshire Pujara 132. Those two sharing a partnership, Sean, of 240 for the third wicket. In reply, Middlesex never really in the hunt. Joe Cracknell batted nicely for 71, but they're now 224 for 7, still needing 177 to win in 16 overs. They need to score over an 11 and over. So Sussex looking, well, a good bet here to make their way into the semi-finals of this competition. Earlier on today, though, Surrey beaten convincingly by Nottinghamshire, bowled out for 181, not reaching their target for the loss of just 2 wickets.
Nice one, Humpty. Much obliged.
Thanks, Sean. Rawlings in again, bowls, and that turned. And Harris with a swing and a miss outside the off stump through to Ollie Carter. And there is no run. If they could turn off the feed in the studio, that would be great. As in comes Rawlings, bowls, played into the onside by Harris. Picks up a single, he goes to 5. The total to 226 for 7. Comes Rawlings again, bowls and hammered down the ground by Anderson. It's just a single fielded down below us by Tom Alsop. Gets in the throw. Total goes to 227 for 5, 7 off the over.
Have 5 live lefters now that Middlesex are looking down the barrel.
Here comes Rawlings, bowls and driven down the ground by Harris, half stopped by Rawlings. End of the over, 227 for 7, 7 off the over. Harris on 5, Anderson on 20.
Are we being trolls by BBC Radio Sussex? They're playing Things Can Only Get Better, Adrian.
Yes, that's true.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's just not cricket, really, is it?
I just put a call into the studios and clean feed.
BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex together for this one, live on the streams from the club's websites as well. 5 live sports extra throughout the day with us as well, but turning their attention to the 100. Middlesex turning their attention to what's happening at Edgbaston. If a collapse can happen there, they can still make the knockout stages. Here is a short one pulled away by Anderson. That's going to be 4 more. Anderson will not have given up hope. He's out there in the middle. There's a job to do, but it's the most unlikeliest of jobs that Middlesex have in front of them now.
Oh, hi, Anthony. Could you turn the clean feed off for us? Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, hello.
Well, all done.
Here comes Coles, bowls to Anderson, clipped away out to a wide long on. 232 for 7. Things can only get better. Well, Middlesex still have a Super September to look forward to, don't they? Try to get into the top 2 in the Championship in Division 2. It's Coles bowls, and this ball's eased away into the onside by Harris. And if Middlesex do go out of the competition today, what does that say about the strength of the competition? That, all right, Umesh Yadav's injured for this one. So down the track comes Anderson, pushes down to long off for a single. Bamber's out injured, Cullen's out injured. But even still, a Middlesex side that have had Yadav for the majority, Bamber for a bit, Eskenazi, Stoneman, Robson, Milan, Cracknell, a London Spirit player last year, as Coles bowls. And this is hit up in the air by Harris. He's not got all of it. Long off's underneath it. Oh, he has got all of it, has he? No, it's pushed back in.
Well fielded.
Well, he saved 4 runs there.
That's Brad Curry out there, I think.
Yeah, Curry's dived backwards and pushed the ball from behind him back into play as he falls backwards. No chance to get up and take the catch. That was brilliant. And he's just stopped 6. Amazing. Yeah, I thought he was going to take the catch, but he was too close to the rope. Or the rope was too close to him, I should say. As this ball's hit wide of Curry now, who runs past it nearly, but he does get a hand to it, and it's just a couple more. 238 for 7. But yeah, aside of 3 test players in the top 4 there. Mercer, a test player in for this one. Yadav, a test player. Eskenazi, a Lion. Holden, England under-19 captain previously. Cracknell, a 100-player London Spirit. And Middlesex are going out. You know, what does that say about the group? What does that say about this competition? What does it say about county cricket? It says that it is an awfully strong competition, a production line and product. And look at the crowd here today. Would they prefer be, watching something other than the local talent that are putting Middlesex to the sword here? Oh, well. I say the local talent here, obviously, you know, they're a...
So not to a second in the group, could well, at the moment, will drop out because the other 2 who will qualify, if it stays like it is, will be Leicestershire and Warwickshire. In comes Rawlins, bowls to Anderson, unless we see something dramatic here from Martin Anderson. Needing to score at 11.8 and over. Middlesex for these final...
John Foote says he's going over to the Leicestershire commentary now, but it's the Warwickshire one that Middlesex need to worry about.
Rawlins in bowls, hammered down the ground. Now, is this going to be caught? No, it's... Oh! Dear, oh dear, someone needed to call then. That could have been really nasty. Tom Alsop and Ali Orr both racing around the boundary. I could barely look, actually, because they both closed in on the ball, and I thought for a minute they were going to collide. As it is a couple of runs to Anderson. He goes to 28. And Middlesex to 240 for 7. Rawlins again. There's a slip in place. Who's Tom Clark. Rawlins just hesitates and a couple of false starts. Now he's on his way. He's in and bowls. And Anderson drills that down the ground to long off, or comes trotting in off the boundary and fields. A single to Anderson. He goes to 29 of just 18 deliveries, 241 for 7. Rawlins was on his way and he decided to change his field. He wants Henry Crocombe to go on the edge of the 30-yard circle. In comes Rawlins again, bowled and drilled down the ground by Harris, who goes to 11 of 12 deliveries, 242 for 7. 4 runs off the over. Martin Anderson twiddles his bat at the far end of the ground. Oh dear, I don't know why people feel they need to shout out like that. It's all a bit silly, really, isn't it?
The first one was funny, the rest of it...
No, it's just, after a while, it really isn't
one
funny.
too many.
And you just sort of wish, really, that perhaps a steward would go around and have a quiet word in someone's ear and saying, you know, come on, there's no need for that, thank you.
Well, it was... None of it was nasty, but
Rawlins in bowls, and no, it wasn't. But it's been irritating for the other spectators, I'm sure. It's played to backward point footed by Curry.
Indeed, yeah.
As well. And not very nice for Tom Allsop either. He's trying to
he
play
doesn't
along
look
the best he
hugely
can.
amused by it.
No.
The first line was funny, but the rest of it was. There we go. He's still going.
243 for 7.
Oh dear, some people, eh?
Rawlins in bowls, and a play and a miss from Harris, who was looking
Swing
to
and
hammer
a
that
miss.
one away over deep backward point. There is no run. 243 for 7. Harris on 11, Anderson on 30. Good over from Delray Rawlins, just the 5 runs coming off of it. He's bowled 9 of his 9 overs. And Middlesex needing another 158 to win in, how many got? 13 overs.
Mike Selvey, the Middlesex president, tweeting, sweating on Leicester and Warwickshire results.
Yeah.
How are they doing, Leicestershire? They are. Oh, we're still going, 8 down. They need 19 runs to win. It's not looking good for the Middle Saxons. Warwickshire need 42 to win with 4 wickets left now. Who's gone now? Smith's gone. Rhodes still there on 79.
You never know. Is Rushworth bowled out for Durham? Yes, he is. 3 for 38. So there's going to be Arica Velos. It's Henry Crocombe, I apologise, from the Cromwell Road end.
Right arm over the wicket. He bowls to Martin Anderson, who is hit by a slower ball bouncer. Where's that hit him? Because it really was the slowest of slower ball bounces you can imagine, but it looks as though it's hit him in a nasty place.
Somewhere very painful.
Just winded him, perhaps. It was higher up than that. It was up around the ribs, wasn't it? Completely through the shot. Slower ball hadn't detected all. It's got quite dark here now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Cloud cover that's been with us all day. Middlesex were gambling on that. The overheads this morning, weren't they, when they put Sussex in? Here's a short ball, cut away, straight to backward point. Anderson's gone, so too is the game. 243 for 8. Middlesex are down, but are they out? They've got to look at results elsewhere. Anderson gone for 30, Crocombe the wicket, Rawlins with another catch. And Sussex are securing top spot in this group in a home semi-final a week today.
That's the 3rd catch that Delray Rawlins has taken. That was straight to it, that one. And I think probably as a batsman, when you see the ball sail towards Delray Rawlins, you're thinking it's probably going to be out. So late order defiance by Martin Anderson, 30 and 21 balls. But it was always going to be a tough run chase for Middlesex. Next man coming in is Tilam Wadalawita.
Well, Wallaluita knows how to give it a wallop. He's cleared the ball to all parts for Middlesex in the past with some great little cameos. But yeah, for Middlesex, game up now with Anderson really their last hope, recognised batter. Talking about something quite ridiculous now. 12 and over for the last, 12? Only 2 wickets left. Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire still need 42 in... Well, Leicestershire are nearly there, aren't they? Well, it only requires one win from either of those games. Still need another 17. Drizzell. Is it Drizzell or Drizzle? Drizzle? Drizzell. Drizzell. It's Drizzell, isn't it? Should do well in the daylight today, says DT. But it's lovely up north. It'll be glorious blue sky. Yeah. It's been down on the south coast. We've had all the miserable weather today. Grim down south. Martin Emerson always tells us too far south for cricket. Yeah, Leicestershire nearly there. All right, 2 wickets standing. I guess two deliveries. Durham are closer to victory than Leicestershire, but again, Warwickshire. It's a full ball to Wallaluita, which is pushed away into the offside of Crocombe, no run. Warwickshire 41 needed from 4.2, might not do it. And that pressure gets. Somerset nearly bowled themselves to victory against Middlesex, only a 1 wicket win there at Taunton. Odds against, says DT on the Warwickshire one, so all eyes on Leicestershire. Well, John Foot was right then. He went to the Leicestershire stream. This shawl's short and slow ball bouncer again. Wallaluita completely done by the timing on that one. Brilliant bowling today from Wallaluita. he will be rueful with this defeat, putting in performance like that as a side scores 400 and he only concedes 32. And quite possibly, he might be asking, well, should he have played a few of the others as well? This ball's full, dug out. No, it's not dug out. I thought he got bat on it, but through to the keeper it goes. Thought it was bat, ball and ground all colliding together. Aloita did indeed play at Grantham. He didn't play the one at Gloucestershire, and I'm just trying to rack my brains now to see the ones that he did play. Actually, it'll be easy enough to do. The key to look for Aloita is, did he play in the ones that Middlesex lost prior to this? This ball short, top edged up in the air. Aloita will go. Mid-off is underneath it. Takes the catch. Crocombe has another. And Sussex, 1 wicket closer to that home semi-final. They're nearly there. 243 for 9. 158 runs shy of their target, Middlesex. And Crocombe doing the damage for Sussex.
The catch taken by Tom Alsop, who has a little fan club cheering away down to our right-hand side. So Henry Crocombe's picked up 3 wickets. Until Aloita makes his way back. The last man coming out of the pavilion will be Tim Murtagh.
Yes, his last game was the Nottinghamshire game at Grantham. He did play the first game, which was defeat to Leicestershire at Radlett. Middlesex then went on that winning run, which ended against Gloucestershire. And, well, it's about to be followed up with 2 defeats in 2 to finish the group, which could well see them eliminated. But all eyes on Grace Road. 15 to win, 2 wickets standing. Barnes has 13. He's a decent bat, isn't he? And Bjorn Hendricks knows one end of the bat from the other. He's on 9.
Yeah, because Warwickshire need 39 from 4.
But so, they just lost another, did you say, DT? Oh no, they were already 6 down. 228 for 6. No. Yeah, Rhodes is still there on 81. So Middlesex. Oh, it's lucky I'm not a betting man. Anybody that was a betting person would have said to me, yeah, you could put a bit of money on Middlesex this year. They've got a strong side.
Well, Delray Rawlings, can he wrap it up in this over? He's in his final over, comes in and bowls, hammered down the ground. Is he going to be caught? He's caught. Alior takes the catch. He raises both hands in the air. And Sussex have won here in the One Day Cup. They've won by 157 runs. Congratulations all round as Delray Rawlings takes the last wicket of the match. And Sussex have topped the group, and it means that they will have a home semi-final here at Hove a week today, and will have to await their opponents. Players all shaking hands out in the middle. Middlesex, it was a mountain for them to climb. Sussex having made 400 for 4. And the Sussex players absolutely delighted, all hugging each other. Players all shaking hands. And Sussex through to the semi-finals.
And well done to them. What a performance in this group stage by Sussex. A very strong T20 side, weren't they? Heavily depleted from the T20 side in this competition. But again, those skills from Championship to List A are transferable. But of course, the Championship's been a struggle for Sussex this year as well. But Orr, Clark, Alsop, Pujara, that's not a bad top 3 as they've, or top 4, sorry, as they've shown in this one. Hudson Prentice in this game, Delray Rawlings. They've got it about them, haven't they? And that bowling attack has out-bowled Middlesex. You know, we said that there was a bit of youth, a bit of an experience about the Sussex bowling attack as well, and just maybe Middlesex could get it over Sussex in this game with such a lengthy batting lineup that they've succumbed to a huge, huge total, and that's, you know, understandable. You know, 400. I think Middlesex bowled. Look, they didn't bowl well, did they? But how badly did they bowl? They didn't bowl terribly. I'm going to look back and think, my goodness me, that was a horror show with the ball. What it was a brilliant performance with the bat from Alsop and Pujara once they got past Orr, who hit that 206 the other day. Well, here go the others in the meantime off the fields. The Middlesex